in YouTube. And what it is he's everybody's been calling him Jack Epstein because apparently what he's been doing, all these girls that he has around him, he gets them on what's the name of that site? OnlyFans. And he takes a percentage of what they make. And that's how he was making all his money. So basically they're calling him like the miniature Epstein. But let's see what she's got to say, man, because most of the time, a lot of times I don't believe these stories when these women come out and they're like, oh, he was abusing me, blah, blah, blah. But I knew he was doing something with these girls because there was no way he was making that kind of money just on YouTube and streaming. No fucking way.
Was any of it true?
He was amazing. And I want people to know that like he was so different in the beginning.
The first time you're seeing this lifestyle that he's showing you, the clubbing, the partying, the yacht, like the everything, and then
it was a lot different behind closed doors.
Oh shit.
That was the beginning of the end.
You called the cops on me in my own fucking house.
I can't believe I dated that bitch for the past 2 years, bro.
That is the tactic he used on you throughout the entire relationship.
Yo, it's going, her tears going right between her tits. Look at that.
What happened to the guy that made me feel safe in the beginning?
When was the beginning of the end? Like, when did everything change? As you guys can see from the...
You know things have to be bad. With the amount of money that I don't know if he's making that amount of money now, but with all the money that he was making, and he's pimping them girls out, man. That's how he's making his money.
Intro of this video, this is not like one of my regular podcasts.
On OnlyFans.
Before we start this podcast, I do want to say there will be no monetization off of this podcast. There will be no AdSense. I do not want to make a dime off of McKinley's story. It is not my story to tell. I will not be speaking for a lot of this podcast because I feel as if it's not my place to speak. And we will be partnering with an organization to be able to help women who don't have the resources to help themselves. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to one of my bestest friends in the whole wide world, Miss McKinley Richardson.
Hello.
As you guys can see from the title of the video, this will be about your past relationship with Mr. Jack Doherty. And I want to give you the opportunity to be able to completely tell your truth and your story. And I just want to say, like, I'm beyond, grateful that you are willing to come on my podcast and share it with everybody. And I want you to know that I love you so much.
I love you.
And don't make me cry.
I know, I'm already.
But let's start at the beginning. How did you meet him? How did you meet Jack Doherty?
So I was living part-time in Vegas and LA as well. I was doing work, modeling, and I loved social media because I moved around my entire life. Social media was my avenue of making friends, and I had many friends in LA. One of them being Sam Frank, who is mutual friends, with Jack.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we ended up talking. I was in a very vulnerable state at this time. I didn't have a lot of friends because I had just moved to Vegas, and I went to high school in Seattle, so I knew nobody. So social media was my avenue, like fully. I had nothing else other than that. And she was kind enough to let me into her apartment and stay at her place.
LA?
This is in LA.
Okay.
Yeah. I was making money. I was, brand deals, very wishy-washy. I would have, a day where I would make $1,000, and then, other days it would be lower. And I had...
Shit, man. People would love to make $1,000 a day. Shit, that's 30 grand a month. Most normal average people don't make that. Not even close.
Some sort of independence, but it was still something I was working towards. Social media was something that I've always been passionate about. When I was little, I was always filming videos. I was creating skits. My brother and my family were always in my little movies I made. So this was something I was extremely passionate about. So being there, I was working, I was modeling for brands, I was working with different photographers, and she ends up coming back to her apartment. She was out of town at the time when I was staying.
Okay.
And she came in and she basically told me, hey, my friends from Florida are in LA and they were wondering if you would like to film a video, a social media video. At the time, I didn't know who Jack was. I didn't know who any of them were. But
I, I find that hard to believe. I mean, if she's on social media, I mean, as much as we might you might not like Jack. I mean, he's been plastered all over the internet. So I don't know if I believe that statement, but that could be true.
I took that as an opportunity. I was like, you know what, like, I'll film a little video, like, sounds fun. I ended up going to the house that they were staying in the hills, and they were very inviting. I mean, the girls, they were there and they were talking to me. His employees were talking to me, but Jack wasn't really, involved in any of our conversations. He was more so, when I remember him in LA, he was just in his phone constantly, separated from everybody. But like, I loved the people around him, and they were very, very inviting. I had great conversations with them, so I was having a good
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, they're like, "Come on, come join our OF group. We got another one to join the OF group. Make us some money. Well, make Jack money,
The
really."
videos that we filmed were quick and easy. At the time, I also didn't really understand the whole like OnlyFans aspect of it. I assumed, people have their content houses, and that was something that was very popular at that time, especially. So I was assuming, that this is a group of people. They're from Florida, and they're having so much fun, like as friends. They film videos together. That's their way of making their income. Until I realized that the way they did make their money was through OnlyFans, and that was something that I didn't judge them for. I was, aware that they were doing that, but that was something I knew that I didn't want to do for myself. So, my parents were worried about me involving myself with people that, do that, because you are who you surround yourself with. And like at that time, my parents,
Very
I'm
true.
from Georgia, so very conservative. I grew up.
That's why Jack got arrested for them freaking drug charges. 'Cause he's been hanging around Wes Watson. So yeah, that don't surprise me.
Conservative. I grew up in church, so that was something that would be brought to me through other social media managers. Even when I was underage, I was
Really?
16, yeah, and I would have certain social media managers and people talk to me about not OnlyFans, but different types of platforms that I could post on and get away with it when I was younger. So that was something I was very, very negative opinions. I didn't want to do it. So I told my parents, I was like, don't worry about it. Like, I have a good head on
But did she have an OnlyFans? I don't know this. I have no idea. But didn't McKinley have an OnlyFans? Maybe she didn't. But I could have swore she did, especially if she was Jack. You know she'd have to have one.
my shoulders. I'm not that type of person that's like, oh, I'm going to do this and then do this completely different thing. I was very, that's just how I felt about it. But his employees, they would come up to me while I was there, and they said, hey, would you ever do OnlyFans? Like, you would kill it. And I was like, no, absolutely not. That's something I promised myself I wouldn't do, no matter the amount of money, nothing. I just wouldn't do it.
You know, that's very true. And ladies, if you're watching, you need to take you need to hear what she just said. Because that shit is on the internet, man. And if you ever decide you think you're gonna come out and you're gonna get married and have a family, that shit ain't gonna happen, dude. No, any dude worth his salt, if he has any standards, or I shouldn't even say standards, if he has any, what would be the proper term? If he has any self confidence in himself, he's not gonna put up with that kind of bullshit. He don't want some girl that's been with like 100 dudes. That shit is just that shit's just nasty, dude. No dude wants that. And you see, there's been other like videos that I've watched of people that were on OnlyFans, and these girls are they're destroyed, man. I mean, they're just fucking destroyed. Yeah, they make good money, But when they came out and they decided they wanted to have kids and a family and all this, they can't find nobody, not a one.
And I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
So were his employees, like, were all the girls that were hanging out there, like Sam and I don't know, maybe
Sam, Grace, and Michelle were
they
there.
so they made it clear that they managed these girls, or they
Did not to me. It was very like unspoken, but like I kind of put the pieces together when I was
Okay.
there. I was just kind of like assuming that they had OnlyFans girls that were friends with them and that they filmed with them, not that they were involved in making money with them. I didn't know anything about that at the time, especially like OnlyFans management. I had no idea there was even a thing. Like I thought you just made an OnlyFans.
Dude, this sounds like an Epstein thing. Like they're grooming. It's almost like they're grooming girls to try to come into their thing so they can do OnlyFans. And I don't know if Jack's getting all the money or maybe they split the money amongst all the, like him and the girls. I don't know.
Fans and people with social media would make money, but I didn't know there was a whole back end of things. But instantly when I shut it down, the whole OnlyFans talk with his employees, I was like, just don't bring that up to me again. Even Sam, my friend at the time, was like, don't even like don't ask my friend those questions, because she knew how I was, and like she was like, that's actually offensive, like don't ask her anything about OnlyFans because she's not doing it. And they didn't ask me anymore, but they were like, well, let me know, like let me know if you want to. Again, at this time I'm like, absolutely not. I end up going back home to Vegas after that week of being there. I was hanging out with them every day for that week. I didn't stay at the house, but I was just hanging out with all of them. And they told me that they loved me and that they want me to come to Florida. I wanted to go, but at the time especially, it was tight. Like I was like, I just went to LA. I spent a lot of money on Ubers, on food. Like I remember telling them, like, I need to get my money up first. Like I need to go home and work and just stay home. But maybe like one day I'll come to Florida, because they were very, very sweet to me. Like the girls especially, I was like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
like finally I have like a good group of people around me. They're fun. They film videos.
But that's what they do. That's what they do. They make it fun. They make it seem like it's chill. They try to groom you, try to get them in with them. Then once you get buddies with them, they try to coax you to go into OnlyFans. Then Jack Doherty's trying to he's trying to coax you to give him 50% of your earnings. Yeah, fuck that.
That's what I'm passionate about. Like maybe we can like be a good friend group, because it was nothing like, usually how like people are in this industry. It's like they're not super inviting.
Right.
They're very like standoffish, and that was absolutely not the case with these people. I end up going back home, and while I'm home in Vegas, I start getting texts, not from Jack, but the people that worked for him, like his cameraman and the girls especially. They would FaceTime me in the club and be like, you need to be here, like I miss you so much, like how are you, I miss you. And I remember telling my parents, I was like, these people are so sweet to me, like they're so nice, I want to go visit them. It was spring break.
Yeah,
I'd
they're
never
just
been
trying
to
to groom
Miami.
you.
I'd never been to the side, and I was excited because they just kept saying how much fun we would have, and I had never been to a bar or a club in my life, and I was 20 years old.
Dude,
So
been to a bar once, been to a club once in my life. That's it. Club once and a bar once. That shit is not for me, man. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. So I knew I went the one time, it's not for me. Never been back since.
Jack ends up DMing me because I was telling them basically, like I want to really bad, but I don't want to go down there and have to like, figure out a way to eat or
pay
like,
for everything.
yeah.
You knew it was going to be expensive.
I knew it was going to be expensive, and I also didn't really know what I was going to be walking into. I was like, I don't know where I'm going to stay. Like, I can't afford a place to stay. So I was asking, Michelle, I was like, the only way I'm staying is if you're there and I'm staying in the same room as you, because I didn't want to go to a random house with random people being there. And I don't know, I was just uncomfortable, especially knowing, the whole OnlyFans aspect of it. I was like, I would like a girl there to be with me,
Especially given the last time guys asked you if you wanted to start an OnlyFans. So it was kind of like,
yeah.
when they're texting you, that goes on in your head, like, what?
Exactly.
Are the girls also staying in the house? That's a valid question.
And that's what I was under the impression of, especially going to LA. I was like, there's such a tight-knit group. I feel like they probably have a house all together and that they live together. So I texted Michelle. I basically just wanted to make sure that she would be at the house and that we could stay in the same room.
Look, I'm not necessarily faulting her, but what would make her think that it would be a good idea? She already knows that they do OnlyFans and that they're part of that life. What would make her think that'd be a good idea to then move and be there? Like that just wouldn't register with me. Be like, nah, I ain't moving there.
Because I didn't really know these people. I hung out with them for a week, but still, like, I just wanted to make sure the girl that I was talking to the most would be there because, you know, I didn't want to be alone, especially in that space. But later on, I found out that when I had texted her that I wanted to stay with her, she sent that to Jack, and then Jack said, the only bed available is mine.
Wait, what's this say? McKinley asked me to stay with her. Only bed available is my bed, though. Okay.
But at this time, Jack and I were not even on talking terms. We didn't even have each other's phone number. This came out later on. One of his ex-employees that left him, he actually posted it. And I would have never known, like, he said that he was, like, interested in me sharing a bed with him after not even having, like, any conversation. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
First of all, one, who says that? Because you're not even like talking to the girl.
Right.
Two, why you found out through social media? Like, why wouldn't Michelle just tell you?
I don't know. There were many things, you know, I feel like I do ask myself certain things like, why didn't people step in or say, hey, this happened? But also I do know like the power and control he has over people. So I honestly have no ill will towards anyone really in that house. And in that moment, you know, like I wouldn't have known his control over anybody because I wasn't involved in the situation. Like I didn't know the dynamics. I didn't know if he was close to Michelle. I didn't know, you know, if Michelle was.
But you know, I knew that's what was going on. That he wasn't making all his millions from, you know, from fucking social media and YouTube and streaming. He was pimping them girls out, man. I know what he was doing. I knew what he was doing. I just couldn't prove it. I ain't got no way to prove it.
Closer to him than me. So
I mean, yeah, I guess she just met you, so I guess she didn't need to like owe you anything. So what happened? So you flew there?
I did. So I said that I couldn't afford to get there. So he ended up DMing me since he didn't have my phone number and I was in contact with the rest of the people in the house. He was like, do you really want to come to Florida? And I was like, I do, but I just, you know, I don't have the money. I don't have, you know, I want to, but I just feel like I can't right now. And then he told me I won't have to worry about anything at all.
Yeah, we'll cover
even
it.
like
Don't
food.
worry about it.
So, you know, I don't want to be that type of person to like be, you know, just dependent on somebody. But I also knew, you know, like I have money. I'm able to get myself Uber Eats if I need to. I'll just go for a week. And I told my parents I was going to go. They were worried. They really were because they were like, McKinley, you don't even know these people. Like, and I was like, trust me, like they're so sweet. They don't try to get me on OnlyFans. Like they just want me there. Now that I've left the situation and it's been so long, I now realize that I don't know if they were looking for true friends. And I think it was almost a business opportunity, you know, for me to start OnlyFans. And I don't want to think that, but that's not how I felt in that moment. I felt like these people genuinely cared about me. And that's what was really, you know, I was gravitating towards that. So I end up, he buys me a plane ticket. I leave a few days after and I get to Florida. It's my first time in Miami. And when I got to the house, there was only one person there and it was a guy. And I had talked to him a little bit previously, but it was nothing like what I was expecting it to be. I was expecting to walk into, you know, open arms and people excited to see me. And it wasn't that. It was just very confusing. And I was very uncomfortable with certain things that had happened. I don't really want to talk about that. but I was very uncomfortable. I distanced myself until someone got home to the house, because there were no girls there. Jack wasn't even there. It was his employee.
Where were they?
I think they were getting alcohol, I'm pretty sure, because they were planning to go to Rock Bar, which is this club. But I locked myself in my room, waiting for somebody to come home. I was, just chilling.
Did you text them like, hey, I'm here? Like,
I texted Michelle and said, hey, where are you at? And they ended up coming home not too long after that and just saying, we're going to Rock Bar, like, get ready, like, we're going to the club. And I was like, okay, like, what's Rock Bar? Because I had no idea.
Yeah, it's not
I remember telling them,
there, so.
I've never been to a club or a bar in my life, and that was something that all of the guys said was really hot. They were like, that's so hot that you've never been to a club or a bar, like, we're taking your bar virginity.
Yeah, because, well, let's be honest, okay? This is coming from a dude. And all dudes, they could lie if they want to. But this is really what men with any kind of standards, this is really what they want. They don't want a woman that's going out partying every night. They don't want one that's out getting drunk every night. They don't want, so yeah, that is very appealing, you know, because that's hard to find nowadays. Like you find a female that's 25 and she's already ran through like 50 bodies. She's got she's got tattoos all over her body. Trying to find somebody that is just, I don't club, I don't drink, I don't smoke. That's why I'm that way. I don't go to bars, don't go to clubs, don't drink, don't smoke, do drugs, because that's actually harder and it's very rare. That's something I'm proud of. And it sounds like that might be something she's proud of, like, hey man, I don't do the clubs, I don't do the bars. Yeah, man, that's hard to find anymore.
Like, things like that. Yeah, I never drank publicly. Like, that was something that was kind of scary to me, especially in that moment. Like, I had drank before, obviously, like in high school, and you'd have parties here and there, but this was something like completely different. But we end up getting ready, going to Rock Bar, and for that entire week it was just so fun and it was positive, and OnlyFans wasn't brought up to me. It was just, all of us drinking, and for the first time in my life I had drank heavily. And the same goes for everybody. I think we were all intoxicated, I think. Well, for that
like
whole,
also maybe when you go into a situation, and like, I'm not saying it applies to everyone, like, I'm not.
Well, it didn't take long for her to lose it, did it? She went down the rabbit hole quick within a week.
I'm not saying this applies to everybody, but in a common situation, you drink to let loose to become better friends.
Absolutely. It was the icebreaker.
It was easy. It's easier to take a couple drinks, a couple shots, and then have a fucking conversation than it is to just go to a bar and be like, so, like, last time I saw you, get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, obviously everyone was going to get.
Yeah, it was definitely the icebreaker to everything, and what I believe was the icebreaker with Jack and I, because we didn't have any conversations really before that. He was very quiet and, like, to himself. But once we started drinking, and that whole week that I was there, and he was, we were on yachts every day and going to dinners and then going to the club after dinner, and it was this repetitive thing that we kept doing. And every time Jack would drink, he would just, he would kiss me, and then he would say, like, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I know you're my wife because you don't do OnlyFans. He would tell me, I know you're my wife because my wife would never do OnlyFans. So that kind of stuck with me. I was like,
How hypocritical is that, yo? He's got all these girls doing OnlyFans, but then he gets one that don't want to do OnlyFans. Like, yep. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's got all of them other girls around him. He don't want none of them because they're doing OnlyFans. He finds one that ain't doing OnlyFans. He wants to marry her. That just kind of proves my point.
Like, he's supportive of me, and like, maybe I could just be like a supportive girlfriend, and not do the whole OnlyFans thing. But at this time, I didn't know his involvement. I had no idea. Not at all. He was very private with everything. Even to this day, I don't know.
Was he like, so this whole yacht thing, like, is he, so you found him only talking to you when you guys were fucked up?
Yes, because we were drunk every day. Like when I tell you, like I haven't been through that.
Well, you can't put the blame on him, man. You know, she could have said, "No, I'm not going." So she kind of put herself in that position. So I don't feel sorry for her in that part. She didn't have to, unless they forced her, threatened her, like, "Hey, if you don't go, I'm going to kill you." But I don't know. She's not saying they did that though.
And even like now, like I could never keep up with that. I don't know if it was because it was so new for me, and it was also kind of new for him. I had learned because his brother and his parents would confide in, people that were closer to him, because I was new. They didn't really know me that well, but they were just really worried about his drinking, because they were like, that has never been a problem with him. Why is he doing it now? And I was just as confused, because I'm like, well, I'm not like this, so I'm not bringing this side out of him, because I don't drink. I don't do any of this type of stuff. But they were.
But okay, I'm confused now. She says she don't drink, but they were getting shit faced every day or every night. What? I don't know. We're gonna listen to more to this. She's contradicting herself here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't drink, but I'm getting shit faced every night.
He would get so blacked out drunk, like to the point of like not knowing where he is, forgetting everything, passing out. So anyways, I realized at this point, it's time to go home. I need to go home because I had a prior obligation for work, and it was going to Coachella. I was going with a brand. They flew me out, and it was my favorite brand. I had worked with them like a few times before that, and I told Jack what I was doing. I told him I was going to Coachella, and he tried to get me not to go at first. He was like, why can't you just cancel it? And I was like, well, this is something like I really want to go to Coachella. I've never been before. A brand is flying me out. I'm working for them. I signed contracts. Like I was really excited for it. I was pumped. But he just was like, I don't want you to leave. I want you to be here. I want you to be here.
So did you guys like?
Oh no!
Would you say like?
Please don't tell me she canceled her contracts. That'd just be fucking stupid. No.
You guys are talking now, like after like getting drunk, like you guys would kiss. Would you wake up and be like flirting with each other?
Not sober. It was the really weird situation. I feel like he was, we would drink every day, but then, he would take me to dinner, but he would be in his phone, kind of like in and out of, the conversations. But I was just like, well, maybe he's just shy. Maybe he's.
See, that's why I don't feel sorry for. I'm not saying some women get punked, okay? But a lot of them, they fucking go to the bar, they get drunk, and then you end up sleeping with a dude that you probably normally wouldn't sleep with if you were sober. Then they regret it the next morning when they are sober, and then try to get that dude arrested or in trouble. You know what I mean? That's the kind of bullshit I don't really agree with. It's like, hey, look, you might not have liked who you slept with, but you put yourself in that position. When you got drunk, when you went down to the bar, you got drunk, you put yourself in that position. At some point there's got to be some kind of self-accountability. You know what I mean?
Quiet, because everyone around me is telling me he really likes you. Like I can tell he really, really likes you. And, as this is happening, I'm in the front seat of his car. We're, sharing a bed, and we had never done anything at all. And I kind of respected that. I was like, it's hard to find a guy, especially at this age, that doesn't try to do something with me. I've been used to like guys that like are very attracted to just doing something, and I think that's why
like just very sexual
attraction, and that was something that was a lot different. And I was like, well, maybe like I can start to get to know his more emotional side. And it was like a friendship. It started out with a friendship, but also at the same time when we would drink, he would confess his feelings and he would say how he felt about me. And I was like, well, people would tell me, his sober thoughts are his drunk words, so
yeah, okay.
Again, that was his way of like, I guess, gaining confidence enough to talk to me, and then his friends, they would talk to me a lot more than he would directly, but they would always tell me what he would talk about, like saying like I'm so pretty and like all this stuff. So that was like my validation.
Obviously you like,
yeah, I'm starting to like him,
right?
But within that first week, something horrible happened to me.
Mm-mm.
He had a hometown friend there, that he had known
Staying with you.
staying with
In the
us
house.
in the house.
Okay.
He had just came from New York because that's where Jack is from. They had apparently had went to high school together. We went out this one night. Jack and I are obviously very together. Like we were
All
hugging
over
on
each
each other,
other,
all
right.
over each other. And I even remember his name's I remember came up to both of us and was like, "You guys are so cute." Like, so he obviously knew he had a girlfriend that was in New York as well, but he was here for spring break and just to, see Jack. He was very respectful, didn't really talk to me that much. We ended up going back home. We're, drunk. I wasn't as drunk as I would normally be because Jack was really
Okay.
drunk. And I would also make sure he was okay.
Okay, for her not drinking, now all of a sudden she's like really into drinking. So what's really the truth here? She didn't like bars and clubs and drinking, and now all of a sudden she's doing this shit like every night. Something ain't adding up.
Make sure everyone got home safe. He had his jewelry on, and I would even change him because he would be so intoxicated. So we end up going to bed. And I just remember waking up and his hand was in my pants. I was in the middle of him and Jack. It's okay. And I just felt so violated and scared. Like I had never been through a situation like that ever. And not knowing who it was, like I just woke up to a dark figure in the room next to me, laying in bed with his hands in my pants. I woke up freaking out. I pushed him away from me, and I'm like trying to tap Jack, and I'm like, Jack, and he's drunk as shit. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm pushing this guy off of me, and he doesn't care. I turned to the side, like closer to Jack, and I'm like trying to tap him. I'm basically on top of Jack in his back. And he just is saying, I'm gonna fuck you right now. And
Damn.
I woke him up, and Jack woke up, and he was like, I was like, get him out of here. Like, I don't know what to do. And he's trying to hump me from the back while I'm talking to Jack, and Jack is awake.
Damn.
And Jack is like, bro, get out of here. Like, what are you doing? Go. And he was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm fucking her right now.
Holy shit, dude. Shouldn't be laughing, but that's fucking that's fucking crazy, yo. That is crazy.
And I was just shaking. I was crying. I was in shock. And he just gets up and leaves the room. And I stayed awake that whole entire night. Like, and Jack went to bed. And I just was like, there's no way that fucking happened to me right now. Like, I don't know what to do. I wanted to go home. But I was like, well, in the morning, like, I guess, like, Jack will remember, like, like what happened. We end up waking up, and
Well, he's probably so drunk.
he was ready to go out the door for breakfast. And this guy meets us there at breakfast, and I'm sitting across from him the entire time. I'm like, I couldn't even look at him.
You didn't talk to Jack about it in the morning?
I didn't talk to him in that moment. I didn't even see him that day.
No, you didn't talk to Jack. You didn't say, like, do you remember what happened?
Not at this point, because I thought he was aware. I thought Jack remembered what happened that night and that we would talk about it, and it wasn't brought up. And I was like,
But you said he was drunk off of his ass. And you were having a hard time waking him up. What made you think he was going to remember?
everyone was ready for breakfast. I'm around a group of people. He was just like in our living room. I also am like, I don't know what to say, to Jack, because like this is his hometown friend. This is horrible. Like, I can't believe he did that to me, and I can't believe he did that to Jack. Like, knowing that we were talking and I was laying in his friend's bed, he still came into the room and did that to me. So while we're at breakfast, I'm like holding my tongue. I'm like,
Don't sound like much of a friend to me. Either that or maybe that's what they do, man. They get the girls there and everybody just taking turns, man.
I wish I talked to Jack before we fucking went to breakfast, because now I'm sitting across from this man who did this to me. I can't even, like, I was in my phone the entire time. I was like so uncomfortable trying to figure out a way to like tell everyone I needed to leave without causing a scene, because when you're in that situation, you don't know it. You don't know that you'll act that way, but like I was terrified to tell anyone. I felt ashamed, even though I had woken up with him doing that to me, and it was nothing in my control. I couldn't control that happening, but for some reason, like, I felt uncomfortable telling anybody. But we ended up going back home, and I pulled Jack aside. I was like, I need to talk to you. And I was like, do you remember what happened last night? He was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I was like, he did that to me. Like, and I explained it in detail, and he was like, holy shit, I remember. He was like, oh my God, like, I'm so sorry. He was hugging me. I was emotional, and I could tell he was getting emotional. And I just remember him going outside and telling Logan, who was his friend that he worked with, and like all of the guys that were there. And I don't know what conversation they had with him, but from that day forward, I had never seen ever again. Like, Jack fully cut him off. He wasn't at the house at all.
Well, that's what I'd fucking
do. It
do.
eventually came out like later on.
Okay, we'll give a point to Jack, right? He got rid of the friend. That's what I would have done. That ain't no friend of mine. I ain't gonna sleep with one of my friend's chicks, and I don't want them fucking doing it with me either.
While Jack and I were dating for over a year, he had texted Jack and apologized and said that he was on drugs that night, and he was tested positive. And he said, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. I was on drugs. I know. I don't know.
Fucking shit. Sick fuck.
I know. So that was like a traumatic experience that I had that I had never been through. And Jack was the one person that was there that knew about it, that he was in the same bed as me, and he was there, and he comforted me. And I told him, I was like, I just want to go home. Like, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm so uncomfortable.
Obviously.
And he was just like, no, like, you're amazing. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, this happened to you. I'm going to protect you. This will never happen ever again. Like, you're safe with me. Like, you can stay in my bed. You can just.
He can't even protect himself, man. He's got security guards around him 24/7. You know, he talks shit, and then he's got all these security guards around him. Let him talk shit without them security guards around. See how he acts.
Just, you can be with me. You're going to be okay. So I think that was the initial, protective instincts that he showed me, and I guess the loyalty. Even though he grew up with this person and knew him, and it was a childhood friend, even though like he did something so fucked up, like he was really there for me in that moment. So I ended up going back home and going to LA, and I went to Coachella. I still don't know what the whole situation was. I didn't tell my parents about the whole thing because, again, I felt disgusting. I didn't want to talk about it, and also I knew they were going to be like, you shouldn't be in that situation. But I knew that Jack felt different and would protect me now. Like, that's what I, was assuming, that he would never let anything like that happen to me ever again.
Right.
Too, maybe like when something like, obviously like that is so incredibly traumatic to a point where like you bonded over that.
We did.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's like I'm not saying you bonded over the fact that it happened to you, but you bonded over the fact that he was one person that heard you and believed you and was there and saw it. So it's like, that's there's some form of like connection that's formed in that moment. It's really called a trauma bond.
Yeah.
Like, you form a connection.
Trauma bond, yeah.
First time you see this protective instinct, the first time you're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That could be like military, That's why a lot of those guys bond together, because they're all fighting for each other's life, So yeah, if you go through something traumatic with somebody, yeah, you do you will bond. I mean,
this lifestyle that he's showing you, the clubbing, the partying, the yachts, the jewelry, like the everything, and then you get what I'm saying? So like, first time something goes wrong, he immediately steps up to the plate.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Every time I
just
felt
want you to know,
uncomfortable
like,
about a situation, he did do that for me. And I want people also to realize, I think a lot of people ask, like, why, if he was toxic in the beginning, why was I with him? But he wasn't. He was amazing. And I want people to know that, like, I didn't put myself in a toxic situation, but he was so different in the beginning. And I know, like, what people see of him online, like,
That goes for both sides, yo. That goes for male and female, man. When you get into a relationship, like the first year is like roses. But then after the first year, then you start seeing really, because you can only put up the front for so long. And eventually that gets tiring and old. And then the front starts to come down. Then you get to see how they really are, who they really are. So I get it.
it's obviously negative and all this stuff, but that wasn't who I fell for. It was not that. It was a protector. It was a provider. It was someone that had respect for me and, just made sure I was okay and opening the car door for me, taking me out to dinner, very respectful.
showing you a world of opportunities too.
Absolutely. And I also, on top of that, knew like everyone's passionate about the same thing. So like it couldn't get better. I was like, these people love social media. They do fun skits all the time. Like he was involving me in videos without having OnlyFans a little bit here and there. Like they would have like a little skit and then it was fun and I would be like, oh, that was funny. And it had nothing to do with, the whole OnlyFans side of things. But they did involve me in a little bit. But for the most part, that whole entire month of us hanging out with each other was just strictly clubs, yachts, drinking, dinner, fun. Like that was that. So I ended up going to Coachella. I had a great time, like
Really?
so much fun because I was also like, I have this group of people around me, a bunch of girls that I was friends with and did a lot of things before I had met Jack. That was kind of like my friend group, but it was like also for social media as well. They were very nice girls. So, Jack was in the back of my mind. I was like, I wonder what he's doing. But I did see that he was like with new girls. So I was like, like, I don't know if I'm going to go back to Florida. Like he seems to like be talking to other females. And I didn't really know. It was very up in the air. We weren't really.
Like with all the females he had there and they're doing OnlyFans, like what did she really think was going to happen or that he was doing? I mean, it's almost like she was just in denial of what was going on. Like I think deep down she knew what was going on. I think this is one of them cases where, you know, you think you can change somebody, and 9 times out of 10 you can't, man. When they show you who they are, believe it. Believe who they are.
Texting, and then when I had came back from Coachella, the day after Coachella ended, he texted me. He had just been through, I guess, a bad time because he had gotten his Lambo, like the new car, and there was a huge flood in Florida.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so that was like horrible for him at that time because his whole house was flooded. His car he thought was totaled. A lot of people in the house's cars were totaled. So he was like, I really need you. Like, I want you to come early and I want you to come back because I need you. And I was like, wow, like, I wasn't expecting him to say that. Like, he needed me. Like, he was there for me. He was
I need you. Yeah, he probably needs you to come make him some money so he can get him another Lambo.
there for me when things went wrong. So, like, I want to be there for him and I want to be able to support him through whatever he's going through. I know it was a hard time for him. He had lost his house. So I ended up planning a trip back. My parents, again, they're like, McKinley, are you ever going to come back home? Like, are you like, you keep traveling? And I was like, listen, like, I'm just having the time of my life right now. Like, I'm having so much fun. I'm with people that love me and care about me. I go back to Florida and he bought my ticket. Again, I also want to say it was always one ways. It was always a one-way ticket. It was never a return flight back. So I would just, it was up in the air.
What do you mean? Like he wouldn't buy you a
round trip. Yeah. So it was always
Why?
like, let me just buy you a ticket and we'll figure it out as we go. And
I'm not going to lie, y'all. That would probably be me too. Like, hey, man, I'll pay for your trip here. You paying for your ass going back because I'm petty like that. Not because of anything crazy. It's just like, hey man, it's 50-50. I pay one way, you pay the other.
That's what he said.
Yeah. I guess that's kind of where his head was at with things. I didn't really look at it like in a weird way. I was just kind of like,
That's a control tactic.
yeah,
I want you to know that. I know you know that, but like,
yeah.
No, I don't know that about that being a control tactic. No, I mean it can be, but I don't see it that way. I really don't. Because I would do the same thing. I'd be like, hey man, I'll pay for the trip here, you pay for the trip back, split it, whatever. I don't know that it's a control tactic. I mean, because he paid for the ticket. I don't think he was holding her a hostage. She could buy her a ticket on the way back unless she didn't have the money. But I'm sure she had the money.
that's so clearly him just controlling when you go, where you stay.
Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like, I can wrap my head around the fact that, like, okay, you meet this new girl, you're like so obsessed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to, you know, when you first meet somebody, you want to be around them 24/7.
Yeah.
So it's like, I get it. Like, oh, I just want her to
Not me, yo. I meet somebody new. I don't fucking want to be around them 24/7, yo. As a matter of fact, I'm the complete opposite. I'm usually the one that ends up kicking them to the curb because they want to be around too long. I'm like, dude, you got, girl, you need to get a hobby. You need to do something. I can't stand somebody to be around up my ass 24/7. I can't from the beginning or later on, man. I just can't do it. Cannot do it. Go. And then it's really weird, okay? So like let's say, like let's say, I don't like them being around me 24/7. Then I would tell them like go out with your friends or something, right? Then they'd tell me, "Well, I'm going out with my friend and there's going to be some other dudes there." And I'm like, "Good. Good. Go." So they get pissed because I don't get mad because there's going to be other guys there. I'm like, I don't really, if you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat. It doesn't matter what I say, anyways. So fucking go because I don't want you here 24/7, anyways. You know? It's really weird. It's like it's always like this reverse psychology game. You know? If you don't let them go, you're being controlling. If you let them go, and you know that there's other dudes there, they don't then it's you don't care about them. It's like you can't win either way.
stay. Like, I don't want her to go. I don't want her to go. But, like,
Right, yeah.
realistically, like, hey, do you have a commitment? Do you have something to do? Like, I'll buy you your flight back. Like, no worries. Like, what do you have to do? Like,
Yeah.
but just, I don't know.
Yeah, at that
I could
time
see
I was
both sides.
looking at it as he wants me there and
Right.
like, but now
Yeah,
after
it makes a lot of
everything, it
sense.
makes more sense. He wanted me there. But I was on my flight, I had a red eye, and before I went on the flight, he FaceTimed me with the whole group of people. It was Michelle and like all these girls. And they were just like, I'm so excited to see you. Like we're gonna have so much fun. We're going out to the club tonight. I hope you have a safe flight. I'll see you in the morning. And I was like, you guys have fun. Like, I'll see you soon. Jack was like, I miss you. I can't wait to see you. And I was like, okay, like, I feel like vibes have changed, like, between us. Like, I think he actually is, interested in me and, like, wants to get to know me. So I landed. I came to the house. It was a new house. They were staying in Airbnb because the one had flooded. And when I walked in, nobody was downstairs. It actually looked like a crazy like rager went on. Like there was alcohol everywhere, Solo cups everywhere. It was a mess.
Jeez.
So I remember, since no one was up and awake, even Jack, I was cleaning the area because I don't know.
What?
I was just cleaning. I felt like
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. I just started cleaning. OCD. I don't know.
Okay.
So as I'm cleaning,
Okay,
I look towards the stairs and I see this girl I've never seen in my life before. I had not met her. I didn't see any pictures of her. She walks downstairs and I'm just like, well, okay, well, I don't know who that is. We didn't really speak or talk. It was a little awkward. And then he walks downstairs and just starts laughing, like with his friends. And I was just like, Like, what's going on? He was very awkward hugging me. And I was like, this doesn't like seem right. Like, I'm confused. As soon
Yeah, he's probably sleeping with that girl, boy. Yeah, there ain't no loyalty with him, man. I mean, honestly, what did she think she was gonna get? She already knew there was a bunch of girls there. They're doing OnlyFans. You know he's messing around with them. I mean, I think she just thought she was gonna be able to change him somehow. Like she was gonna be the special one. Nah.
as soon as everyone wakes up and like the girls come to me, even his own friends, everyone that worked for him came up to me and said, listen, Jack hooked up with a girl last night. I don't want you to freak out.
Oh yeah, fuck me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
Right.
What are you fucking talking about? I just flew fucking across the fucking nation.
Right. That's what I was really upset. Like,
I mean, she shouldn't be surprised. What did she think was gonna? I mean, come on. He's got OnlyFans girls. You know he's hooking up with them. I mean, come on.
my stomach, like I felt like a pit. I was like, damn, bro. But then they were like, but it's okay because he said that he thought it was you. Yeah.
Oh, that is so fucking crazy. Dude, that's an excuse I need to try. Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm sorry, honey. This this fucking this girl I slept with, I thought she was you. Oh shit, I need to try that one. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Look, she wants to laugh. She knows it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Out of every fucking excuse ever, like actually ever, I've never heard of.
No, me neither. And
Genuine.
we look
oh
nothing
no,
alike.
no. No, you don't get it. I thought it was you.
Right.
No, I fucked her because I thought it was your pussy.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, that just pissed me off.
No, I mean
Maybe-
she had brown eyes. Like nothing looked like we looked nothing alike. But
what was she had like black hair, like jet black hair?
She well,
Well, he could have been blackout drunk. You said he likes to get blackout drunk. I mean, look, I'm not trying to cover for him, but I'm just throwing ideas out there. But yeah, dude, that's one I've never tried, man. Does that shit work? You're like, honey, I really thought like I understand that she has blonde hair and blue eyes and you have brown hair and brown eyes, but I could have swore that was you.
wasn't my hair. It was not my hair. But when they told me that, I was like, whatever. Like I'm not that dumb. Like I was like, okay, he obviously hooked up with this girl and she was sleeping in, my spot in bed with him. I was upset. I was hurt, but I was like, you know what? I'm not looking like we're not together. We're not labeled. But I was like, but I am here with all of these people. I don't know a lot of people, but we're always going out meeting new people. Like, let me just like hang out with everybody. And if he's that way,
okay,
then
so you were just thinking like, okay, it's casual.
I was like, well, I'm just still taking this opportunity. Like, he's a cool guy. We're probably not going to date because he's doing these things. But like, I'm down to meet new people. I'm down to.
She was just attracted to the cars, the houses, and the money that he probably don't have now, but he did have.
Be with
But you're
my
already
friends.
there.
Yeah, like I was already friends with the people that had invited me down there, and Jack was just someone that like I started to get to know, and like I wasn't expecting it. So, I took it for how it was. I was like, let's just see how the day goes, and that was the day I met you. That was the day that we went on the yacht, the prank. Yeah, babe. You're wearing a yellow bikini.
Bitch, talk about bad timing.
No, it was like really bad timing. By the way.
Okay, let me preface here. Okay, now I look like a piece of shit, but I
But you
didn't
weren't.
know.
You didn't
okay,
know. You didn't know.
The day I met McKinley, I was like working with Jack. I would say like I just started working with Jack, and he would go on these crazy yachts and like whatever, and he invited me on the yacht. So I was like, okay, cool. And he goes, listen, like I'm filming a YouTube video, and he was like, my girl McKinley, He
said
want you
my
to know-
girl.
Yes, like
Right.
you were his girl. Like it was very clear. Like he made it clear to me
Mm-hmm.
that like you were someone that he was seeing, so he wanted to pull a prank on you. And he was like, the video was that McKinley was gonna catch me and Jack like in this like yacht bedroom together, and there were like cameras everywhere, and she was gonna walk in, and it was gonna seem like
You guys were together.
we were together, and you were supposed to see it, and I was supposed to be like, oh no, it's a prank. That was a real thing that happened, and me not knowing that a real situation like this happened
The day that you did it, yeah.
the same day.
The same
It's so
day.
funny, not funny. It's ironic how as soon as she opened the door,
Man, you don't want to play pranks like that on anybody, yo. You know, when you play pranks like that, that always creates doubt. Then you're always fighting. When you pull pranks like that, it's you might as well just go ahead and call it over because it's gonna be done. Because every time you fight, that shit's gonna come up. Even if it really didn't happen and it was a prank, they'll never let it go. Never.
her face just was kind of like, and then she closed the door and walked out. And I was like, oh, I shot up out of the bed and I was like, wait, McKinley, like it's a joke. And you were like, it's fine. I remember her being like, it's fine. Like it's not that big of a deal.
She was confused as to why I wasn't reacting.
Freaking
more.
out because you tell, first of all, let me tell you something. Let my man pull some bullshit like that. I'm raging. I'm breaking shit. I'm going crazy. So the fact that you didn't, and he had introduced you to me as like his girl, like I was really confused by your reaction, but I guess this makes perfect sense.
No, yeah, I was like catching him with a second girl today. I literally remember that so clear. I was like, where's Jack? Where's the girl in the yellow? I remember I said the girl in the yellow, and I was like, they're probably downstairs. It's okay. I mean, like it's what I'm expecting. Like at this point, like he's a man-ho. Like I opened the door and I didn't have any reaction, and then everyone was like, what's wrong? Like you asked me, and I was just like,
Come on. There's hoes on both sides. Don't make it sound like it's just dudes. There's female hoes, there's male hoes. There's hoes on both sides.
I don't care. But in the back of my head, I'm like, this is that prank. It just like kind of validated how I felt that day. I was like, even though it was fake, I was like, I don't know like
It's
how
so
to feel about
fucked
that, you know?
That was the beginning of the end. Like in a sense of like that is the tactic he used on you throughout the entire relationship. It's just for content.
Just for content, yeah. And that was like
But that
was real emotion.
That was real. That was a real scenario that happened that morning.
Yeah.
So what happened? Did you ever talk to Jack about like why?
I didn't feel like it was my place for some reason. I'm going to therapy right now. Like I'm working on getting better at communication skills, and like if I'm not okay with something and there's a boundary broken, I want to be able to voice that and like feel comfortable doing that. But at that time, like I really didn't. Like I was afraid of getting hurt. I was afraid of looking dumb. I was afraid of him saying, well, we're not anything. Like I can do what I want. So I just wanted to, you know, from afar, from a distance, like see how you
I mean, technically, they wasn't girlfriend boyfriend. They never had a label, so yeah. I mean, he could do whatever he wants.
operate. If you're doing this in front of girls, I'm not going to pursue you. Like if you're doing all of this in front of me, then it's wraps. Like we're not going to be doing anything. And that was something like I feel like I made very, very apparent to him. I was like, loyalty is my number one thing. Like loyalty, because I'm a loyal friend. I'm a loyal girlfriend. I'm so loyal.
Loyalty is hard to find anymore, yo. That shit is hard to find anymore.
To people, and that's the only thing I want is loyalty and respect. He was so respectful to me. Like when I tell you, like he would even go as far as saying, I could never imagine getting mad at you or yelling at you. You're too sweet. You're too unproblematic. That's what I love about you so much, is that you're so unproblematic. You're not confrontational. Like he was so respectful. And I'm not a confrontational person. I don't like confrontation. And that's something, again, I'm working on, is just, you know, not letting people walk all over me. And I feel like I was very quiet, and I'm a very quiet person, but I'm not dumb. I'm observant. I know what's going on even though it may not look like that. So I always kept
Mm.
my guard up with him, especially in the beginning. I was like, I'm witnessing him flirting with girls in front of me, but he calls me his girl and none of them and doesn't claim them. So it was like this constant confusion of like, does he like me or is he flirting with these girls in front of me? Did like,
It's almost like he's, and hear me out, like I get it, like keeping you on your toes, like I don't want to give her too much. I don't want her to know that I'm so in love with her. I don't want her to know that I'm too into her, because
Yeah.
I understand that some girls are like unattracted if a guy is like too overly obsessed with you, but I
Yeah.
think that flirting and making it seem like you're fucking other women is a turn off. That's not a turn on,
right, yeah.
at least for me.
No,
like
for me-
personally, like I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, like I want to fuck him even more because he's fucking
He's
other
with
girls.
other girls.
Like that's not.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was trying. Maybe.
I think so too.
But everybody's different, yo. Some people are into that bullshit. Not everybody, but some people are. You never
I
know,
think so
man.
because he was with a girl before me and there was this like whole situation and that was even some drama. Like she, during this time especially, she bullied me, hated me, would talk the worst possible things you could ever say about anybody, but like be nice to my face. But apparently, it was kind of the same situation. He was feeling her for a little bit and then I came into the picture. I had no idea that they were even seeing each other or were a thing, but I come into this situation not knowing this, and I have this random girl hating me, and I don't know her. And I was just like, I was honest with Jack, and I was like, hey, listen, like, I think you need to have a conversation with her because she's signed to him, she works with him, and I know that I don't give you anything. Like, you don't have my OnlyFans, like, you don't work together, but like, I would hope that you have respect for me as your girl to like say, yo, chill, like, don't say that about her, don't do this, don't do that. But that was like a game for him. I felt like, having her living with us in the same house, an ex-girlfriend, which that's just messy in itself. But like he would flirt with her in front of me and then, she would talk about me to him in really negative ways and I would hear it. And I was just like, where's the respect? Like I was very, very confused as to why he acted like that. But then he would just tell me, you don't have to worry about these girls. They're just jealous of you. That's what he would tell me. Not, they're in the wrong, whatever. He'd be like, I know who you are. So like,
Yeah, he's just playing mind games with everybody. Which I don't look. I don't believe in the mind game bullshit because that just starts fights and usually ends to the end of a relationship. But yeah, don't be playing mind games, man. That shit never ends good.
you shouldn't care what anyone says about you because I know you. That's what he always told me when I would have a problem with something ever. If he was flirting with girls or, talking to his ex in a certain way, I would be like, why are you doing that? And then he'd be like, but you know that it's different. Like you're different from all of them. So looking back, I mean, the red flags were there, but he did take into consideration what I had to say at this point.
Like playing both sides.
He was, but I would confide in him,
Yeah.
tell him what I had a problem with and the boundaries I had set. But I also knew we didn't have a label. So when I would go to my friends like Michelle and say, hey, like this is happening, I don't know what to do, they'd be like, you just need to talk to him. And I'd be like, well, I don't.
I mean, a label doesn't mean shit anymore either, man. Dude, you could be boyfriend, girlfriend today and both sleeping with somebody tomorrow. Man, a label don't mean shit. Not anymore. Shit, being married anymore don't mean shit. As soon as things get hard, boy, get on the phone, dating app. Next person.
know what to say because we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. He technically can do whatever he wants. So, I was always really confused. I was like, is he going to ask me to be his girlfriend? Is he going to continue to kind of disrespect me because we don't have a label on it and he feels like he can? So that was something I was very confused with. We were continuing for 2 months to just drink and go to dinner and go on boats. And then I had went back home to Vegas for like a few days. And then
But see, in a way, I don't know if I feel sorry for her because she knows what's going on, but she still continues to hang around, still going to the parties, still drinking, For somebody that didn't like bars and clubs, now all of a sudden she seems to like the bars and clubs. So I don't know if I believe her on that first statement.
I went back, and that's when he moved into his brand new house. And by the way, I also want to mention that he didn't pull out a camera or film anything when I was getting to know him. He didn't prioritize filming whatsoever. I had no idea how anybody made money in that house. I was like, nobody's filming videos. What is everyone doing? It was just fun. So when I came back from Vegas, and
Yeah, they're all doing OnlyFans. All his girls doing OnlyFans. Shit, Jack might even have an OnlyFans. I don't know.
why I kept
I ain't trying to go look either.
giving him chance after chance, even though I was kind of seeing things that bothered me and that were crossing, boundaries that I would have never let happen in a normal relationship. But again, this is not normal because he was, so involved with social media, and that was something that, I actually looked up to. Like with him, I looked up to how much he was involved in social media and also just his passion for it and his work. But I think most of the reason why I stayed and why I kept coming back and why I kept giving him chance after chance was because he was providing an illusion that he cared for me and that he was a genuine caring person that, wanted the best for me. And he was also providing me a life that I had never had seen before. In Miami,
Yeah, she was there for the money. I mean, plain and simple, she was there for the money. Plain and simple.
I'm 20 years old. I had never been to a bar or a club or like seeing these boats. Like it was something that was so new to me, and it was exciting in itself. Even without a boyfriend or whatever, that was an exciting moment for me. And
So behind closed doors, he was like, was it different behind closed doors? Like, what was he telling you? Like,
it was a lot different behind closed doors. He would, if I had a problem with something that, a girl had said about me that he was working with, he'd be there for me and comfort me and make me sure that he was all about me. And that's all I had to worry about was what he thought of me, not anybody else in the house. So I kind of took it for how it was. I listened to his advice because, again, I'm not a confrontational person. Someone could say things about me and I'm still not going to go up to you and say, you said this. Like, I'm not that type of person. I'm very, it gives me anxiety even thinking about it. So I continued. And
I'm the opposite. I'm confrontational. I don't like to be confrontational, but I can be if I need to. Well, I'll tell somebody about their ass in a heartbeat.
He was still, buying me things, taking me out to dinners, but it was less like how it was in the beginning because we didn't have the alcohol. He didn't have the confidence, I guess, to have normal conversations with me because we were all sober. Alcohol was something that I never needed to, have conversations with people, but he was very locked in, I would say, like to his phone and to his job. And
really?
He is. And it's a really bad. Anyone close to him knows.
I kind of, I knew because I've watched him like during like the Tesla stream, like
yeah.
And he would joke around and be like, "Bro, you gotta do Adderall. Like it'll keep you. It's so W, bro. Like it'll keep you sharp. Like it'll keep you going. Like bro, I've like 3 days. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time though, like I know he does have like ADHD. So I was like, okay, maybe. I genuinely at some point was like, oh, it's just like he's just prescribed Adderall and he takes Adderall.
Right. He buys it, and he's actually not prescribed even anymore. But that it became a problem with him, especially with the drinking. He would. That's why he got so drunk because he was, tweaking out on Adderall as well, and that's something you can't mix. So that's why I really looked out for him and I worried for him because I knew he was taking the Adderall. And I didn't think it was a problem at first. I really didn't because, again...
Taking any medication with alcohol is never a good idea. Never. I mean, all alcohol does is just amplifies whatever you take. That's how people overdose, man. Sorry, I had to adjust. Freaking, I need to get a new chair, man. This chair ain't very comfortable.
Like, people are prescribed Adderall for ADHD.
Yeah.
And he clearly, he has ADHD.
Yeah.
but he would take it in ways that you shouldn't take it, like popping 2 at once. And you would have that, you
Damn.
know, that feeling of just like bouncing off the walls. It's why he was, you know, so blackout drunk when he would drink. It was that on top of the alcohol, mixing that. It was horrible. There were times where I felt like I had to call the fucking ambulance because he was saying like, I feel like I'm gonna die. My heart's beating out of my chest. And I was like, you cannot mix these things. Like, I don't know what to do. But this was something that he took, you know, sober too. When I went there and like we went to the new house and he started filming more, you know, his way of success was Adderall. And he would always make jokes about that. He would give it to his employees. He would say, you'll work better if you take this. You'll be more sharp. You'll be more efficient. Like you said, like he really tried to get a lot of his employees on it because they were doing exactly what he was doing. He needs his filmer to be on Adderall. He would want the people he's working with to be on the same page because you're just like go, 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 constant go.
That's fucking crazy.
So again, I felt very uninvolved in everything. And on top of that, he would, you know, shower me with gifts and spoil me. And that was something that, you know, I was very thankful for, but it also became very negative because I realized that the girls were really upset about it. And I was confused because I was like, are they just... He was telling me they were jealous. I was like, well, it might be that, but it's like, why are they so upset at you getting me these things if you're not if you don't have a relationship with any of the other girls? Like, it's just a little weird. Because if I'm your girl, then it wouldn't be weird.
Yeah, you know that he was having relationships with them other girls. He's still got a bunch of them girls around him to this day.
For them to see that you're buying me anything. So a few weeks pass, you know, I'm still doing my things. I'm getting sent, you know, clothes, and I'm modeling the clothes, and I'm doing brand deals in the house. And I remember one of the girls had a conversation with him and just said, you know, like, what value does she bring to you? Like, she brings no value. She makes you no money.
Huh?
Oh.
Yeah. She was like, all she does is take selfies, and she's around the house, and she does this. She's unemployed. She doesn't do anything. Like, she doesn't make you any money. That's when I started piecing together that these girls, you know, they make money from OnlyFans, but he also takes a large chunk. And I never knew what chunk of money was taken because he has everyone on.
Yeah, he's pimping the girls out, man. Yeah. I mean, he's pulling like an Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate did the same thing with like Andrew Tate had like a webcam business where girls get online, chat with the dudes. Kind of like same thing.
NDAs, and they were unable to talk about it. But also at the same time, I did have a lot of the girls confide in me because I wasn't involved, and I had no involvement in the business side of things. And they would just tell me, like, you know, how unhappy they are with the contract that they're in. They told me about it, and I wasn't on that type of contract, but that was how he did things in the beginning, I guess, when people were less aware and more naive. I don't want to get into specifics in people's business, but I know that was probably, looking back on it, the reason why they were so upset at him showering me with gifts with their money. I mean, that's just from how I felt, at least, you know, and leading on to the situation.
Yeah, using our money from OnlyFans to buy her shit.
He ends up this one night taking me to dinner. He said that it was a business dinner. And he was like, I want you to come with me. I'm meeting up with my business guy. I'm not saying his name. We end up going. It's a really nice dinner. It's with a bunch of other people I had never met before, but it was this older guy.
Probably Wes Watson.
And Jack introduced.
Because if y'all haven't seen the videos, there's plenty of videos out there now of Jack and Wes having dinner and being over to each other's houses and stuff.
We start talking a little bit, and he just brings up, so why don't you have an OnlyFans? This man, he's like in his 40s.
And you've never met him before?
Never had met him before. I was like, well, it kind of caught me off guard, especially like coming from an older man. I was just kind of like, that's the first thing you say to me is, why don't you have an OnlyFans? I was like, it's against my morals. That's all I said. I was like, it's just the way I was raised. Like, I that's something not in the cards for me. And I'm firm on that. And he said,
good for her. Good for her, man. A lot of girls ain't like that nowadays, man. Good for her.
Fuck your morals.
Fuck your morals.
He said, fuck
I bet you this was Wes. That sounds exactly like something Wes Watson would say, yo. Fuck your morals.
your morals. And I was that I didn't know what to say to that. Like, I've never had anyone, especially, again, an older person saying that to me. And I was really offended. I was sitting there at the dinner table, they're just talking about random things. And when we got in the car, I told Jack, I was like, I'm offended. Like, I don't want you to put me in a situation like that ever again, because you know how I feel about all of this. And that was like really like awkward for me. And I don't want you to do that to me again. So he apologized. He said he wasn't going to bring it up again. And in that moment, just piecing everything together, I think that's when he realized
You were serious.
I was serious. I didn't want to do it. No matter how many people asked me, he never asked me. He never did, but his people would ask me. His
So he would go and
employees.
tell people like, yo, do you think
Yeah.
you think she'll do it? Like, you think this week if I fly her out here, she'll do it?
Or if I buy her this, if I do this, if I do that. So he realized that. I was very firm on it. I even went so far to tell him, don't do that to me again. Like, that was offensive. Please don't do that to me again. So we
Damn,
go back. The
we
dynamic
need more like her, man.
at this point has changed. Like, I feel very alone. I feel like I should leave because he's, still flirting with me. We're still sleeping in the same bed. He's still like,
Had you guys hooked up here?
no. We didn't hook up or do anything for a year and a half into our relationship.
Wow.
Nothing. I know.
No head?
Nothing. No head. But no,
You went a year and a half, no head?
none of that.
He went a year and a half, no head?
No, not
I mean,
at
you would
all.
want to give him head, but regardless. Continue.
So, now I want to start talking about the whole situation as to why I am sitting here right now with an OnlyFans, even though it was against everything that I.
Okay. Well, I guess that takes care of that. For her being so innocent and pure, she has an OnlyFans now, y'all. God dang it. I take all my statements back.
wanted for myself.
Yeah, like what happened? What happened? Like, especially with the shift, like him realizing, like, oh,
Because what it was is she probably knew that now that she had the fame, she could probably do an OnlyFans and make some killer money. Oh, damn, dude. Boy, she was making herself sound like an angel. Now all of a sudden she's got an OnlyFans.
fuck, like there's really nothing I can do to get this girl to.
Yeah.
Why didn't he send you home?
Well, he kind of tried to do that. I'll never forget this night because it was honestly the night that changed my life. For a long time, I beat myself up over it. Even like to this day, I'm like, I wish I wasn't as naive. But again, like, I cannot blame myself for feeling this way, like, ever. I know.
It's not your fault.
I know. I have to remember that.
It is not your fault, McKinley.
I know.
It's not your fault. Okay?
Yeah.
So you don't, there's no, it happened and it's not your fault.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
got an
I'm-
OnlyFans now. Jeez.
It wasn't, people can say, what they can say, and no, nobody forced me into something. Like, not at all. But with, being with him, keep in mind, this is probably like 3-4 months into us knowing each other and like building a relationship. I'm building a relationship with a guy, and not only a guy, but my closest friends that I've known for a while. I met you. I met Michelle. I met everybody that was there, and it wasn't just me losing a boyfriend. It was me losing everything that I had built. So, I'll never forget this night. Michelle walked into the bathroom I was in. I was by myself, And she basically told me, listen, don't freak out, but Jack really wants you to start OnlyFans, and he said that there's no reason for you guys to be together if you're not helping. And I broke down in
Oh,
tears.
wow.
I was like, wow. Like, everything that he had said to me, like, oh, I know you're my wife because you don't have one, and getting me
Yeah, he just wanted her to make him some money. He was hoping eventually she'd crack. But I guess she did crack anyways, because she started her own OnlyFans. So I guess in a way he won, technically. Just he ain't getting the money. Oh shit. My bad, y'all. Where the hell was we at? I done fucked it up. Hold on.
wasn't leading on to the situation. But he ends up this one night taking me to dinner.
Okay, we gotta go a little
Like,
bit further forward.
he was always there when I needed something. If I didn't have the control over me when it came to other people, again, like, I cannot blame myself for feeling this way. Like,
Okay, this is
ever.
about where we was.
I
It
know.
is not your fault.
I know. I have to remember that.
It is not your fault, McKinley.
I know.
It's not your fault. Okay?
Yeah.
So there's no, it happened and it's not your fault.
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't, people can say, you know, what they can say, and no, nobody forced me into something. Like, not at all. But with, you know, being with him, keep in mind, this is probably like 3-4 months into us knowing
This
each
is
other
crazy.
and like building
Why
a
does she have
relationship.
an OnlyFans
I'm
then?
building a relationship with a guy, and not only a guy, but my closest friends that I've known for a while. I met you. I met Michelle. I met everybody that was there, and it wasn't just me losing a boyfriend. It was me losing everything that I had built. So, I'll never forget this night. Michelle walked into the bathroom I was in. I was by myself, and she basically told me, listen, don't freak out, but Jack really wants you to start OnlyFans, and he said that there's no reason for you guys to be together if you're not helping. And I broke down in tears.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. Like, everything that he had said to me, like, oh, I know you're my wife because
And you know what's fucked up is Jack's parents probably know this is what he does. And they subscribe to this bullshit because he buys his parents Rolexes and shit like that. Probably pays for their house and stuff. But damn, dude. And you know his parents know he's doing this shit.
you don't have one. And getting me to go to dinner and try to get me on OnlyFans, but it didn't work. Now it's an ultimatum. He wanted me, when he realized he didn't have the control over me when it came to other people and like what they could say, he realized that he did need to create an ultimatum for me. And that was hard for me. And he knew that. He knew what I felt and how I felt about him and the whole situation, and how I would tell him like how happy I was and like how this is so fun for me. So I cried and I was like, let me talk to Jack. Like, I just need to talk to him. I was thinking, you know, if I go and talk to him and just say, you know, this is how I feel about this, like, he'll respect it again. And like, if he sends me home and, you know, doesn't want to be with me because of this, then like, I guess it is what it is. But I didn't want to lose that. And that was what I was like prioritizing. It wasn't what I could make on OnlyFans. I had no idea. I had no idea how much money you could make on OnlyFans. I just knew that I really liked this guy and that he was such a safety blanket for me. I felt like he was always there when I needed something. If I needed to go to the doctor, he would make sure I would go to the doctor. He was very caring. But I remember walking into the room that he was in. He was alone, also with one of his employees, and I walked in and they just start laughing. I didn't think it was funny. I guess they were just like, because Jack had never brought up OnlyFans to me, so it was like,
Because he made everyone else do it.
very awkward. Yeah, he made everyone else do it, which was, it's sad looking back on it because that was something I respected. I was like, I respect the fact that he cares about my beliefs and he understands that. And
Yeah,
by the
bullshit.
way, I
No, he was
also
just trying to groom
again
you.
want to say I had no idea what he was doing and what business deals he had with these people. I was just trusting him as someone that cared about me. Like, I didn't think he would fuck me over. I didn't think anything of it. I was like, well, maybe this will be a good decision. After talking to him, I was explaining how this is not in the cards for me, Jack. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, my parents, like, I can't even imagine what they would think if I did this. And he was like, your parents are going to get over it. Like, they're going to realize how much money you're going to make. And I was like, am I though? Like, I had no idea. I was like, am I going to make money? I don't know. And they were like, you are going to be.
So she ends up going to OnlyFans anyways, even after they split, because of the money. So she ain't as pure and innocent as we all thought, or she was making herself out to be in the beginning.
Very well off. They were like, this is going to be the biggest success ever. And Jack was telling me, he was like, you're going to be, my main girl. Like, we can post together. We can finally act like boyfriend and girlfriend. We can start doing things together. And like, it's not reasonable for you to be in my life if you're not involved in my life. And I understood that at the time. I now, if that was said to me, it would be a lot different. I think we changed so much. When I was 20, I'm not the same person as I was when I was 20. Like, I've grown a lot in these 2 years, and I really believe that me being a supportive girlfriend, if I am in this guy's life and he does YouTube and all of these things and he's filming his life constantly, why wouldn't I, help him? It was never a me thing. It was never, oh, I think I should do this. I think we would do great together. It was him and saying he had a vision and that we could make something great. So I tried to shut down the conversation, and I just agreed to it. And in my head, I was like, I am not doing this. I'll have a conversation with him tomorrow, and I'll just be like, listen, I've been thinking about it. I can't do it. Like, that's where my head was at. But I just literally, I wanted to stop the conversation. I was so uncomfortable. I had Michelle and his other employee and him just like telling me how successful it's going to be. And, that was something that I didn't know for sure. I didn't know if, like, I would start it and then, like, my parents would never speak to me again. I was fully preparing myself for that. We ended up going to bed, and I woke up. And
yeah, because her parents would be so proud to know if he's got an OnlyFans now, even after they split.
That morning, he had a contract in hand, and he told me to sign it. I didn't even have the opportunity to talk to my parents about it. I was going to call my mom because my mom was more comforting, in that situation, because my dad obviously didn't want to talk to him about that at all. But I didn't even have time for that or for any legal representation. He gave me the contract, and he basically just said, sign it. I read through it, and I didn't like how it said, he owns all of my social media accounts, because again, I had a following. I had 500,000 followers on TikTok.
Dang, he owns your social media accounts. Oh, fuck that, dude. And social media accounts are hard to build up, man. And streaming, I'm finding that out. That shit don't happen overnight. And then gonna sign a contract to hand it over? Hell no.
Over 100K on Instagram. That was something I had built for years, and that was something that I held very close to me. So I was like, I just want to make sure, like, in this contract, do you actually own all of my accounts, even the ones that I have? And then he was like, no, the contract means nothing. Like, we can change anything, but it's whatever. Just sign it.
Yeah,
so
whatever.
I signed it.
Bullshit.
And then first words that came out of his mouth were, "You're now Jack Doherty's girlfriend." And that was the day that we had a label. I was still waiting on the, actual ask and like the, hey, will you be my girlfriend? But from that day forward, he filmed with me, filmed videos with me, and called me his girlfriend online. So I was like, well, at least he's labeling it as we're boyfriend and girlfriend online. That's different than what he used to do. Like, he didn't do any of that. But again, I'm still lacking the, hey, will you be my girlfriend? Like, we're dating now. Like, we never talked about it. It was just kind of unspoken. But I'll never forget this time we went to New York to his parents' house. It was like my first time meeting, people close to him, and one of his really close friends that he grew up with, she asked, what are you guys? Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? And that was the first time someone had asked, like, that question, and I
Uh,
didn't say anything. I looked at Jack and I was like, are we? And he was like, I mean, what's the difference? And then I was like, there's a huge difference. I was like, what do you mean? Like the label, I feel like girlfriend and boyfriend, you're exclusive to each other. You're with each other, and like, that's that. And he was like, well, I would never ask you to be my girlfriend. That's gay. And I was like, well,
oh, damn. There was so many. I don't even know if I feel sorry for her. There was so many red flags, and she just kept. She was there for the money and the lifestyle, man. I don't know if I feel sorry for her anymore. She had so many red flags and still kept trying to.
well,
I would
I
never ask you to be my girlfriend. That's homosexual.
right. Yeah.
I would never, as a man, ask you to be my girlfriend because that's a homosexual thing to do.
Yeah, it didn't really click with me either. That caught me off guard. I was like,
What-
okay.
What is can I ask ChatGPT, what is the actual logic? Sorry, okay,
I don't know.
right.
Um,
I'm sorry, by the way, that's every girl, like, that's how you build a life. Like you ask to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Years down the road, you ask to be
Yeah.
a fiance. What was he just?
I mean, again, like he's feeding me these things like he is into me, but I didn't feel like
Yeah, he's just
boyfriend
trying
and
to groom
girlfriend
her.
because again, we're lacking the sexual chemistry. We're not really talking when we're sober, but what we do have in common is that we have a lot of fun when we film together. And like that was what I was lacking before because I wasn't involved. So now that I'm involved, like
Got
he
you.
fully was prioritizing me and almost like not putting the girls on the back burner, but just like prioritizing me as Jack's girlfriend online. And obviously like I was in more videos and that was something that was always a priority. But that also started to make the girls not like me either. So even though I'm just, doing me and like just trying to navigate the relationship aspect, I'm also trying to navigate, why these girls hate me. Like I don't do anything. I don't know what to do. He labeled me as this. We're talking. He's telling me this, but he's probably telling them other things. I didn't know.
He's probably telling them the same
But we were
thing.
laying in bed this one night after we had came back from that New York trip, and he was like, remember what my friend brought up about me and you being boyfriend and girlfriend? I was like, yeah. And he was like, is there really a difference? And I was like, I think that there is a difference. And then he was like, well, I mean, I always said it was gay when you ask someone to be your girlfriend, but I guess I'll be gay. Do you want to be my girlfriend? That's how he asked me.
Oh, but he wouldn't do it in front of his
From
friend.
that day forward, I knew we were exclusive. It wasn't the best way to ask, but apparently he was too good to, respectfully ask me. And by the way, I also want to say the second I signed to him and gave him, access to my accounts and all of this stuff, the disrespect started showing. Like he was not as
Yeah.
respectful as he was in the beginning. A dinner, you could forget about it. We didn't go out we never went on dates.
Oh,
We
wow.
never did anything like how we did in the past.
Yep, the
He
grooming
was
is
strictly
over.
just, content. So I was like, how do you keep up with all of this stuff? Like I'm exhausted. Like how does your life, like how do you continue to do this? And he was like, it's Adderall. Like you should try. He was like, you will be successful.
Oh, wow.
I'm not proud of it at all, but I had a horrible Adderall addiction dating him because of him telling me I needed to keep up with him. And also it's like when Jack's face is somewhere, I was always there. I had to keep up with him
Damn.
without that substance. And when I did that,
No wonder he's going to end up in prison, yo. Not too long, he's going to end up in prison. I guarantee it. I know he already got arrested just recently, but damn.
I felt more motivated, and it gave me a feeling. I'm not on it anymore, thankfully, but that ruined my life. I couldn't function without it. It became,
So when he did it, you would do it.
when he did it, I would do it every morning before I could even eat breakfast. I did it because
Wow.
we needed to go downstairs and film as soon as we woke up. We had no time to eat. He hated when people ate. He would get mad at people when we were eating and saying we were wasting time and we needed to focus on content and we're taking too long to eat. So I went through a very long period with just not eating and just waking up and taking Adderall. And I weighed 140 pounds when I moved down to Florida. I wasn't eating for like a week at a time. Like I was just not hungry. I was stressed out. I was depressed because again, I'm dealing with him constantly flirting with girls in front of me. He's telling me one thing. I'm so confused. All while trying to prove to him that I am different and I want to work, because a lot of the people that he has signed, they didn't have social media presence and videos were just like something they had to do because whatever, like they were in college, they weren't passionate about it, but I loved filming. I loved, meeting people, and starting a YouTube channel was my dream. So I started a YouTube channel and it took off, and he didn't want me to do it at first. He said it was a waste of time. Looking back, I'm so grateful and thankful that I had people around me that really wanted me to do it as well. His employees really pushed me, which was my filmers and all that stuff, and they made it possible for me to do that. And within the first month of me starting YouTube, I gained 1 million followers, and that was something I was so proud of. And I felt like him seeing that would also just like, I was craving something, and I just wanted him to see how successful I was. Yeah, I wanted validation, and I think that's a lot of the reason.
Damn, I can only imagine for a million followers on YouTube, man. Shit, I ain't even at 1,000 yet. I think I'm at like 385 or 386 or something like that.
I was very motivated, not only because I wanted to do it for myself, but I was like,
proving to him.
I want to prove to him that I'm a hard worker and that I'm here for him, and I want to, create this amazing thing for us where you make money and I make money.
Like an empire. You wanted to build an empire with him.
Absolutely. And that was what my mindset was. But within the first month of me starting OnlyFans, a brand new thing started happening for him, and that was streaming. And instead of, him pulling out a camera and filming a few minutes of his day, it started to become for 24 hours long. He'd have a camera, and then it would be 36 hours, and it would be really long live streams. But if you guys watched Jack in his early days of streaming, you know how chaotic it was. I want to actually play a few things for you guys and for you to see, the difference in the content he was doing, especially in the earlier days. It obviously was a lot different as the years went on, but in the very beginning stages, it was very, very chaotic. And I want to show you guys what it looks like.
Somebody called and said you wanted yourself.
Bitch ass nigga.
Damn.
I told you. Whatever. My chat's not gonna care what your chat's.
Recording. I'm gonna break the camera. I don't care.
Don't touch him. Look at this guy. Don't put your hands up. Chump.
Oh, fuck.
Damn.
What's up, nigga? Fuck you, bitch. Walk.
Wait, what'd he do? I don't know. Wait, did he take? I didn't do anything. It's because we're all.
Jeez.
I have a problem. I literally am. I'm going to rehab. Okay.
But in these early days of streaming, again,
I have a problem. I'm going to rehab, okay? Yeah, he needs to do something.
OnlyFans was very new to me. It was something I was very insecure about. That was something I got to a point where I was like, I can't even look at you in the mirror, like to myself. Like I didn't know how to tell people. I didn't want people to know that about me in this moment. And while he was streaming, he would have these people come over and grill me and say, "You're going to hell. You are a whore." Like just constant degrading comments.
Shit.
Which made me overthink a lot of things. And all this is happening on live stream. So it's not only, just happening in private, but these things are getting said to me. And
happening
all
live
while
now.
he's mistreating me. He's actively cheating on me, telling me it's all just for content. I was so emotional. I was crying constantly. He would come over to me and say, it's all for content. It's all fake. Like, don't worry about it. It's all for the camera. Like, I'm here for you when I'm not streaming. Like, it's just for the stream.
Damn.
But this made me feel like I was crazy because I was questioning my own reality. I'm actively watching you, getting twerked on by girls. I'm actively watching you talk about how fine this girl is and how you're going to DM her, and like actively DMing girls on live stream and just doing things that I would never in a million years let happen in a normal relationship. Like I'm so big on loyalty. So him saying it's all for content, it's all for the camera, it confused the hell out of me. I was so confused. But again, this is so new to me. I'm like, okay, well, I guess. But there was a certain point where I fully just left the situation and let him do what he wanted to do on his streams and not associate myself with his streams. I started to not really show my face and just hide in my own room because, if I went downstairs, I could possibly be in an altercation with a girl that he called a whore, or he would degrade women, and then what do the women do? They look at the girl he's dating and they're like, why are you letting him talk to me this way? So that was something I did not want to deal with at all. And I also want to take into account him being on Adderall was his excuse, because he would tell me he would black out. He'd be like, I was on so much Adderall that I don't even know what I said. I don't even remember what I said. I'm just trying to entertain my stream. Like, why can't you understand that? And that was when Adderall became a major, major problem for him. It wasn't just, let me just take my one. He would have 30 milligram Adderall pills and popping multiple at a time. He would stay up for 24 hours, 36 hours, continuing his streaming like every single day. Even if he would stop, it would maybe just be to sleep and then waking up and redoing it all over again. And I'm not taking Adderall like that. I couldn't. Like that scared me because I knew how unhealthy that was and how bad it could be if he overdosed on Adderall. So I was exhausted. I was so tired. I look back at pictures and videos of me during that time and like my dark circles.
Gosh.
Like I need my sleep.
Gosh, she looks like shit there.
And especially in those moments when I'm already stressed out and the lack of sleep, I really felt like I was going crazy. And me and Michelle and, we were the only two girls that were really in the house living there like full time, because a lot of people, would go back and forth to other places. But her and I would just, be with each other the entire time and just, be like, I wish this wasn't happening in our house. Like, I wish I could have peace. I wish I could have, be able to go downstairs and sit on the couch and have a nice dinner, but it was not that. And his whole entire life turned into streaming every single day, 24/7.
Yep.
And it wasn't him being nice to me. It was constant disrespect. And that was something that was very, very new. Like, I was like confused. I'm like, where did the person I met go? Like, where did the person go that stood up for me and made me feel safe? And,
well, that was just a front. He just wanted to get her as an OnlyFans girl so he could collect her money. That's why he was so pissed when she left.
It was all masked because he said it was just for content. But some of the worst things happened to me. Not everything was caught on camera that happened, but a big chunk of things were filmed when I didn't even want them to be filmed. A lot of emotional things happened to me, traumatic events. One of them being he flipped an entire golf cart on top of me on purpose, and it was for a clip. I know that because he was trying his best to flip it, and you can see in the footage the only thing that he was looking for was the camera to see if they got it. I want to insert that clip and show you guys what had happened.
Oh fuck.
I was in so much pain. He thought it was not that big of a deal. This again happened on camera, and he was just worried about getting the good clip and seeing it on TikTok, not making sure I was okay. I knew I needed to go to the hospital when this happened to me. But he had prior obligations to go on a yacht with Antonio Brown, so it wasn't a priority. I was like,
Antonio Brown from the Patriots in Tampa Bay? Oh shit.
Jack, I need to go to the hospital. I was crying. I couldn't even walk. My back was so bruised up, and like my whole entire spine was just bruised. And my neck, it had hit my neck. It literally could have killed me. the way it fell on top of me, it fell on my side. The back of the cart went at the back of my neck and I crunched over and then it hit my back. He said that he thought it broke my neck. And I'm like, if you really thought that and you're like not worried about me, that's insane.
Yeah.
He tells me like he's going to end stream. He's not going to go on the boat. And I have all of the people that were with him, Antonio Brown included, just saying like, oh, you're going to be fine. Like, just go on the boat. You need a massage. And I was like, that's not what I need. I was like, I need to go to the doctor. I need to go to the hospital. My parents were texting me because they were watching live. At this point, you know, my parents were very supportive of my life and trying to, you know, be involved. But the things they were seeing, they were just like, are you okay? Like, what's going on over there? Is he treating you good? And I would just say, Mom and Dad, it's for content. Like, that's his thing. Like, he wants to look crazy and like crazy things happen, but he's really good off camera. He wasn't amazing off camera, but I told my parents that because I knew they'd be like, come home. Like, if he's not treating you good, come home. So I wasn't really honest. But we end up going into the Sprinter van. We're about to leave, and we didn't leave for probably over an hour because they were trying to get Jack to not end his stream and not take me to the hospital, but to just go on the boat. I waited in the Sprinter van, and he decided to go on the yacht. He told me to wait and that he would only be 30 minutes. I was laying face down on the back seats because I couldn't sit down properly. I couldn't even lay. So I was literally on my stomach.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Waiting for him, crying. And his filmer at the time was like, I'm so pissed. Like, he is.
That is fucked up. Yeah, man. You got a family member or something, they have an injury like that, and you're not gonna go with them? Nope, I'm still going on the yacht. Well, that right there should tell you.
Horrible for this. Like, you need to go to the fucking hospital. Like, I can't believe he's doing this right now. Like, he was really, really upset. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna Uber. Like, I can't leave. I don't know what else to do. Like, I'm in so much pain. It was getting worse, and it was getting so much worse. And I was worried that something bad happened and that it hit something that it shouldn't have because I couldn't walk. So I end up Ubering back to the house, not to the hospital. I was like, well, maybe if I go to the house and like I'll feel better, I'll get a heat pad. Maybe it's fine. I'm bruised up. When I'm on the way in the Uber and I'm sitting upright, I'm realizing like this is bad. Like, I'm in pain. I definitely need to do something. And I walk into the house. Everyone is there. Logan, his friend, and a bunch of the other people were there. And they looked at me and were like, we need to go to the hospital. Like, we'll go with you. So they were kind enough and realized, you know, they watched it live and they were really pissed off at him for acting that way and, you know, not caring about my well-being and not making sure I was okay. They ended up Ubering with me to the hospital. And when I went, Jack had met me there and he had a camera and he was filming me. I was so embarrassed because I'm like, I'm in the hospital, you're filming all of these things. He was like, you're the baddest one in the hospital.
She looked terrible
on video. And I was like, I'm just not in the mood for this. But he was filming and they gave me medicine and I went back home. I was in bed for about a week and, you know, I was back to normal. But his joke, I guess, of everything, he bought a golf cart the day after it happened and then surprised me with it for a video. And it was like all just a joke and funny to
That's crazy.
him. But I was like, I just remember like, I'm never getting on a freaking golf cart with you ever again. Like, just not happening. That was one huge thing that happened on camera. And then I think another huge thing was me getting robbed at gunpoint in Compton. I remember. Which you know that. Yeah,
Wow.
that was something that changed my life. Like, I think to this day,
Why the hell would you be rolling around in Compton? Man, you're bound to get robbed.
still say like a few years were shaved off that day because I thought it was over. I remember this day they were going to a takeover. Jack was, you know, streaming and he had his friend Mickey Mace. We were, planning to go to this takeover. I had no idea what a takeover was. Like, I don't know if like you probably knew what it was. I thought it was an event. Like, I thought like DJs would be there, and like it wasn't that at all. Not at all. We end up going. Yeah, it's in Compton. Yeah, at
Compton,
midnight.
geez.
So I went.
Don't want to be in Compton at midnight.
Dumb. I didn't know. I truly. We had security guards. We had 2 security guards. Mickey Mace was saying like, we're all gonna be okay. Like, it's gonna be fine. We end up getting there, and as soon as I get out of the car, I realize I don't belong here. Like, this place is not where I want to be. Like, people were, talking and yelling and saying, you don't belong here. Like, you need to go back home, or like whatever, like creeping me out. They're like, get in my car, like yelling from their cars. And all this is happening. And Jack, he does this thing where he doesn't look around for me anywhere. Like, I just have to keep up. And if I get lost, then figure it out. Like, he doesn't make sure I'm okay. He doesn't make sure I'm with him constantly. He walks so fast and everywhere.
Crazy.
And I remember I kind of lost him during this. And then I saw him, and people were coming up to me, talking to me, telling me how my shoes were nice. And I was like, I need to like go. I need to get the hell out of here. I also was scared I was going to get hit by a car. It was really unsafe to be out there. So I told him, I was like, listen, I don't want to be here anymore. I think it's extremely dangerous. I want to go back home. And they were like, well, we're going to go to like a few more. So we end up going to the second takeover spot, because if you don't know how a takeover works, it's you start in one spot, and then once it gets,
what are you doing?
Too crazy.
Like drifting cars?
They're stolen cars. They steal cars and they drift them in the main street. And like people were hit. I saw someone get hit. It was really it was awful.
But what's the next spot?
The next spot is just wherever everyone goes, because the police will come in, shut everything down. There were helicopters everywhere, so many police officers. But when you're in a group of people like that, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, probably thousands. And there's nothing you can do in that situation. Like, as a police officer, like the only thing you can do is like just show up with your lights, and then everyone's running to the next spot. And
so they like get caught, move, get caught, move,
yes,
and it just keeps going?
It keeps going. So we went to the second takeover spot.
That's
I get
crazy.
out for a second, it instantly like gets shut down, and then I go into the Sprinter, and I told them, I was like, listen, I think the third spot we're going to, people know we're live streaming. This is very dangerous, because takeovers, it's not only just stolen cars, it's stolen guns, it's people in masks, people are stealing things, because no one's getting caught when you're in this situation. Like, nobody is getting caught, because there's so many people, and so many people have masks on, nobody knows. So I told them, I was like, I think I'm gonna stay in the car for the third one. I don't feel safe going out there. The last time I was out there, we had heard gunshots. I'm like, I can't do this. So they're like, okay, we'll give you the keys. I'm gonna lock the door. They get out. I tried to tell them just to not go, because I really genuinely felt like something bad was gonna happen. And that's where I'm like, always trust your gut. Like, I knew something was gonna happen and something was wrong in that moment. So they leave. I had the keys in my hand, and the light was on in the Sprinter van. This is like a big like party bus looking thing. Like, we were not hiding anywhere. Like, we were in a party bus, like very out in the open. And I was sitting in my seat, and I remember looking up and making eye contact with 2 guys in shiesties. And I was like, oh, I hope they can't see me. The lights are on in here. I need to figure out how to turn the lights off. So I get up. Yeah, I get up. I turn the lights off, and then I go in the very, very back so that I'm not like near the windshield and they can't see through. And I just laid down. I'm hearing helicopters. I'm hearing gunshots. I'm hearing fireworks. I'm hearing every type of thing. Freaking out, so much anxiety. And then I hear the car door open, and I pop my head up, and I'm like, okay, everyone's back. Like, finally time to go. When I looked up from the seat, I make eye contact with a guy I'd never seen before in a surgical mask. Like, it wasn't the 2 guys in shiesties that I had seen. It was a guy with a bag, a gun, and a blue surgical mask with gloves.
Wow.
And I looked at him. He said, who's in this party bus? I didn't think he knew I was in there. So when I popped up and like made eye contact with him, I thought maybe it would spook him and that he would like get out. And then I saw him hop over the seat
Oh shit.
into the van. And in this van, like, you're able to stand up fully straight up. He started running towards me, and I was like, I'm dead. Like, this is the time I either get killed or something horrible. And I just remember saying, please, no. Like, I just was begging him. I was like, you can have everything, of mine. You can have my purse, you can have my money. I couldn't find my purse anywhere. I was like, where the fuck is it? I was like, please help me find it. I'll give you everything. I completely forgot I had a hoodie on and all my jewelry on. He didn't see any of my jewelry. But in that moment, I would have given everything to him. Of course. When you're in that situation, you don't know, I feel like a lot of people are like, I wouldn't give up my stuff. It's like, no, when you are alone, especially a female, in that moment, I was so powerless. He could have done anything to me and get away with it. It could have been a stolen gun. He had a mask on. They could have came back to me dead in the car. Yeah. But I was like, please help me find my purse. I'll give you everything. And he was like, where the fuck is it? He had the gun up to my head and everything. And I was just I was closing my eyes and I was just I'm just waiting. I was like, this is fucking insane. And he ends up taking my wallet. I just had my ID in there and my cards and some cash. And then as soon as he gets out, I'm shaking. I'd never felt like that ever in my life, almost death experience. And it wasn't anything the golf cart thing. It was my life was literally in someone else's hands. They could have made that decision right then and there.
Yeah,
and I would have been done. But I remember I called Jack. It was the only person I could think of calling, and I was shaking, and he didn't answer. And I didn't know if he was still outside. I didn't know if he had friends. I didn't know if they were gonna come in there. And now looking back on it, I'm thank God Jack and all of them didn't open the door when that was happening, because it would have been a full out shootout. Because our security had guns, he had a gun. I don't know what would have happened in that moment, but they end up opening the door and coming back. And I just want to insert the clip of what was live streamed, because the robbery was not on camera, but after the fact was. And I hate seeing this clip. It's the worst thing ever. I can't even watch it. My parents can't watch it.
What'd they do? What the fuck? Got robbed? Yeah. Wait, what'd he do? I don't know. Wait, did he take your stuff?
God, she looks horrible.
What the fuck?
Oh no, I said first my bag is to get your fucking bag.
He took your purse?
I don't know.
McKinley, where?
Oh my God.
Where's the key? Where's the key?
Jeez.
But that was the most real
God,
trauma.
She looked terrible. You could tell she was hooked on Adderall. Dang.
Ever. It was a noise that had never came out of me before. I was freaking out. Jack was, yelling at me. He was like, what happened? What happened? And I'm shaking. I'm I can't even explain what happened. I don't know. And it was obviously very, very traumatic for me. And I was like, please shut the cameras off. I cannot, please take me off this camera. And he refused.
Yeah,
he
just wants the
refused
clip.
to shut off the camera. He refused to stop his live stream. He was laughing about it, saying well, you're going to wake up tomorrow and you're going to wake up to all these TikToks and these viral clips. And I'm Jack, I don't care. I'm everything is content. I don't know what isn't anymore. Even this, you can't just feel a little bit of empathy for me.
That's how he makes his living, man. Content and using girls as OnlyFans.
After going through that. And he continued his live stream. He didn't listen to me. And I was like, what more does it take for you to just respect me? And what happened to you? What happened to the guy that made me feel safe in the beginning. Like, this was horrible, and now you don't care. And I realized in that moment, I was like, this man doesn't fucking care about me. You don't care.
Is that the clip I saw where, like, when you were crying?
Mm-hmm.
There's this clip. Obviously, like, me and McKinley's friendship, I do want to say that me and McKinley's friendship, like, during this era was very few and far between in which we would see each other. I think we have, like, a soul tie.
We do. It was always so,
Yeah,
it was
like-
like I had always seen you, like, when I would see you.
It's like I would see her, like, I saw you, you know, for who you were, and you know, it was even going back to, like, you starting OnlyFans, like, it was a shock to me because I knew how badly you stood on business, and
Yeah.
I woke up to a clip of you were, like, sitting in the passenger seat, and Mickey Mace was, like, in the back, and you were crying, and I remember you were like, can you just turn the cameras off? And he was like, oh, you're gonna be so glad I didn't turn the cameras off when we wake up to all these clips. And I could just see, like, the defeat in your face, just kind of like, I'm not even gonna entertain this, and, like,
It's live.
But I just started it.
Like, why?
Because this is like fucking great.
Everything's great content for you.
But
I
it
just
happened.
fucking died.
But you're alive. Let's share the story. Come on, I thought you agreed
Fuck
to
you.
it.
Oh,
You're
geez.
thinking that's okay.
Tomorrow, though, you're gonna be so happy
But,
we
like,
recorded this. You know that.
Maybe record it, but going live again
'Cause it
right
gets
now,
clipped, you're gonna see it on
doesn't
TikTok.
matter.
It
doesn't
does.
fucking matter.
I'm doing
For
this.
once, please. I'm asking, please.
If we record it, it makes it easier.
Yeah.
he
Wow.
watched, like, a tear go in between her chest, and she was wearing, like, a tank top, and he was like, oh, zoom in right there, like, that's so W, like, a tear just went down her boobs.
Yo, look at how it's going. Her tears going right between her tits. Look at that. That was a hole in one. Is this one going to really?
He is so fucked up, dude.
Oh, it's going down her tit too. 2 for 2. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I fucking love you. Come here, stop. You're so hot.
You can tell he is fucked up. He is fucked up on Adderall.
Listen, there's nothing to cry about.
Yeah. There was,
Like, watching that is just, like, so
I'm a very emotional person. Like, I've almost cried a few times, but it's just like, that was something that he craved from me. It wasn't, you know, I'm not that person that will be on his live stream like a lot of the other girls and be like, da-da-da-da-da, and talking. I cry. I feel things, like, really
But I
deeply.
want you to know, though, like, you're not crying because you like to cry.
No, I hate crying.
Your life almost got taken. Who wouldn't cry?
I know.
He was humiliating, embarrassing you in front of hundreds of thousands of people,
Yeah.
hurting you. Who wouldn't cry?
I know. Yeah.
That's not you being sensitive.
I know. Well, that was something that, you know, I'm still, again, I'm working on it in therapy. I'm trying to still, because that's what I love about myself. I feel things, but I also know that I'm not a
Right.
sensitive person. I'm not sensitive, but that was something
I
he.
love that you're
But why-
so,
Why would she have an OnlyFans all of a sudden, though? That's what I don't
you're
understand.
an empath and you feel
Yeah.
love and you feel, you're right, like, you genuinely feel things.
Yeah.
And I love that about you.
Yeah.
It makes you an amazing friend to confide in. It makes you an amazing personality to be on camera, and it makes you an amazing spokesperson, and it makes you relatable.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that.
And I love you so deep, and I'm so unbelievably thankful that God protected you, because I'm so glad you're here, and I love you so much.
Love you. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, you can continue, but
No, yeah.
if you want to explain that clip, or, like,
That actually wasn't the night of the robbery, but that was
oh, that wasn't that night.
It wasn't that night, but it also there I want to talk about, like, a bunch of different things, you know, that made me emotional on camera, and sadly, you know, was put online for people to see, because again, I'm not only dealing with Jack and his manipulation and also just, like, making me feel a certain way, but his community thinks like him. So it's like you have these people commenting
Yeah,
these
for
things
sure.
that are validating him. So he feels like it's fueling him, absolutely, and it enabled his behavior as well. But the clip you were talking about of me crying, there was this situation.
You know, the downfall of him is going to be something to definitely look at because, like I said, he just recently got arrested. He's been hanging out with Wes Watson, and Wes Watson's been going downhill. This shit is just, it's getting worse,
Where
man.
I had said something on camera, and that same night he misinterpreted what I had said. It was to his cameraman. His cameraman was filming, and I said, "I don't give a fuck." That's what I remember saying, because that was something I said. I don't even know. And he said that it sounded like I want to fuck. So he thought that I said that to his cameraman on camera, on live stream, and it got clipped, and people were talking about it. And obviously with streaming, it was new to me, but like a lot of people will, you know, make up things when they clip things and say, oh, she said this, and take it fully out of context and say, you know, McKinley is cheating on Jack with his cameraman. Like that was something that was going viral. So he was upset about that and calling me a whore. He was saying like,
Oh,
you
wow.
don't deserve me. Go fuck Michael. Like go do what you want to do. Like just horrible things. I was trying to defend myself and explain myself. And that night and that day of me being in the Sprinter, I started crying because he was also just validating what people were saying when he knows who I am. He knows I would never say anything like that. He knows I would never do anything like that, but he was playing into the narrative. So it made me feel like shit because now people think my own boyfriend doesn't even believe me, even though he lives with me and knows I would never do something like that. But I started crying, and you know, after all the things he would say to me off camera, he would like be off the camera and bring it to my attention that day. He would just be like, I can't believe you said that. Like, that's disgusting. Like, you're a whore. And I'd be like, Jack, like I didn't say that. I don't know how to prove it to you. Like, I promise you, I would never say anything like that. But we were in the car,
what's
I
up,
start
Charlotte?
crying, and he found that very
Doing
attractive.
good, man.
That was something that, it makes me sick. I would start crying in certain situations, and he would just say how beautiful and hot I am when I cry. It's so sexy.
Doing good. How you doing?
But I didn't feel sexy. Like, obviously when you're crying, that's the last thing you want to hear, especially like with something that your boyfriend caused. I'm like,
Yeah, for
you
real.
caused me to cry with something you did, and then you find that attractive. It's like you're trying to get that out of me. If that's what you find attractive, you're trying to get me to cry. At that time, I again, I'm still piecing these things together, and I think I was living every day as, okay, here's another day, and everything was so blacked out, and it made every little thing, since crazy things were happening, it made every little thing so like microscopic. Like, it didn't matter. He could
Yep.
cheat on me, it didn't matter. It was for content. He got a girl to twerk on him. He would flirt with them in front of me, make me look stupid. He would buy a fucking sign at the club saying, McKinley, I'm breaking up with you, in front of a bunch of people. Just humiliation. And inviting these girls
Yeah, he was
over
just looking for
and saying
content.
that, you know, he wants to fuck them. And then them not knowing that I'm the girlfriend. And then, you know, I look dumb. And I would tell him that constantly. I'd be like, you make me look dumb. And I really don't appreciate like how you make me look on camera, because you say these things off camera, but you don't act
Yep.
like it. And like, it's like he would have the argument, you know, everything's different off camera, but in reality, a lot of shit was on camera. So like,
I'm
how
from,
much of your life
Florida.
is real when it's all on camera? If that's not, if it's not your reality, then what am I doing? I'm living every single day as just content. Like every day, every
Pretty much.
waking moment of my life is with a camera in my face and you trolling me, like you would say, and like just kidding, and you're kidding about things. Like, no, it did a lot to me. Like emotionally, it drained me. All of this created major anxiety, all while again still taking the Adderall. So at this point,
Wow.
I weighed 103 pounds. I had lost almost 40 pounds. I
Dang.
looked sick.
Yeah, she did.
My
look
parents
bad.
were really worried about me. They were, you know, calling me saying, you look unhealthy. You look really skinny. People would hug me and be like, I feel your bones. So I was very insecure. And also he would, you know, talk about my body and body shame me, constantly. That was something that I dealt with that for years.
I appreciate it,
He
Charlotte.
would just say like how ugly and skinny my body is and how he wishes I looked how I used to look. He would bring up my old Instagram pictures and say, I want you here.
Yep.
He wanted me to get a boob job so bad. And my boobs were nothing I was insecure about before, but it soon especially became an insecurity when he would bring that up to me and saying, you know, like I wouldn't have to look at other girls on the explore page if you just got fake boobs. Like you look nothing like these. So I started to feel extremely insecure. I thought I was the ugliest thing that ever walked Earth. I know. I mean,
No, I know, baby.
that's what I was comparing myself to literally everybody and still dealing with my demons and like the battles I'm trying to fight in my head that I felt like I couldn't confide in anybody also to the fullest extent, because if you think about it, you know, these people are in the same boat I'm in. Like we all have the same person that's in control. Everyone, all of his employees were controlled by him. So what am I supposed to do? Like talk to the people that he pays and say, hey, I feel this certain way. Like, what do you think? Like, I was terrified to do that. I knew it would get back to him. Everything I ever said got back to him. So, our entire relationship from that moment that he started the streaming, he was now like a streamer, like full-time streamer.
I do want to add too, like, me and McKinley were friends. Like we were friends throughout this entire thing. And I think that it's not that we weren't friends while this was happening. It was, I think Jack purposely isolated us. Yes, I think that on purpose he would say like things like, even to my face, he knew not to fucking say some stupid shit to me, because I don't believe Jack liked me because I never really took his shit and I wasn't tolerant.
He couldn't control you.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I didn't live in the house. When I did, I lived for maybe a month, and then that's how me and Owen met. And then me and Owen just kind of did our own thing, and we would see him few and far between. So I think that the perception that I had of him was very skewed because he could manipulate how he acted around me and Owen. Yeah. And like, I was there for you. I just think he really didn't allow her. Okay, wait. I think he would put in your head that I was a bad influence on you, is what I think. Like, I think he would tell you things that weren't true, and it gave you anxiety to text me because, like in the past we've talked about it, like he would check your phone, and like, God forbid, I texted you and was like,
how is everything?
How is everything?
Yeah.
And you told me how it was. Like, it wasn't that she didn't want to call me. I think it was just like you were literally scared to.
I was. Yeah. I couldn't, even to my parents.
That is fucking crazy, yo.
Add in that I wasn't talking to my parents during all of this. I was dealing with the horrible relationship, and every time I would be on the phone with my parents, I kept in contact with them. I would never lose contact with them. They're my freaking saviors. Like, I love my parents. I've always been so close to them.
I love them so much.
So that's why they were confused as to why like I wasn't coming home and I was, there for that long, because I also want to say when I came back from Vegas, I did not go home once. I stayed, because every time I would say I needed to leave, he would actually tell me that he would just cheat on me. And I knew when I went back to Coachella what he had done, and I was like, I don't want him to cheat on me. Like, I'll just stay here. And he instilled that fear in me. I don't know if he would have done that, but it definitely worked. Like, I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave his sight because I was like, well, if I leave, then he'll probably cheat on me. And that's not healthy. Like, I'll never do that again. If I feel like I have to be with you constantly to make sure and watch you to make sure you're not doing anything,
yeah,
that's like insane. But he did isolate me. And
had now financial dominance.
Yes.
Like, now that the OnlyFans is happening and all these viral, traumatic, fucked up moments were happening, the fear of, okay, well, not only will I lose, it began with, I don't want to lose my friends and my boyfriend, to, wait, he has a lot of financial control, to, wait, hold on, I just built so much here. Like, if I leave, I'm afraid I'm going to lose everything. Like, yes. I think he'd been instilling that
for
from
a while.
The beginning.
For sure. He made me always believe that I was very easily replaceable and that I held him back from things. That was something, he was like, I love you, and all, but like I kind of wish I met you like later in life because, you know, I could be out at the club and like with a new girl every day. And I was like, well, you know, I'm not forcing you to be with me. Like I remember I told him, I was like, you don't have to if that's what you want. Like I would never want someone to be with me if they didn't want to be with me. And he was like, well, no, I want to be with you. But, you know, that was always a factor. I was really worried about the cheating because he had cheated on me a few times, even throughout our relationship, which I found out like later on in our relationship. And I was fully 100% loyal, and that's what hurt me a lot. We had already built this relationship, and me finding out that he had done things that I wasn't aware of, and finding that out later on after we got stronger, it just was like, well, we had already built so much together that like that would have been a problem then, but now that it's been so long, it's not a problem.
Right.
And like,
Well, always is a problem.
it definitely always is a problem.
Like you mentioned previously, like the big traumatic things that happened to you, like the major events made the littlest things he did, like cheating on you and like the signs at the club and stuff like that, so little. When was the beginning of the end? Like when did everything change?
You broke me.
The way they did make their money was through OnlyFans. And that was something that I knew that I didn't want to do for myself. I was expecting to walk into, you know, open arms and people excited.
Now, you know, that is kind of hypocritical, though, because if you watched the stream yesterday, she said that she didn't want to do the OnlyFans, even though she knew all the other girls were doing OnlyFans, and now she has an OnlyFans. So what happened?
To see me, and it wasn't that. But within that first week, something horrible happened to me, and I just was like, there's no way that fucking happened to me right now. Like, I don't know what to do. I wanted to go home, and he was just like, no, like, you're amazing. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, this happened to you. I'm gonna protect you. This will never happen ever again. Like, you're safe with me.
Wait, what'd he do?
I don't know.
That wasn't who I fell for. He was providing an illusion that he cared for me and that he was
He fucking flipped the golf cart on purpose, just for content. So he'd have content to put on YouTube.
a genuine, caring person that, you know, wanted the best for me. And the second I signed to him, the disrespect started showing. This man doesn't fucking care about me. You don't care.
No, man. He uses all the girls around him. He makes them sign contracts, and they make money for him. He's like a young version of Epstein, I guess you could say.
The big traumatic things that happened to you, like the major events made the littlest things he did, like cheating on you and like the signs at the club and stuff like that, so little. When was the beginning of the end? Like when did everything change?
I would say the beginning of the end was at the when we had the fake wedding. That was when everything changed for me. That night was horrible, and it's the irony and the fact that, you know, it was supposed to be this fun fake wedding that you were getting married at the little chapel in Las Vegas, and, you know, my parents were coming, and it was something that, you know, it was my idea. I was like, we should do that for a stream. Like, that would be so fun. And he seemed, you know, excited about it. But that day was so horrible. I went and I got a last minute wedding dress. I tried on wedding dresses, and, you know, he was making jokes and saying like, oh, I wish I could cheat on her. Like, you know,
Dude, like I don't even understand. You know, at this point, you would think that she would know that she can't change him. She's not going to change him. There's no fucking way.
little jokes and like poking at me, but I knew like that's just Jack. Like that was
Like she had to have known deep down, you know, that this wasn't going to end well. I mean, she knew what all the other girls around there were for. He cheated on her several times. He was banging other chicks. I mean, did you really think he was going to marry her? I don't know.
that was the normal. At this time, like every horrible comment he said to me, I would just block out, but it was just constant, like just negative comments throughout the entire thing. I ended up going back to the hotel. I'm finishing up getting ready, and he was getting himself a suit. And he calls me and he's like, hey, can you roll me some blunts? I saw Jack smoke every day. That was something actually that
Yeah, so I learned some shit that I didn't know. Like, I figured he probably did like marijuana, but I didn't know he was doing Adderall. He has an Adderall. He takes Adderall to try to stay awake, and he had her on Adderall, and she put weight back on now that she got off of it. But when she was on it, she got down to like 104 pounds, man. She looked fucking sick.
he told me that I needed to learn how to do was roll a blunt. When I didn't add
What?
any value to anything, he actually called me the blunt roller.
The
But I
blunt
felt like,
roller?
I don't know. I just kind of learned. I taught myself how to roll one, and from that day forward, that's what my job was to
Man, where? Look, I understand she's female, okay? I get it. But where is like the where's the boundaries? Like, if somebody told me that, I would tell them, roll your own fucking blunt, dude. I'm not rolling it for you. I don't smoke. You roll your own shit. Why why isn't she doing this? Maybe because she's female. I don't know. I got a different perspective.
roll him an X amount of blunts. So he calls me. We're literally 20 minutes late to the fake wedding. Everyone was there. The limo that was, at the hotel, it was already there. We were late. And we were on a
Fake.
time crunch. And I told him, I was like, listen, I'm in my wedding dress right now. Like, I just put my makeup on. Like, can it wait? And he was so mad. He was like, whatever. Like, I asked for one fucking thing and you can't even do that. Whatever. And he hung up on me. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. I'm not rolling the blunt. He can wait. And I don't want him to be high during this either. We're taking pictures. It's going to be like fun.
He's probably gonna be stoned out of his ass, man. He's gonna be meeting her parents, stoned as shit.
So I didn't do it. I go downstairs. He was so irritated. He was so mad at me that I didn't roll the blunts. But I was like, he's just gonna have to get over it. It's not that deep. Like he can last a few hours. Like it's gonna be fine.
Right.
But that whole car ride, he was telling me, I already want a divorce. You're annoying. I've been making, and I would be like, what do you mean you want a divorce? And he was like, I've been making those jokes all day, and it's all of a sudden making you upset. Like, why? You take
Like, dude, that would be me. I'm sorry. That's hilarious. That would 100% be me. First of all, I wouldn't be getting married in the first place. But second, I got married, I'd be like, I want a divorce. Fuck this shit.
everything I say seriously. You can't even take a joke. So I stayed silent. I got to a point where I shut down fully, and I wouldn't even like react to what he was saying to me because I can't win. And I realized like, whatever, if he's in this type of mood, like Jack would be in different moods every day, and his mood absolutely, my mood depended on his mood. If Jack was in a good mood, I would be in a good mood. If he was in a bad mood, he would make everyone around him in a bad mood. That's just how he operated. Even with employees, everything.
Yeah, that's why you gotta surround yourself around people that bring out the best in you, man, because negative energy affects everybody, man. If you're hanging around somebody that's negative all the time, it's gonna make you fucking negative. So 100%.
We get to the wedding, and my parents were there. My little brother was there, and they obviously have their opinions on Jack. I try my absolute best to just say, listen, guys, just give him a chance. He's growing.
See, and I can't fault her for this because I did the same thing when I was younger. When I was dating people, my mother would try to tell me, she's like, she's no good. She's gonna be a problem. And I'm like, Mom, you don't know what you're talking about. Sure enough, she was right. But when you're younger, you don't. When you're younger, I think you just have to learn those experiences yourself. You have to learn those lessons yourself, you know, because kind of like a drug addict. Okay, you can tell a drug addict that they need to quit all they want to, but if they're not ready to quit, you're wasting your breath. I mean, they have to be ready themselves. And it's kind of the same thing. Somebody could tell you, "Hey, this person's not good for you," but until they see it for themselves, anything you're telling them is just going in one ear out the other. They're not even listening.
He shows me this complete different side when we're in private that no one sees ever. So I was just like, just please, like, keep my word for it. Like, he's good, he's fine. Again, not super honest with them in the moment. I didn't want them to tell me what I needed to hear.
Yeah,
I didn't.
or me. You never.
Or you. I
you
never
told me.
Never did. So we get there, and Jack instantly is just disrespecting my family. He wasn't a fan of my family. Never wanted to get to know them ever. He never gave them a chance. I remember the first day that they met him, he actually didn't even go up to them for over an hour, and we were in the same house. And I was like, is he gonna, introduce himself? Is he gonna say hi? He didn't care. I would try to get him to go to dinner with me and my family, and he refused. He said he was too busy and that, he didn't, not that he didn't want to get to know them, but he just didn't have the time for it. But I was like, I spend so much time getting to know your family. I spend so much time and energy because that's something that means something to you, is your family. And me doing things is not only because I want to do it because I feel like that's right and like what I should have done, but I'm also hoping that you see that and you see that I'm putting in the effort to meet your family and respect your family. But he never did that with mine, never got to know them. And I also want to insert a clip here at this time of the vows that he wrote in front of my dad. He made my dad stand up center stage, and he read out these disgusting vows in front of my dad. Just fully disrespecting him, embarrassed him. My dad was humiliated.
I think he was just doing it for content, man. Doing it for content.
Okay, so Shawty gets absolutely nothing when I divorce her, even if I cheat, okay? If she cheats, she automatically owes me $10 million. After $10 million is paid off, she's limited to making only $3,000 per month, and the rest goes to me. Fair.
God damn, dude. This is fucked. Like, y'all know I have a daughter, right? Man, if her husband was saying some shit like this, I'd probably be in jail. Cause that dude, I'd be wailing on that dude right now. I mean, that's so disrespectful. He's just doing it for the content, though. He's doing it for the views.
Receive 100% of her OF revenue moving forward. Even if we divorce, I can still. No talking or dating other guys for 250 years after we divorce. Sounds good, Dad?
I object.
What? That one, you don't want her seeing any other guys.
I object.
Of what?
Of course he fucking objects. I would object too. Wow. It doesn't surprise me that he just recently got arrested. Really doesn't. I mean, this dude he's fucking dickhead, man. Yeah, fuck him.
It's a terrible deal.
Okay, wait, don't let me finish. She will still have to cook, clean, and do my laundry. Do you object to that one?
That's fair.
Yeah, of course.
That's fair.
No contact with parents after argument. But hear me out. No, hear me out. Because then she's gonna want to come back to me more.
Nope.
Who's this guy?
Like, literally, he actually cried that
Dang.
day. Like,
I cannot believe that is so fucked up. Hell no. That dude was calmer than I would be. He wouldn't have been able to finish that speech. I'd been like, bitch. Nah. That dad was more calm than I would have been.
after we left, he was like, that was so humiliating. And I felt horrible. Like, I didn't know Jack was going to do that. He didn't let me read the vows that he had prepared. And it wasn't some, sweet vow or whatever. It was very disrespectful. We finish up the wedding. My parents say bye to him. And he says on camera, thank God, that they're gone. Talking about my family. And they're the sweetest people ever. That killed me.
I just want to say, your parents, can I say their names?
Yeah.
Brad and Jennifer are the most amazing people I have literally ever met. Like, your dad, hands down, like, anyone that's ever come across Brad will say, like, he's the funniest motherfucker. So incredibly smart.
Yeah, I'm
like,
surprised he didn't try to kill Jack,
unbelievably
man.
smart. Your mom is hilarious. We get along very well. Just really good people. So it takes like, if you have, it's almost like if you have an issue with your parents, like there's an issue within.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And my parents are very intuitive and like they can see right through people. And I think that is why he was uncomfortable around them, because, you know, they did have questions and they were very involved in my life. And, you know, they tried their absolute best. It made me so sad seeing them visit, because I never went home, but they came to Florida. I would invite them to Florida, and, you know, we would have Thanksgiving and Christmas, and they would be there because I never felt like I could leave. But, you know, I could see the effort that they were putting in just because they loved me. And I knew they didn't like him. They didn't think he was good for me, but they tried so hard, and they bit their tongue.
They didn't want to lose you.
They didn't. So anyways, the fake wedding ends. We end up back at the hotel. And we're in the room, and everyone was eating downstairs. I had not eaten that day. I was starving. I was still in my wedding dress, and everyone was like, okay, well.
But did y'all see what I mean, though? Did you see her in that wedding? You see how sunk in her face was and shit? Like, she needed to put weight. She's put weight on now. She looks a hell of a lot better than she did, man. She looked sick before.
We'll be down here at the restaurant. Meet us down here. I'll order you food. Jack wasn't hungry, of course. He was, you know, he took Adderall that day, and every day. But that was something, he never got hungry. So my eating schedule and like just eating food in general, being with him, I wouldn't even eat. So I was starving this day. I told him, I was like, hey, I think I'm gonna go downstairs, and, you know, my food's there. They're waiting for me, like all of our friends. He was like, can you roll me a blunt real quick? And I was like, Jack, I'm starving. Like, please. He's fully capable of doing this, by the way. Like, he's able to do it as well. I was like, I'm just like, I don't want to do that right now. My head hurts. I'm starving. My food is down there. They're waiting for me. They already ate all their food. They're actually sitting at a table with my plate. I just wanted to get downstairs. And he was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. You go down there. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. You do what you want to do. You're lazy as fuck. You're useless. You do nothing to help me in life. Go fuck yourself. And I was like, Jack, like, okay, I'll roll you one. Like, I'll do it. Like, I'll do it right now. And he's like, no, whatever. Just fuck off. Go. He's like, I don't give a fuck. So I was like, okay. I sat there. I was waiting for him to finish, because I was just like, okay, I'll wait for him, because he's clearly upset at me going down there without him. You
know, it's crazy. You know, when bad people or mistreat people, it takes a while for that shit to get out. Kind of like Wes Watson. You know, Wes Watson was actually a good success story when he came out of prison. And then now he's starting to go downhill. And I wonder, and then now Jack Doherty and Wes Watson are hanging out together, believe it or not. So now that they're hanging out together, I think Jack Doherty's just he's gonna end up in prison, man. Honestly believe that. I think he's gonna end up in prison.
rolls it. We get into the elevator, and as we're in the elevator, he looks at me and he's like, see, this is why I would never marry you. And my heart broke. I was like, well, I would never marry you if you just said that. Because, you know, why would I marry someone that says, I would never marry you? I was like, I would never marry somebody.
You don't need to justify
why
you said that.
Yeah. In that moment, I was like, well, I don't either. I don't want to marry you either.
I'm surprised you didn't look at him and say, fuck you, I wouldn't marry your ass either.
I should have.
Yeah.
You don't need to sit here and explain, like, well, I said that to him because he said that. I know, babe.
Yeah.
I know. And you had every single right to say that.
Yeah. Well, that made him extremely upset. He was mad. He was so furious at me for saying that. I had never seen him that mad in my life.
What do you mean?
We were in the elevator. I said that. And then I walked out of the elevator to get to the restaurant.
Yeah, he didn't care about her. He just wanted her to start an OF so he can start making money from her. And she wouldn't do it. And I'm wondering if that's the only reason she has an OF now is because she wanted to piss him off. Because I know she has an OF now. I've only heard, guys. I'm not subscribed to it, so don't get no ideas. I'm shit. I'm 41, man. I'm too old for that bullshit anymore. You know. But she said she didn't want to do an OF, but now she is doing an OF after she left Jack. So she's probably just doing that to rub it in his face.
And he closed the doors and like went back up to the room. And I was like, there's no way he's like actually mad at me for saying exactly what he had just said to me. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I texted him and we were texting. Should I read it?
Yeah, you can read it.
This is November 15th. This was the day that all this happened.
Hey, this is why I say you don't ever text. If you're trying to hide something and somebody's trying to make you mad, don't ever text. Because they will use that shit against you later, man. Don't even leave voicemails because they'll use that shit against you later. Don't say nothing. Just walk your ass away.
As soon as I got out of the elevator and I sat down, mind you, I was just in this restaurant with a wedding dress on. People were looking at me and saying congratulations. We were like laughing about it because everyone thought it was real. And now I'm sitting out of my wedding dress by myself at a dinner table crying. And people that just had saw me in a wedding dress are like looking at me like is this real? Like what's going on? But I was sitting by myself. I ordered food for myself and I texted him. I said, maybe you're just frustrated today, but the way you've been talking to me makes me feel awful. I've been nothing but positive today, but again, it's turned around on me for only reacting to the way you speak to me. I'm sitting by myself in this restaurant almost in tears. He goes, I don't even know what to say. I'm just so tired of this shit. I said, Jack, what did I do though? He said, you're always just in a bad mood and it affects me.
Oh.
I said, no, I'm not.
Hey, that sounds like somebody's projecting. It's like, yeah, you're the reason that I'm in a bad mood. You're always in a bad mood, keeps me in a bad mood.
Not. In what ways? He goes, I could ask you to roll a blunt and your whole mood changes for 30 minutes or it has to turn into a fight. You don't do anything to make my life easier. I said, wow, all right, Jack. He says, I have to beg or just not ask so it doesn't cause a fight. I said, you don't though. You asked me if I could grind up weed and I said I already did because it was all we had. He said, not even about that, just giving an example. I said, I wasn't even mad when I said I was going to go downstairs and eat my food. And he said, even on the TikToks we were filming, you were crashing out with me over nothing and the casino night. Mind you, I don't know what he means by crash out. I'd never have crashed out on him. And I don't know.
I don't even know if you have the capability to. Do you crash out?
I don't. And crashing out in his head was me crying. That was me crashing out.
Oh, he would hate to see my crash out.
Right. I said, I didn't crash out though, Jack. What do you mean?
She's like, I beat the shit out of him. She don't want to see my crash out.
He said, I'm just constantly trying to figure out ways to keep you happy. He said, bruh, your whole mood flipped before you could even sit down. He said, fuck these stupid texts. Come up and talk. This is getting nowhere. I said, I'm waiting for my food. I just wish you would come downstairs. He said, nah, you said you wouldn't marry me. So why would I be with you? I said, Jack, you literally said this is why I don't want to get married and I matched your energy. I agree. Yeah. Why would I marry someone that says that to me? It's always in retaliation to something you say to me. I want to marry you. That's all I've ever wanted. I want to be with you and only you. He didn't answer that. So I finish eating. I go upstairs. And as soon as I open the door, I make eye contact with Jack. And he's just like, I'm so sick of you. Like, I'm genuinely so sick and tired of this shit. Like, I was almost, apologizing to him because I was like, this is it. Like, he's breaking up with me right now. I don't know what I did or like what happened.
Man, he was never gonna be. I mean, she's got to know after all the shit that they were going through that there was no way that he was gonna marry her, man. There was no fucking way. I mean, come on, really? He just wanted her to start an OF so he could get some of the money. Plain and simple, man.
But he was basically saying, you make my life so much harder. I can't believe you would say that you wouldn't marry me. And I was like, Jack, I can't understand why you're mad at me for this when you said it to me. I don't know what else I would have said. Do you want me to just be like, okay? Like, I don't know what the perfect response was to you saying that to me. He was like, I was obviously kidding. And I was like, but you said it though, and you weren't kidding. He made me constantly question my own reality. Like, what I faced and the things that he would do never happened. And I felt like I was going insane. I was like, I would never have said that to you if you didn't say that to me. Like, I'm just trying to defend myself.
There's a perfect word to describe this person, but I am not certified to diagnose this guy. So those types of people will always flip the script and make you feel insane. That is exactly, it just seems like that's exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've known some people like that, man. They do some bullshit and then they're trying to blame everybody else around them but them. I guess you call them narcissists. Maybe that's the word. But yeah, man, I know some people like that. Not anymore, but I did. But see, I don't put up with that bullshit, man. As soon as they start blaming everybody else around them but themselves, and they're the ones that are causing the problems, no, I don't want them around me.
Exactly what he was doing. Like, anything he said to you was followed by just kidding. So just in case you retaliated, it was holy shit, you're fucking insane.
Can we talk about, maybe this is the way the camera is, or maybe maybe my fucking screen is dirty. But can we talk about why this girl is, I don't think she's shaving her legs, yo. Looks like she got some hair growing on her legs. That shit looks, no. What's going on here? Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? She might need to shave them legs, man. Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you're a crazy ass bitch, and I was just kidding.
That's what was always
I
thrown in my
literally
face.
think we need to right now add in a compilation of every time he has said just kidding. He says the most vile shit, and we'll go.
Yeah, just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding.
I'll bend over. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, guys, sorry. I'm kidding, bro. You're so hot. Sorry. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, bro. No, I'm kidding. Shut up. I'm kidding, bro. I just don't want her talking. No, I'm kidding.
Shawty, fuck your friend. She a hoe. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. That was such a fucking joke. Come on, I never know when it stopped.
That is him.
He just doesn't, he does that, but one day somebody's gonna blast him, man. Somebody's gonna beat shit out of him. I almost did when, well, no, he got arrested for, shit, I don't mean to yawn, guys. It's been a long day. Yeah, he got arrested for, and get this, right? He got arrested for drug possession, but that wasn't originally the charge. So him and his people were standing out in the middle of the road blocking traffic. And a cop just told him to get out of the road. If he'd just got out of the road, he'd never got arrested. Because him and his people wouldn't get out of the road, they ended up cuffing him and searching him, and they found drugs on him. So, I mean, come on.
He says his truth and how he feels, and then he says, I'm kidding, though. And then when you get mad and retaliate, he's like, you can't take a joke. What's wrong with you? You can't take a joke? And I'm like, there's one, it's not a joke.
Where's the punchline?
Where's the punchline of you calling me a whore?
What's the laughable part?
Yeah.
Where's the ha ha ha?
Right. No, I truly, to this day, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. So continue.
But that night, when I was back in the hotel room, he changed his entire persona. I don't know what happened and what the flip was and what made him act that way, but he was screaming at me, bloody murder. Like, when I tell you his face was red, neck veins bulging out of his fucking neck, telling me...
You've never seen this before?
Never before, never. And mind you, like, this is the same person that would be like, I can't even imagine yelling at you. I can't imagine having any issues with you and fighting with you or anything. So, you know, as he's saying these things to me, the most degrading and most disgusting, vile things you could possibly say to someone, especially your girlfriend, I was just taking everything. I wasn't even retaliating or saying anything back. He was just going and calling me all types of names, like a whore, and saying he should have never given me a chance because I've ruined his life. I apparently ruined the relationship between you and him. I ruined the relationship between him and the other girls. He only cares about me, and him prioritizing me has ruined his life, and I'm useless and I'm lazy. And he should have never given me a chance because I'm so much of a whore. Like, that is what he was.
Well, you know, technically that could be true. I'm saying about the lazy part, okay? Because she wasn't working and she was supposed to be doing OF for him, but she wouldn't do OnlyFans. So who was paying for all her stuff? I guess he was. But I guess he was just mad because she wouldn't do the OnlyFans thing. I don't know.
Telling me, and I'm still trying to figure out what I did, what happened, and why did you react this way? Like, what did I do? So I'm so confused. I'm bawling my eyes out, crying, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed. He would do this thing where he would get so mad, and then he would run out the door, say, "I'm gonna go fuck some bad bitches, like fuck you," and then he would slam the door, walk out, and I would just be bawling my eyes out, crying, like I don't know what to do. I don't know how to talk to him. Everything I'm saying, he interrupts me. He yells over me. I couldn't even get 2 words in. I was just so confused. He walks back in, and at this point, I'm not speaking whatsoever. I've realized, everything I have said has actually snowballed and it's made everything worse. So like when I would have a rebuttal or like a, defending myself, he would create this other, I guess, narrative is in his head and fully twist what I said and fight with me over that. So I was like, right. I'm just creating issues at this point with what I'm saying, so I'm gonna zip it and just be quiet. So I'm sitting on the bed, he walks back in, he's yelling at me again. But then he starts to calm down a little bit once he realizes I'm not really talking. And I was just kind of just sitting there. He was like, "Why aren't you talking?" And then
What?
I know.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I know. I don't know.
Here to
Yeah, he's not getting a reaction out of her now. Shit, he might be bipolar, maybe. I don't
Why are
know.
you talking?
Yeah. Why aren't you talking? And I was like, "There's no point, Jack. There's no point." And then that's when he started yelling again. He started yelling and yelling. So I shut up again. I was silent, and I don't know what was said. I can't really remember super well, but I remember him coming up to my face, sticking his finger in my face this close and saying, "You fucking stupid fucking whore." And I looked at him and I was like, "We're done. Like, I'm done." And I got up, I started walking, and that's when he put his hands on me. For the first time ever, it had escalated not only to emotional and mental abuse that he's put me through, he was grabbing onto me, not letting me leave the room.
Sounds like, well, he was mad because she didn't do the OF thing. But he should have known that she wasn't going to do it. She hadn't done it by now. She's not going to. See, their problem is she thought that she could change him, and he thought he could change her to do an OF so he could make money. And they were both wrong. She couldn't change him, and he couldn't change her.
He grabbed me by my arms. He sat me down on the bed, made me sit on his lap. I was trying to get away from him. I was like, "Get away from me. Like, you just said this to me. And now you're saying, 'Baby, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean?'" I'm like, you change like this. It's scary. It was scary as fuck. And there's a certain like look in his eyes. I'll never forget it. And when he would get this angry, because not only this night was the start of it, and then it continued, and then it got worse. But I could see the shift. I don't know what the shift was. I don't know what made him act that way. It was nothing like I had ever seen before, and for sure not the guy I fell in love with. He was gone. So when he realized that, I was like, "I'm done. Like, I don't think you realize I'm done with you. Like, I'm breaking up with you. If this is what you want and this is how you're treating me, I'm done with you." And that's when we get a knock on our door. We were like, "Who is this?" we opened the door. It was security. Someone had called security because I was yelling, "Get off of me."
Oh,
Let
wow.
me go. They could hear us screaming and, me yelling and Jack yelling at me. And they came in, they instantly separated us, and he was really, really scared of that. He didn't want us to be separated. He was like, "Get the fuck out of my room." He was disrespecting the workers there. He was disrespecting the security guards. And, I tried to get the body cam footage because they were wearing, body cams, and they ended up separating us. I wasn't able to get the body cam footage, sadly. There's a lot of things that go into, casinos, and you're not able to just get those things easily, but that was something I was trying to get, for my safety. I remember, I'll never forget the conversation I had with the female security guard after they had separated us, and she was like, "Listen, I've seen you guys on social media. I know who you are." And she looked at me and she's like, "It's not worth it." She's like, "It's not." She's like, "No matter what, it's not worth it." And she was like, "Are you okay?" And then I just remember crying. Like, I couldn't even make eye contact with her. And I was like, yeah, like, I'm fine. I'm good. Like,
she's ashamed.
Everything's fine. And she was like, "Be honest with me."
Because she knows what she's saying is true.
Do you feel safe? And that's when Jack barged in, and he was like, "Get the fuck out of my room. I'm done. Get the fuck out of here. McKinley, we're leaving." And he grabbed me, and he pulled me out of the room. They were still in our room. And, they're looking at me. They're like confused about the situation.
Somebody that's a control freak, man. He's going to end up in prison. He's doing Adderall. He's smoking weed. He's controlling these girls. He's pimping them out on OnlyFans, taking all their money. I mean, come on. And the sad thing is I've seen him use his parents to introduce some of these girls when they get new girls. So his parents know about this shit, and they're not even trying to stop it,
Because they see how he's acting, and then they see me, and I'm just like in tears. I'm trying my best to like keep composure. At that moment, I didn't want to say anything about my boyfriend. I didn't want to say that he had put his hands on me that night. I didn't want to get him in trouble. It was the first time he had done something like that to me, and it was so.
You were still trying to process it.
I was still trying to process it. So, throughout all of this,
he wasn't ready to give up that money yet. That's what it was.
Ended up calling my parents while he was screaming at me before the security had came in, and my parents were aware of what was going on. I really did call them, because once I called them and he knew that I had my parents on the phone, he stopped, and he stopped yelling at me, and he was, I felt like it was my way of, being safe, and he wouldn't do anything crazy. So I'm on the phone with them, and they're like, "We're coming to get you right now." So I start packing my stuff. He's trying to talk to me. He's getting agitated again as I'm packing my things. I'm like, I just need time away. Like, I need to go. I need to go stay with my family. We need separation. I don't want to be here tonight. You really fucking hurt me. Like, this was unlike anything that I ever wanted.
Yeah, hopefully she's finally done now. But I'm still curious to see why she even wound up doing an OF anyways, even though she didn't want to. After they had split.
Our relationship to be like. I was so upset and hurt by it, and I walked outside. He walked with me. He was like, "I don't want you to leave. I love you. I love you so much." Like, he was showing me that he loved me and cared about me, kissing me on the face and being like, "McKinley, like, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. It's the Adderall. Like, I crashed out. It's my I took it all day. I've had a stressful day. I just want people to help me. Like, you have no idea how stressed I am. I have to take care of all these people, and then I have to make sure you're okay." And I'm like, "Jack, like, I don't know what to say to you." I just remember saying, "I don't know what to say." Like, I truly don't. And I just kept, shaking my head. I was crying. I didn't say any words. He was just kind of spewing how he felt and how apologetic he was. He was so sorry. He'll never do that to me ever again. He didn't know what came over him.
Right.
So my parents picked me up. I spent the night over there, and I didn't talk to him that entire night. I have the texts as well. So as soon as I left, he texted me and said, "You have my ID and my player's card," because he wanted to go gamble. He said, "I need to get the money I just won." I didn't answer, and he said, "I love you, and I'm sorry." Then he said, "Can you come back, please? I miss you, and I'm sad. Can you let me know if you have my betting slip in your purse, please? I need to know ASAP so the maids know if they went through it or not." It's like he completely forgot about what had just happened. You're asking me to check for
Yeah, give me my shit so I can go gambling. Yeah, forget what just happened.
something of yours in my purse. Like, I didn't answer any of that. He said, "Why aren't you answering me at all? McKinley, I'm going back to the hotel. Can you please come?" I still didn't answer. The next day, this is at 5:14 a.m., he texted me and he said, "I can't believe you can't just answer me. Like, why you got to do this? I know you're reading all these and it breaks my heart that my own girlfriend can't text me back. Like, how do you expect me to sleep when you've just been ignoring me since I left?"
Really? And then he's gonna fucking send a picture of when she was in a wedding dress in front of the pink car. Are you fucking kidding me?
Since you left. And then he said, "Hello." And then he sent me this picture of us at our wedding.
Oh
Fake
my
wedding.
gosh.
And then I texted him. I said, "Last night drained so much of my energy, and I know I distanced myself, but I really just needed time. I really just wish you were more patient with me. I always, no matter what anyone says, have the purest and best intentions. I just clearly never showed that in your eyes. I've always showed up for you. I've put my feelings aside constantly. I've loved you when you're down, make sure you're always taken care of. And I'm told that I actually apparently did way more damage than good and ruined your life, even though I know I've always showed up for you, Jack. Not because of anything else other than the fact that I fell in love with you for a reason, beyond what you think." He said, "Please just come back. I'm so sad and I miss you so much and I don't want to do anything until we talk." I said, "Those words can't be covered up with a Band-Aid. My heart is in pieces." He said, "I'm sorry, McKinley. I love you more than anything on the planet, and I don't stop thinking about you. I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean any of it. I love you so much, and you know that, McKinley." And then I said, "I'll be there soon." I ended up going back to get my stuff and pack up my stuff. My parents were wanting me to break up with him in this moment. They were like, "You need to leave the situation." Absolutely not.
Then you get the fuck out of there, man.
It's going to get worse. Like, you just need to stay. But I was not ready. I truly, like, in that moment, I should have been. But
What is it with the females, man? Why? I don't get it. Like, I know so many females that they'll be in an abusive relationship and getting the shit beat out of them every day, and they have every opportunity to leave, and they refuse, or they end up going back. It's like, I don't even know if I feel sorry for you. You know, you know what's going on. It's never going to change. Come on, man.
like, even this, him texting me, you know, like, I need you, like, you're my world. Like, those texts and, like, being told that, even though it came after something so horrible, I never heard those words from him. He had never said those things to me. So I went back. I decided to stay in the hotel room. And then that day, the day after, it was November 16th, he had, like, I guess a stream planned with somebody, and he needed to leave. So I was at the hotel by myself, and he was drinking, and we hadn't even had a conversation about what had happened. I didn't even see him. He was already gone before I came to the hotel. So I was, like, holding on to hope and there for somebody that begged me to come back. And then when I came back, he wasn't even there. He had to, you know, stream and, like, do other things. So I was sitting in the hotel room thinking about everything, and I was just crying. Like, I'm, like, thinking, you know, I don't want this for myself. I know what I deserve. I know that the man that I want in my life, I know the type of soul that I want, and it's not him. It's not anybody that would say those types of things and do those types of things. So I texted him after waiting the entire day. I was there from, I would say, let me look. I was there I think I got there at like 4 p.m. and this is at 10 p.m. and he's drinking and he's on the casino floor drunk. He FaceTimed me randomly without talking to me about, you know, what had happened. He just FaceTimes me like nothing's wrong. He's drunk on the casino floor.
Jeez.
I texted him. I said, I'm packing up my stuff now. Have fun. I'm going home. He goes, no, why can't you answer my calls? You make me so sad. And I said, you make me so sad. He said, I don't want to make you sad. I want to make you happy. Please don't leave. I'm so sad I lost you and I just lost 10K. Please love me.
Damn. Hey, that's when you gamble, man. You win some, you lose some, man.
I said, you're totally fine. Then he said, can you answer, please? I'm not live. I just love you. I'm by myself. I said, Jack, you're drunk on the casino floor. He said, please answer me. I'm by myself. I end up calling him. He's not by himself. He lied to me. And then
yeah, of course.
Bryce, he was with Bryce Hall. Bryce was like, are you still mad at him? So he had literally been talking about how I was upset with him over something he caused, created, and he was making jokes about. He was making jokes about how we got a divorce the day we got married, and people knew we were fighting. So I was like, that's so crazy. I'm struggling so much. Why don't you see it? You don't love me. I said, you always say you wish I was the girl you met in the beginning, and what you...
Yeah, he's one of those like fucking, what do you call those people? The kind that you know, that like play mind games, I guess. Mind games all the time. Almost like they're bipolar. They're extremely mad and yelling at you one minute, and then it's I'm sorry, no, no, I love you, whatever. Yeah, that's like bipolar shit.
fail to realize is that you created how I am from that point forward. There's not a single thing I have changed about myself other than constantly begging for respect and love from you, which is the bare minimum from any relationship. You disrespect me constantly. You disrespect my family. You disrespect my opinions. You disrespect my time and my feelings. How am I supposed to feel the love you claim to have and feel for me while you do those things? You are so right. I don't want to argue anymore. There's absolutely nothing I can do to be better in your eyes. And what I can't get over is even though I gave you 99.9% and left myself with nothing, you never saw it. I wanted to see if you could prove something to me today. And sadly, I'm just disappointed again, and I'm not fighting with you. I never want to, and you knew that from me in the beginning. I sat here by myself for hours and hours holding on to hope I just don't feel like is even there. My 100% might not be your 100%. You have to understand that no matter how much money you have or views you get or other things you want in your life that I apparently failed to give you, my 100% was so genuine and so innocent. Imagine how you would feel in my shoes for a second. Imagine doing all of that for someone who can't even see it. That's all I gotta say at this point. I'm not fighting for anything anymore, and I have accepted everything moving forward. I finally got it and understood like how you always wanted me to. Please be safe. I left your betting slip on the table. Hope you're having fun.
There you go.
He goes, McKinley, no, I love you so much. Please stop. I love you more than anything. I'm coming back right now. I'm not having fun. So I ended up staying. He
Of course
came
she
back,
did.
and I had never seen this side of Jack before. And this was the night I fell in love with him all over again. It was a new side of Jack that I had never seen before. It was everything I needed, the validation. He was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. And by this time, I had never seen him cry. That's something I don't crave out of him. I don't need you to cry for you to care about me. But he was crying at the fact of the possibility of losing me. He was like, I don't think you realize like what I've realized these past 24 hours of not hearing from you and not being there is that you matter. Nothing matters. Nothing in this world matters. Money, views, nothing.
That's what they say.
I need you in my life. I would myself if I lost you. He told me that.
Oh,
and I was just like,
no, don't pull that card. Yeah, when they pull that card, it's over. If I lost you, I'd kill myself. Man, don't play that with me. Go for it, man. I'll sit here and watch. Yeah, don't pull that card.
wow, like, I mean, we just have to come to an agreement. Like, you can't speak to me and say these things and do these things and be extremely disrespectful and me just, let it happen. Like, I want you to respect me.
Right.
And that was something we agreed on. And that night we ended up having, makeup sex. And
Of course.
it wasn't really something I wanted necessarily in the moment, but I felt seen for the first time in so long. Like that was something, with him confessing how he had felt, and like, him saying, I'm not upfront and honest about how I feel about things, but like, I want you to know I love you so much. You're my wife. I want to have kids with you. I want to one day
Yeah,
go on
whatever.
vacations
Fuck that.
and have our little family. Like, he was saying things.
He's, this goes back to the old saying, women. So what's the saying? I don't want to fuck this up. So it's saying I heard women. So men fall in love with what they see, and women fall in love with what they hear. He's just telling her what she wants to hear.
That I had never heard before out of his mouth. So I was like, this guy is going to change. He's not going to want to lose me again. So my parents were obviously very disappointed. They were even saying, there's only so much I can do as a parent. And you obviously, anything we say to you, you're not going to, break up with him on our terms, but,
Yeah.
we'll be there for you, but we are not going to be a part of his life. And they're like, and take it how it is. Like, if you want to, have him around you, that's fine, but we're done trying to involve ourselves in a relationship that we don't want.
Yeah.
We're not. So, at that time, I wasn't fighting with them, but I was almost like, I was mad at them. I didn't want to talk to them. I was like, you know what? Like, you don't know my relationship. He manipulated me so much that I even told my parents that they're crazy. Even though I know
Yeah.
now, looking back on it, like, they weren't.
Look, man, I think we've all been there. I can't lie, man. When I was younger, I was there, man. Your parents can try to tell you, but until you actually see it for yourself, you're not listening. That's like my mother with some of my past relationships when I was younger, man. She'd tell me, it's like, she's trouble. I'm telling you right now, she's trouble. I'm like, you don't know what she's talking about. But about a year later, it took me about a year to figure it out, but I figured it out. And some of us just got to learn the hard way, man.
Obviously, but when you're in that situation, you know, I was really upset with them, and I was like, I just can't understand why you can't just be there for me. Like, it's good now. It's good now. We're having a good week. They're like, well, you shouldn't have just good weeks. But we ended up going back to
Right.
Florida after Vegas. And he's making jokes about the fight, and he's doing what he usually does when we get into these like little arguments. And there's many clips of him talking about how that night he crashed out on me. And, you know, I've never said my side, and nobody knows what happened that night until now, which, like, you know, that has been something that I've been wanting to talk about. And what really changed our relationship was that night. So being able to talk about it and let you guys know, like, him saying that he crashed out on me, he absolutely did. He was horrible to me, and he made it a joking matter that entire month after. And I would be obviously very, very upset when he would bring this up, because I was like, you're playing with me. Like, I broke up with you. I didn't talk to you for like a little bit, and then I went back to you because you said you were going to change and all this stuff, and now you're joking about it. Like, it was really serious for me.
Yeah, he wasn't
It might not
being
be serious to you, but it's serious. So I would check him. I started changing the way I was taking the disrespect, and I started talking back. I would say, why would you say that? If he called me a whore randomly, just because he would have random spurts and say stupid slut, stupid whore, stupid bitch, I would be like, why would you say that? And then
Yeah,
once
for
I
real.
started doing that, he started becoming more and more angry. So these little bickers that we would have turned into huge things, because I would just stand up for myself, and I would be like, don't call me that. And he'd be like, you can't take a joke. You can't take a joke. And I'd be like, Jack, it's not a joke. Like, I don't know what you calling me a whore, like, I don't know how that's a joke. So, you know,
Well, he's so used to his other girls being whores and being on OnlyFans that he probably wouldn't see a good woman in front of him, even if she was standing there. I can't say she's good now because she didn't have an OF while she was with him, but then she ended up starting an OF after she left. So I don't know.
Fighting continues. It's even over just like little random things. He's constantly telling me how useless I am, how lazy I am. I also want to say that he didn't let me sleep. That was something that I think he did on purpose. He every time I would try to go to sleep, he would wake me up and be streaming and playing music so loud. Like I wouldn't go to bed until 3 a.m. and then he would expect me to wake up the next morning and work and film videos until the nighttime. And I tried so hard to get sleep and I couldn't. So I would sleep in sometimes. And then that's when he started to get more angry about how lazy and useless and replaceable I am. And hearing these things hurt, especially after what I had said about what had hurt me at the win and him saying those things about me. He started saying those things continuously every single day. So people in the house started to trickle out. I think what really changed his behavior even to a different level was when people moved out and when I didn't have Michelle. I didn't have the girl to go to like down the hallway and cry a little bit. I cried every day I lived there. I cried in the shower. It was my one time to just let everything out, and that was so insane. It's so insane to think back on because like I don't cry like that anymore, but like even though like I would wake up and nothing could happen that day, but I would just let it all out in the shower because I couldn't cry in front of him. I couldn't cry in front of anybody. But I would just cry. And when I didn't have her and I was just around, him and his security guards and, his cameraman, I felt even more alone in the whole thing. But I think
crazy,
like, another thing I want to point out is, the major question I feel like I'm asked, and I asked myself, and I'm working on this in therapy, is why did I stay? And like I think that's such
for real.
An easy question to ask, right? But I think what people don't understand, and if you haven't been through an abusive relationship, is it's a cycle. Abuse isn't just, you wake up and they treat you like shit every single day and it's constant and just treating you like shit. It can be like that, but it's like abuse is a cycle. You have, the problem, what happens, the abuse, and then it's followed up with the affection and the promises and the I'm sorry.
Right, they tell you what you want to hear.
You really truly think they're going to change.
You get a glimpse of who you fell in love with.
You do. And then you have, the phases, like the honeymoon phases, and then you're like, wow, like we had a really bad week last week, but we're having an amazing week, like a better week than we've ever had this week. So it almost keeps you hooked into hope. And you're in hope that he's actually changing and that the boundaries that you've set, like that he's becoming a better person.
You just gotta cut.
But then you also have to deal with, the emotional manipulation of things and the gaslighting and how master manipulative, it is, when they gaslight people and you question your own reality. And, he made me feel like if I ever broke up with him, I was betraying him. And I think that's why I stayed for so long, was because it wasn't just a normal relationship. It wasn't just a boyfriend and girlfriend type of thing. It was
toxic
business.
as shit.
It was friendships. It was my house. I was living across the country. It was so many factors. And then just him isolating me as well. Like I didn't have the people that cared about me in the beginning, like how I did now. Like my parents were there to support me, but I truly was isolating myself. And I felt like that was also a plan to, make me feel like I had no strength, I had no value, I had no support to leave. He was my support, and he was the person, my favorite person that I can't imagine life without is ruining my life. I had never felt like that. The person that
could give you everything could take it all away.
Absolutely. Yeah. But what I've realized through all of this, and I'm still healing and I'm still working on it, is if that's something you're dealing with right now, abuse and an abusive situation, you're not weak for fucking staying. You're not weak at all. It just goes to show how abusers structure everything to keep you trapped. It's a structure.
But see, I can't wrap my head around that logic, y'all. I just can't. I mean, if I was in an abusive relationship, because dudes can be in abusive relationships. It can go both ways, man. People can play fucking mental mind games with you, but I don't put up with that bullshit, man. You start playing games with me, your ass is going out to the curb. Like there is no second chances with me. I got a cutoff. I guess some people just don't have that in them. I don't know. But for me, shit. Yeah, play mind games with me. You'd be out in a microsecond. You want to see how quick you'll never hear from me again? Man, I'm like the master ghost. Master of ghosting.
Structured thing. And I don't want anybody at all to go through that. If that's something you're dealing with and you see the signs, when you distance yourself, it was so confusing for me. It was so confusing for me in that moment. And I was like, and I asked myself, even after I broke up with him, why did I stay? When you distance yourself and you see it for how it is, it's clear as fucking day. Yeah. And the minute you distance yourself and the minute that they don't have that control over you, they don't love you. They love the control. And once they lose that and you see it for how it is, that's what they're terrified of. And that's what I did. And that's how I see it now. Back then, and when I was dealing with it, I stayed because I was confused. I couldn't understand it. But now that I'm away and I've reflected on it.
I think it's because too, like, as someone who I've personally gone through a similar, not anything like that, but like a different abusive situation, like it's so easy because to blame myself.
Right.
Because it's like, I know I'm very smart, I'm intuitive, I'm very well-spoken, and I pride myself on my strengths, and my parents raised me to be such an independent woman, so I beat the shit out of myself for being like, how could I be in this situation?
Yeah.
How could I let someone, how did I not see it? Why was I so stupid? Like, what? But I think what people fail to realize, it's not, you can't be mad at yourself for letting your guard down and being just genuinely falling in love with the process of what that looks like. And there's like, you're not dumb. You're not stupid. Mm-hmm. Nothing's wrong with you. Like, women naturally are nurturers. Mm-hmm. We're caretakers, and all we want to do is, some women literally in a relationship just want to please, the people around them. And I think that that's exactly what you were doing, and it's not a self-reflection of who you are. It does not define you, why you stayed.
Right.
And I think a lot of women
that's a good argument.
go through that.
I don't know if I buy it.
I mean, it was me. I was in that situation too.
Good.
I beat myself up. I was like, I'm not that dumb. I don't know what happened and how it became that, but like how we're both saying, I think it's not a sign of weakness. You're not dumb. I'm still figuring it out to this day. I'm still figuring it out. So I think, I was holding on to something that didn't exist. But
Yep.
I don't know. I'm almost thankful that everything happened, because I wouldn't have this much wisdom. I wouldn't know, like, now I can see.
Yeah, you gain wisdom by going through shit. Plain and simple. That's why I said, man, some people got to learn the lesson the hard way. But when you've gone through it and you've learned the lesson, you remember it. It stays ingrained in you. You don't forget it.
See, the slight and little things that people can do to gain the control over you, and like now knowing that and like navigating that, like I'm so glad I know that now. But you're not alone. If this is something, it could be a guy doing it or it could be a girl doing it. Abuse is, it's not,
it goes on both sides.
There's no gender, and anyone that treats you that way and does that to you, they don't love you. They don't love you. No one would do that to you if they genuinely loved you. So, but it got worse. It got worse. So we came back and everyone was kind of, everyone had left and gone their own places. It was me, Jack, his security guard. He had 2 security guards, and his cameraman, and his girlfriend. Christmas time, it's happening. We're filming a bunch of videos. I'm starting to feel not right. I felt like something was wrong with, me physically. I
Like
was
health-wise?
health-wise. Yes, I was very, very tired. I was just, my head was hurting. I felt irritated. I felt something was off with me. I knew it. I knew something was off. And I actually
Yeah.
have health.
So yeah, she's finally her brain is starting to say, "Hey, man, we're about done with this little shit, man. Let's get the fuck out of here. We're done with him."
Health problems. I have hyperthyroidism and Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disorder, and it affects my metabolism. I had to go through radioactive iodine treatment when I was younger, so I don't have a thyroid gland, so I take medication to mimic that thyroid gland. It's something that I need in order to survive. And throughout this entire thing, I never went to the doctor. I didn't take my medicine. I replaced that medicine with Adderall, and I
Oh
was so
shit.
unhealthy. I look back at pictures and I'm just like, wow, like you can see it in my face. Like it makes your face really puffy. It also does something to your eyes. I remember my eyes were just very like swollen, it looked like. Obviously at the time I
She
didn't
looked
notice anything
bad.
was wrong with me, but my parents did notice it. They were like, I really hope you're taking care of yourself. You need to go to the doctor. But anyways, I felt like something was wrong, and I had never taken a pregnancy test ever in my life. And for some reason, this
Oh
one night,
no.
I ordered one. I ordered the pregnancy test. I took it, and I set it aside. I'm like, you know what? I don't think this is why I feel this way. I'm really hoping it's
Oh
not.
no, was she pregnant at one time?
I wasn't expecting anything, and it was positive.
Oh shit.
And in that moment, I realized, like, wow, like, not only, I wasn't preparing myself for this, but with where we're at in our relationship and how I feel and like
This
how
is
he
not
treats
what I
me,
need.
like, that's all that came to my mind. It was no happy.
That was like his last ditch effort to try to keep her around. That was his last ditch effort to keep her around. Okay, well, we're gonna have a baby.
Thought at all. Um, but I was terrified, and I had another pregnancy test, and I was like, surely to goodness, it's not, it was a false one. Like, let me take another one. I took another one, and instantly positive. I was like, wow, like it's real. Like this is real. My life is over. Like that's all I was thinking. I was like, my life is done. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do. My parents are
Oh
going to
no.
kill me. I even felt bad for, even just the fact that I had that, and I'm, actively taking Adderall. I was actively drinking. I was like, I had no idea. I go downstairs and Jack is outside, and I was like, Jack, I need to talk to you. And I told him, and he didn't seem surprised whatsoever. He was like,
No, he did it on
W.
purpose.
He literally was excited over the fact that we were going to make the most money we have ever made in our lives. It wasn't because he was excited to have a baby with me and have a family and start a new era of our life. It was, oh my gosh, we're going to start a family YouTube channel, and you're going to make so much money when you're pregnant and you have a pregnant belly. And
Wow.
I remember looking at him and I was like, Jack, you
That's all he cares about is content, man. I can understand content. If YouTube is your living, I get it. But there's a point where you're taking it a little too far.
do not realize if this is happening, I'm done. I'm not doing OnlyFans. I'm not doing that. And I don't want to be on social media, and we need to change our lives. Like here we are, we're living in this house. There's drugs, there's random people coming into our house all the time. It's not safe. What he does for a living, like he streams, he's always in chaos. I was like, there needs to be some sort of lifestyle change. Like I don't know if you're ready for that. And he was like, it doesn't have to be a lifestyle change. Like people have babies when they're broke. Like we're good. Like we're going to make
Well,
so much more money when we have a baby.
people have babies when they're broke. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of money. People have babies when they're broke, which is true. Get these people that are broke, but they have like 7, 8 kids, man. It's like, what the hell y'all doing?
So, he's excited about it. I'm still terrified, but in this moment, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have it. Like we there's really nothing I can do about it.
Fortune.
He seems excited, so I was like, well, maybe
I'm
I'll
not
see a
a
different
fan
side
of
of
it,
him and
but
he'll step up. And like this will be the time I actually see Jack become a man and like respect me. And maybe this is the answer. That the day after, he ends up going to the club, and he was
oh boy.
making jokes about how he wanted to cheat on me, and now that I'm pregnant and can't do anything, that this is his time to get another bitch pregnant. That way he can keep me and keep her and just have me be there, because no one would fuck with me if I had Jack Doherty's baby. That's what he would say to me.
Oh wow.
So while he's saying these things to me, and I'm already, going through how I feel about the situation already, I'm like, this is a horrible situation to be in. He's trapping me. He's literally to my face telling me that as soon as I have a baby, he's going to move on from me and try to have a baby with somebody else, and I'm just there. So again, I don't want to believe this. I know he's making these jokes, but there's truth to all of his jokes. He ends up going to the club, and I went with him. I obviously wasn't drinking. I wasn't doing anything, but all of my friends were drinking. All of my friends were, and they were like, "McKinley, you're going to take a shot?" And I was just like, "No, I'm not drinking tonight." And that was like, I couldn't tell them in the moment. I didn't want to tell anybody. We get into the car, and as soon as we get into the car, he sparks up a blunt, and I'm sitting right next to him, and he's blowing smoke into my face, like weed smoke. And I looked at him, and I couldn't say anything in a car full of people, but I looked at him and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, here I am, your pregnant girlfriend, and you think it's funny to blow smoke into my face. So I was already upset at that. We end up getting to the club. I almost passed out. I was overheated. I was like, I should not be here. I need to go home. He's flirting with girls in front of me. He's, making the jokes he does on stream, degrading me, making fun of me, talking about how all these girls are bad and this girl has a fat ass and all these things. So I told him, I was like, I'm leaving. And this is actually on camera as well. I remember telling him, I was like, this isn't right. Like, the fact that you're here right now, like it shouldn't happen. I was really disappointed. So I get in an Uber. He stays at the club. I Uber by myself.
I always knew he was crazy, but I never knew he was this fucking crazy. I never knew Jack Doherty was this wild.
Back home, and I was just bawling my eyes out the entire time. I was like, wow, like he's.
But see, somebody like that, it's only a matter of time before they spiral out of control. Kind of like Wes Watson. Also, who else? There had somebody else that I was going to mention. But yeah, Wes Watson, he's spiraling out of control. Jack Doherty, he just got arrested, drug charge. He's spiraling out of control. And he's hanging with Wes now, which really isn't going to help his cause at all, man.
This is gonna be my life. I'm gonna have to stay home and take care of our child, and he's just gonna continue to disrespect me and not be a good father. Like I knew that he wasn't ready for that. I knew that it wouldn't be a good situation if I'm dealing with all this stuff and like how I feel. I couldn't imagine bringing a child into the mix, and I knew the only thing he cared about was money and content, and I knew if we had a child, it would be the same exact thing. I knew that child would be exploited. I knew that it would be around things that I wouldn't want my child to be around. It just didn't line up. So I walk into the house, and as soon as I open the door, I break down sobbing. I'm hyperventilating, crying, and I walk up the stairs, and I realized I saw, I didn't know anyone was home at the time, but I saw his close friend. He was like, what's wrong? What is wrong? Like, are you okay? And I was like, no, not at all. And he was like, what's wrong? Like, talk to me. I was like, I can't. It's like, I can't even say it. And I go into my room, I'm crying, and then he knocks on the door, and I walk out to where he was sitting at the table, and he was like, I just want to talk, like, you can talk to me, like, it's okay. I was like, I'm pregnant. I don't know what to do. And his mouth dropped, and he was like, McKinley. He's like, no. He's like, you can't. He was like, there's no, like, you don't deserve this. His own friend was saying, you know, like, he's not ready to be a father. He treats me like shit. He's like, do you think he's going to respect your child? And I was like, no, like, not at all. Like, that's what I'm dealing with. I'm struggling with that so much. And I knew my health issues, and like, it wasn't right for me to, you know, have a child, and it wouldn't have been healthy. I didn't take my medication that I needed to survive for over a year. I didn't think my body could handle it. I was already feeling like shit. I was nauseous, throwing up. So Jack comes home.
Damn, that's
I'm
crazy.
talking to him. I'm just like, listen, like, I need to go to the doctor. I need to figure out if, you know, this baby is healthy. I need to figure out if I'm healthy. We need to actually talk about a plan, because we need a plan. Like, it's not just, oh, I'm gonna have this baby and then we're just gonna see how it goes. Like, it's like, that child is like, your 100% is for their entire life. Like, you have to take them to school. You have to make sure they're fed. You have to make sure they're taken care of. It's an entire job. So when I'm a mother, I always knew when I'm a mom, like, my job is to be a mom. Like, I want to be a mother. And he knew that about me too. I always said, like, I want a family that have Christmas and Thanksgiving and like a healthy family dynamic, because that's what I was raised with. I loved how me and my family had so much fun during holidays.
But them days are like fucking done too, yo. Honestly. I mean, nobody, you know, it's hard to have a family nowadays. I mean, shit's expensive. I mean, people are barely even able to survive themselves, let alone have one or two kids, man. I just, I think that's why there's less people having kids, because I know the birth rates are down like dramatically. People are just, they're tired, man. Everybody's having to work so hard all the time. You know, they have no free time. So the last thing they want to do is bring a kid into the mix, because what little free time they do have, then they really ain't gonna have no free time.
And I always craved that and wanted that. So I tell him, I'm like, I need to go to the doctor and figure this out. And he's like, I don't know what you have to figure out, but like, I guess you just don't want to be with me. Like, I guess you just like don't love me enough to have a baby. And I was like, it's not that at all, Jack. I was like, I just want you to change. We've had these conversations and nothing is changing, and it's actually getting worse, and I feel like shit. I don't feel healthy. He was just upset at me, and, you know, he would bitch me out, especially when we would have the conversations about, you know, a plan and like him, you know, stepping up to the plate. He felt like that was, I guess, disrespectful, but it was a normal conversation to have with someone that I'm about to have a child with. So I end up telling my parents. They were like, please come home. We need to go to the doctor. I told him that I was going home and I would really love for him to come with me, but he ended up booking a trip to Utah and skiing and, you know, planning that trip with you and you guys. And the saddest part is that nobody knew what was going on.
I do want to say, like, I have absolutely not a single clue. In fact, like, when me and Owen got to Utah, we just, obviously I was like, where's McKinley? Like, me and Julia, everyone we were with, I was like, where the fuck is McKinley? And I think he told me, he was like, she's going through some family stuff right now. Like, she's back in Vegas. I'm going to go see her after this trip. And so I thought about texting. I don't know if I think I did text you. And I was like, hey.
You did.
I hope you're okay. I love you and I miss you. I want to see you. And I think your response was like, I love you too. I miss you. But I had no idea.
Yeah, and nobody did. And he made it look like he wasn't going through anything. And that was such a crazy time in our lives. I was just like, how
I mean, basically, he don't care about the girls, man. He's just pimping them all out. He's just pimping them all out. He wants them to make him money. That's all he cares about.
how can he even think of going to go ski and getting upset at me for not wanting to ski right now? Like he was like, you don't want to ski? Like you don't want to, go have fun? I'm like, Jack, no. Like I just found this out. I'm still figuring everything out. I don't feel good. So I end up going by myself. Jack goes to Utah, and he wasn't going to come to Vegas at all
Yeah,
until
because he didn't want to see
I
your parents.
came to terms with the fact that it wasn't right to have the child, and that's something I live with to this day. It's I don't want anyone to go through that. It was horrible.
I know you didn't.
But like, I never in a million years would have like thought I would be in
Yeah, I don't believe in that abortion bullshit, man. But in this particular case, see, that's why I'm not for banning abortion completely. I think abortion is right in the right circumstances. Like this would be a perfect circumstance to have an abortion, or if you got raped, or something of that nature, right? But if you were just you're married and you were just playing around and all of a sudden you're pregnant, nah, I don't think so. That's why I don't think they should ban it completely because it does have its uses in certain situations. But it's the ones that are just out there going to the club, sleeping with 50 million people, getting knocked up. Oh, we're just gonna have an abortion, have an abortion, have an abortion. It's like, oh my gosh. Those are the ones that shouldn't even have abortions.
that situation, but it's like I felt like I was almost saving a life. I can't imagine that poor baby's life. And like
Yeah, that that kid would have had a shitty life, yo. I mean, he's got a shitty father. He would have had a good mother. I mean, from what I can tell. Well, I don't know. She's doing OnlyFans, so I don't know if that's. I have no idea. Can't really say the OnlyFans thing. I'm not really on board with, but hey, whatever. Make the money while you can, I guess.
um I don't know, it's so uncomfortable for me because I never wanted that to happen ever. And I wanted, if anything, I wanted it to work. Like I wanted to have it with him, and I wanted him to change, and I wanted him to step up. And it just nothing. And even me finding out, it was still him fighting with me and degrading me. And I just like, it was the best decision for me. I felt like, and I still think like to this day about it. And it's a really hard situation. Thank you. But I feel like there's a lot of controversy that comes with talking about making that decision. That's why I'm so scared. And I don't want anyone to judge me. And I want you to know, though, like, throughout those 2 years, you weren't choosing you. And
You know, in most normal circumstances, like I said, I'm not for abortion, period. But in this particular case, I get it. I understand. I get it. And I don't think she was planning on getting pregnant. And I do believe that Jack probably knocked her up on purpose as a way of more control, trying to keep her. So in this particular instance, I get it.
At the end of the day, I think by now you would have had the baby and it just wouldn't have been healthy for you. It wouldn't have been healthy for the child. It wouldn't have been the way
It would
that
have
it
been a
needed to
bad
be.
situation.
And I don't judge you. And I hope that, I know putting it out there publicly, it's hard.
It is.
But you made a decision for you. Like it wouldn't have been good for the baby. You made a decision for you and that child. And
No, that would have been
I
a
want you
fucked
to
up
know, like,
situation.
I understand. I know. I can't imagine how hard. I don't know, and I don't know what that looks like. But I want you to know, like, no matter what, like, you made the right decision for you.
I know.
And in a moment where, in the last 2 years where you couldn't, like, you chose you, and that child would not have been loved the way that it deserved to have been loved.
No, it
and
would
I
have been
know
in
that
a
that's something
fucked
you
up
never
household.
wanted to do. And I don't even think there's even a world where I can say I'm sorry, because I don't know. I don't think there's nothing I can say. I love you, and I know that was hard. And, like, honestly, like, even putting it out there, like, there's just no room to judge when no one's in your shoes.
Yeah, this is something, I've been thinking about. Like, I wanted to
that was a fucked
talk
up
about
situation.
this also because it is a huge
I could agree with abortion
part
in
of
this
my
instance.
story. It's terrifying. I don't want anyone to know that about me. And before all of that, I told myself, like, that's something I would never, ever have to do. And as terrifying as it is to talk about it and make it public, I am happy that it's, off my chest. And, like, I just hope that, there are certain situations where I feel like women are trapped into these things, and, some people might not be able to realize it. And it's so sad that there are people out there that, are in an abusive relationship, and, they find out they're having a child, and they think that the child will, make them a better person. And, like, I think maybe, like, there might be some cases out there, but for the most part, it's like, I don't regret what I did. I don't know. It's hard. I don't even know, like, what to say about it. It makes me very anxious. No one knows, like, fully to the extent, obviously I'm explaining it, but, like, no one knows what I fucking dealt with for 2 whole years. Like, it was not living.
It was surviving.
I was surviving him. Like, I was just trying to keep my head above water, like, constantly. Like, I would have been a horrible mother.
Man, he fucked her up, man.
But, like, I was horrible to myself. Like, I know that I couldn't, like, when you're horrible to yourself and you're horrible to, like, I wasn't the best daughter. I wasn't the best friend. I wasn't good to myself. Like, I knew it would be a horrible situation in all aspects. So I just try to think of it in that way. I'm like, there would have been no
Love to give.
And nothing would be positive. It should be a happy moment. Like, finding something out like that, it should be so happy. And, like,
The same thing with your wedding.
same thing with my wedding. Yeah. So
I'm not on board with the weddings, y'all. Not on board with the weddings, but I'm on board with the abortion in this instance. In instances like this, I get it.
Regardless, at the end of the day, like, you did what was best for you. You did what was best for the situation you were in, and I love you. And
I love you.
And
thank you for being there for, like, during that. Like, you have no idea. Like, I remember I had called Camilla, FaceTimed her, and I told her, and you were just like, McKinley, I'm so fucking sorry.
I still am.
I know. You were just like, you were like even though you were like further away from the situation, you were always that anchor, like for me. And I felt like, you know, like you said, like you could see we're soul tied. Like I know that. And like you knew things before I could even say them. You like by the look on my face, you would know how I felt about a certain situation or whatever. And like I just know that you felt, you know, everything I felt, you would feel as well. And like that was something I was definitely lacking, you know, in my relationship, and with all the isolation. You were the only person closely associated. I had no friends in Florida. I didn't have anybody to lean on that wasn't associated with him, except for you and Owen. And I just want to tell you too, like when I would see you guys, like it was like I would feel so happy, and like I needed it so bad. I would always say, like, they literally feel like it's like my safe place, like both of them. And you know, Jack would bring me around you guys like every now and then, and I felt like every time I saw you, it was just like, you know, you would see him or hear him say something, and then you'd be like, how was your relationship? And I would explain it, and it was never good. But you gave me like good advice. Like if you know, you I think the one thing I always told you, I was like, when you're done, call me. Like, I think it's hard because like I'm the type of friend, like I ride so hard, and I think I get a little too emotional, and I almost want to like go up to bat.
Hey, that's the perfect thing. That's exactly what I would say. When you're done, call me. Because when they're knee deep in that relationship, just like my mother when I was with, you know, dating when I was younger, and she was trying to tell me, you know, this girl's trouble. You can't, anything you say to them in that moment just isn't, it's not going to register. But that would be that's the perfect response. When you're done, call me. That would be the perfect response. When you're done, call me.
For you, because I know you're
Yeah.
not, I know you're not confrontational. And
Yeah.
for someone to come up and just fuck with you, like it fucks with me, you know. I'm and I understand that, you know, I'm young, I'm still learning, and there are things that I shouldn't say, and you know, like I just want to almost like fuck somebody up if they fuck with you. So it's like when you tell me things about your relationship, I would listen and I would hear you, but I would feel it, because I knew, like, I know you're such a light, like, and the one thing I'm so looking forward to is to watch your career evolve, that people can see you for you and not this painted picture of Jack Doherty's girlfriend. Like, you didn't get to choose that. It was chosen for you.
Yeah.
And so, like, I saw this light. I've always
Wait,
seen.
okay, hold on. Wait a minute now. Now, we know she was trying to be his girlfriend, though. So let's not put all the blame on Jack. She wanted to be his girlfriend for a while, because she liked the money. Let's be honest here. But eventually she realized the money and all that bullshit just ain't worth it. Having to deal with the mental games all the time.
This light in you, and like I knew that your mind and your heart were completely different. Like, you knew, and we would connect mentally on the fact that I told you, like, please leave.
Yeah.
Like, I'm here. Please, you can stay with me. You're like, I don't have a place to go. I'm like, live with me. I'll whatever you need. Like, I'm there. Like, just leave. And I think Michelle would even be like, Camilla, like, don't even waste your breath. Like, I don't even get in the middle of it, because we all work together. And like at the time, like, I still worked with Jack, but like,
Yeah.
I knew your heart had to be done.
Yeah. I had to come to terms with it.
You get what I'm
Damn.
saying? And like, I
Yeah.
knew that, but like, just
Yeah,
know, like,
right?
I wasn't ignoring you. Like, I felt it. And like, the one person that watched me feel it was Owen. Like, I would sit and watch these streams, and I literally didn't know what to do. Like, there were times where I would be like, do I get in the car? Do I go? Like, there were times where your parents would call me, and I was like, I don't know what to do. They didn't know what to do. And it was almost like, in that moment, like, we kind of felt helpless, but I knew, like, I had so much faith. I'm like, bro, like, I know one fucking day, like, it's gonna be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a drug addict, man. You can't fucking tell a druggie to quit, man. The druggie, wh- whoever it is, they've got to decide for themselves. Period. End of sentence. Anything you tell them, if they're not ready, is going in one ear out the other. They're not fucking listening. They have to be ready themselves to stop. Period.
And like, when I got that phone call where you decided to not keep the baby, like, I just remember, like, I even was like, I know you lost a part of yourself that day, like. And I remember just, I was in the middle of, like, literally starting a bop house, and like, I was like on the water, and I sat there, and I was like, I said the words to myself. I was like, I swear to God, like, when she's done, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I got in the car that day with Owen, and I go, I don't think I even told him. I literally just look at him, and he was driving home from the bop house, and I was like, if he ever puts his hands on her and I find out, I was like, I will never speak to him again. Like, and I said, and I hope that you, as a man with dating someone that you truly love, that you can recognize that, and you will never talk to him again as well. And he looked me in the face. He goes, I swear to God. He goes, we're both done. So, like, I didn't even know he had at this point.
Damn, that's crazy, yo. Man, Jack Doherty, man, I'm telling you, man, he's the next Epstein.
Right.
But, like, it was just the thought in my head, like, I knew that's something you never wanted to do. So the reason you did it had to have been, something must have happened.
Right. He ended up coming to Vegas after me texting him and saying I felt so alone, because he said he was busy. He said that he couldn't come to Vegas, and I was just like, I need you. Like, this was something already so traumatic that I was going through, and obviously, like, he was a part of it too. So I was like, I need you here. So he ended up making the trip from Utah to Vegas. He stayed with me for a few days, and it was probably the best few days I've ever had with Jack. Like, I had seen, a really, really good side
Jesus Christ,
of
dude.
him. And, I knew that he knew what I was going through. And, I think that's why he was treating me with so much kindness, because it was, a rough time for the both of us. But I, end up going to my appointment, and he was there at the appointment in the beginning, and I went through it, and I woke up and he was gone. He was already on his way back to Florida because he had a stream planned. So I was alone.
That's all he cares about is content.
What had just happened by myself. I'm not with, my person. And that's when I called you. Like, that was, that same day. I just needed somebody, that I could talk to and just, be somebody that I could lean on. And that was you in that moment. The only person I could think of even talking to about it was you. So he gets back to Florida. He's streaming, doing what he usually does. And I come back to Florida for Christmas, and we spent Christmas together.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
definitely heavier on me because my parents at this point were not supportive of my relationship with him. They did not trust him. They did not want me to be around him. They were worried for my safety. They were worried about...
Now, if I was her parents, I wouldn't have nothing to do with her either, man. They've been trying to tell them. And then the fact that during their fake wedding, that he disrespected their parents right in front of them, and she didn't fucking correct him. Like, she just turned her head and let that... Dude, if I was her father, man, I would have been beating the shit out of Jack. I'd been like, what did you say?
everything you could possibly think of, especially as a parent, having a child going through something like that. Like, there's only so much you can say and do. And I know how lost they felt and, you know, hopeless. I know that they felt that feeling. But I ended up going back, and the disrespect just got worse and worse. And him starting random fights with me got worse and worse. I can't even remember what the fights would be about, but it would just end with him, calling me useless. Like everything that, he would say to me before everything happened with the child and all that stuff, he fell back into his old ways extremely, extremely fast. And he told
Hey, man, a leopard never changes his stripes, man. When people show you who they are, believe it, man. That's who they are.
me that he really wanted to buy a house together, because I had told him, I was like, the only way that like I would, I want to start a family if we buy a house, if we, if we take that new step into our life. But also at the same time, I wasn't financially where I wanted to be. A lot of people don't know this, but his main income is OnlyFans. I didn't know that meeting him in the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it had to be something like that. He had all them girls around him, and he has them all sign contracts. There's been other people done videos on this. They haven't. Has them sign contracts, and basically he takes all their money, just about. That's why he's got millions, and he's pimping them out. That's why I said he's like the younger Epstein.
Beginning, I felt like, I knew he did social media. I didn't know he made a lot of money from OnlyFans, but of course, when I'm, involved in it and I'm making the money and I am seeing how much I am making and how much he was taking, I needed to pay my taxes. I wanted to buy a car for myself. That was something that I wasn't ready for. I wasn't ready to buy a house. So I told him, I was like, listen, like, I'm all for you buying a house, because he had, the funds to do it. But as far as me, like, I was looking at my dream car I'd always wanted at this time. My dream car is a Mercedes Maybach. I always had them saved on Pinterest. I was looking at them constantly every day, and I was just like, I want one so bad. But Jack just didn't want me to buy a car. Like, that was some of our biggest fights, was
Yeah, he didn't want her to have a car because he didn't want it because he knew she'd fucking leave. He was trying to control her every way he could. Yeah, I don't want you to have a car. Then he knocks her up on purpose because he don't want her to leave. I mean, come on, man.
me saying that I
It's
wanted a
crazy.
car. He didn't want me to have one. Still to this day, I don't know why that offended him so bad. I think it was obviously just the control that he wanted over me, and not having a way of transportation, to
Yeah,
go
he
to
didn't
your
want.
house if I wanted to, or if I wanted to go to the mall or anything, he wanted me to stay home. So I told him this. I was like, I have to pay my taxes. I have to, I want to buy my car. He told me that the car was a stupid financial decision, even though he owns, 4 cars and all these watches and all these.
Yeah, talk about hypocritical. The Your cars are a bad financial decision. I got 6 of them, but you can't have one. That's some hypocritical
all this
bullshit right
jewelry,
there.
and I was like, for the one thing, I just want to be proud of one thing. I want a car. He still didn't want me to do it. He was mad at the fact that I even brought it up. So I end up talking to my dad and saying, hey, I really, really want this car. And it was in Vegas, which was where my parents lived. And I was like, I want you to go look at it. Like, can you and mom go and look at the car and just see if it's like nice inside? Try to get a good deal on it. They end up going, and I told Jack this, and Jack was furious. He was like,
Of
the
course he
fact that you would
was.
go to your dad over this and not me, like, your dad is an idiot. He can't make deals. Like, he's gonna give you a bad deal. And I was like, my dad's got it. Like, he's at the
Yeah, he definitely don't like our parents, yo. That's fucking crazy.
dealership right now. I got a good deal on my car. And anytime I would have went to Jack about anything about me wanting a car, he didn't want to. Like, I tried to go to him first for the help, and I wanted him to try to find me a car, but he didn't want to. So going to my dad and him actually doing it for me, I was like, this is something I really want, and I don't care what you have to say. I'm doing it. So that same day I bought my car, Jack and I had a joint bank account. We shared a bank account.
Oh, no.
He would,
No.
take the money from.
No, don't ever do joint bank accounts. No, bad idea. I don't care if you're male or female. Bad idea. Always have your separate accounts.
OnlyFans, put it into this joint bank account, and take his cut of money. But when I went into my account, I realized that all my money was gone before I even could wire the money for my car.
The day you were buying your
The
car.
day I was buying my car, I went into that bank account, which was where I was gonna use that money to buy my
He
car.
took all the money out. Damn.
And I looked at it, and it was all gone. And I was like, what? Like, I was so confused. Thank goodness I had money in my other accounts because I was making YouTube money. So I was able to wire the money for the car. But he took that money from me and put it into the house. And
How much?
I'm trying to think how much it was. I want to say $300,000
Damn.
he stole from me.
Did you say where's the money? Did you say like, hey, like I have to wire for?
And there ain't shit you can do about it. It's a joint bank account. That's the problem, man. You get a joint bank account and somebody swipes all the money out, well, ain't shit you can do about it. Bank ain't gonna do nothing for you either.
My fucking car.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the fucking money?
I said that, and he said that we're buying a house. He never asked me if it was okay. He never, whenever I said, I don't think that's what I want to do, I don't want to do that, him and his dad would come to me and say how good it's going to be financially. It's going to be a good investment. Even though my name, I wasn't.
Is your name on the house?
No. He just took the money.
So when was he planning on giving this foresaid money back to you?
He wasn't. He wasn't planning on doing it.
No, of course not.
When you buy a house, you put money into it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you sell the house, you obviously sell it with the intention of making more than you paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
When were you ever going to make more? What is a good investment if you never get your money back?
That's what I'm saying, and I tried to explain that to him, and
what was the excuse?
It just was, take it how it is. I already did it. You know, it wasn't. I was never. He never asked me for permission. He never asked me if he could do certain things. He just kind of did. And
I mean, if you watch any of his videos, you can tell he's a dickhead. I mean, straight up. I mean, he's a dickhead, man. And now that he's hanging around with Wes Watson, shit, man. Him and Wes Watson are probably going to become prison buddies.
you know, he knew that he was able to get away with it, and it made me sick. I was like, you know what? Now I can't pay my fucking taxes. Now I can't. You know, the money that he took was actually like, you know, a good chunk of tax money.
Yeah.
So I was upset, but I knew, I was like, you know what? The good thing about all of this is that I bought myself a car. Like, I'm so excited for the car. And that's something that he can't take away from me, is my car. And it's something I'm proud of. And it's something that, you know, people can also see I am successful, and I'm not this gold digger that makes no money, and that, you know, I use Jack for his money, which is, you know, the narrative he tried to push, when in reality, the way he was making his money was from me. I'm like, finally, maybe I can get some validation from him.
And that's why he was fucking mad when she actually finally had enough of his shit and left. Because that was a lot of money that left. But she signed a contract, though. That's the thing. I don't understand. He has all the girls sign a contract. So I don't understand how she's doing OnlyFans now still, and he still ain't getting the money.
Even to see like my success. Like, I have something physical that I can, you know, I can be proud of. He would always tell me that cars aren't my brand. I don't need a car. I'm a woman. I'll just crash it because I'm a woman. Very like, you know, misogynistic things that he would say. He would always make those types of comments about how women can't drive. And I was like, I don't know what you mean by that, because I drove.
Okay. This might make some people mad that are watching, but I'm one of those people, women can't drive. Every time I've ever been close to an accident or been in an accident, because I've been in a couple accidents, they were all female drivers. So I'm biased.
Literally my entire like when I was 16 years old and got my license, I was driving every day to school. I was driving everywhere. And it wasn't until Florida I stopped driving, and it was because I didn't have a car. So I was like, the reason why you don't think I can drive is because I've never have in front of you. But like, I used to drive. I used to be very independent, and I started to.
You don't need to defend the fact that your boyfriend made a fucking misogynistic ass comment by saying women can't drive.
Yeah. So I got the car. It ended up coming, and I want to insert the clip.
210,000.
Hey, I'm sorry, yo. I don't think they can drive. Jack reveals how much car, and they get into an argument. See how, see, before she split up with him, when he had her take an Adderall, see how fucking, she looks so fucked up. You can see her face is like all sunken. She said she went from like 140 pounds to 104 because he had her hooked on Adderall.
Guys, she paid for this Maybach. Insane.
Sorry. It's just so good.
No, I mean, say sorry to yourself, honestly.
I'm not sorry.
I'm kidding. No, it's an accomplishment.
Guys, look at Jack's driveway, and he tells me that a car doesn't matter.
You
Yeah,
know,
he's
don't
got
ever compare
3 or
yourself
4
to other
there.
people out here, okay? Because hear me out. Look, just because I say look at this person, look at that person, doesn't mean be like that person, you know? It's like, be smart with your money. I have the car, so you don't have to, you know?
But I want.
I know.
I know.
We're not arguing with about it. You bought
I have the cars, so you don't have to. What the he just wants control. That's all it is.
car, but I was always advising her not to waste her money on cars. I'm like, I already did all that, and it's like a waste of money, and you just lose his money or you crash it, and it's bad. And she's a woman, so don't even get me started. It's like, how many rims are we gonna go through in a year on this car? It's like, it's gonna add up.
He ruined that day for me. It was one of the worst days ever. He was horrible and so negative throughout the entire thing, saying that I made a bad financial decision. You know, he was saying rude comments about how, again, I'm a woman.
I mean, that is kind of hypocritical. You know, to say you can't have this car, but you're sitting there with like a Lambo and whatever them other 2, 3 vehicles are there. Like, you can't have a car, but I can have like 4 or 5.
What am I going to do? Use this car to go cheat on him? And I'm just like, I'm sitting there
Are
and I'm
you
like, you know what?
serious?
This happy day for me was fully ruined. I was filming a YouTube video for my YouTube, and I was trying to, you know, make it an exciting video, and he was just ruining everything and, you know, making it so negative, and it really bothered me. So I told him to leave the car. I was like, just leave me alone. And I cried. The first hour of me having the car, not even, I was bawling my eyes out in the front seat. And I didn't enjoy it. And my parents texted me because they were watching live. They wanted to see my reaction. And they were just like, I wish you had people. Like,
Dude, you know, her father has more patience than I would, man. If I'd seen her live and some of the shit that he was doing, I would have been down. My ass would have been, well, I'm in Florida, but I think they're down in Miami, though. So I would have drove the 5 hours, man. I'd have been down there. They'd have to put me in prison.
we're just like proud of you. And they were like, I wish you had people to celebrate with you. And I hate that you don't have anybody to celebrate this happy moment. But I invited Michelle over. She was not living at the house at the time, and everyone was, you know, super excited to see the car and so proud of me. And the only person that said nothing was him.
Yeah, because he wanted control.
And I don't know. I didn't know why he acted that way when, you know, he bought people cars. He bought a lot of the girls' cars. He was very supportive of you and Owen buying cars. It wasn't a bad investment for you. I mean, a car is like, you know, you buy them and then obviously they can depreciate or whatever. Yeah, but it's like...
Yeah, I mean, in general, buying a Lambo or like a $200,000 car, it's kind of just a waste of money. They depreciate in value. But I mean, if you got just stupid money, you know, I'm not against it. But if you ain't got stupid money, you don't have no business buying a Lambo.
I wanted one car for myself, and he couldn't even be happy for that. So, that same night, we end up going to the club, and I was drinking. Everyone
What is
was
up with him in the fucking club?
he loves the club. He loves the club, and
Yeah, he's there all
whole
the time.
time he would be in these clubs. It wasn't just for him to have fun, but he was just looking for girls to sign.
Oh, that's what I told you. Jeffrey, he's a Jack Epstein. This is Jeffrey Epstein's son. Has to be. He's going to the clubs looking for girls to sign to do the OF. Damn.
And I think that's the shittiest part of all this is that, I soon realized the game and the manipulation to all of this is like, it wasn't, he didn't love me and was interested in me. He was just wanting me to be a part of his business. And I knew once he had that control over me and knew that I was there, and like he held.
He's like an overly glorified pimp, I guess is the way you could say it. He gets all these girls, he signs contracts with them. They start doing OF. They start making killer money, but he's taking the big majority of it. That's why he's got all them cars, he's got the big house down in Miami. So that's why he was pissed when she left. But see, she signed a contract though. How is he not still getting the money?
Romantic leverage over me. If I was there and I dealt with him cheating on me constantly in front of my face, always disrespecting me, we weren't sharing a bed, I didn't have the girlfriend label, I wouldn't have stayed. But it's the fact that he used me being his girlfriend and us dating, he used that as leverage to get away with the control. And because he wasn't able to do it without that. I would not have been in that situation if we were not dating. And I wouldn't have been just some random girl that he signs and that is just around. Like, that would have never happened with me. So he obviously used that to his advantage. And as he's actively looking for new girls to sign and telling me how easily replaceable I am, I'm just so confused, because I'm like, you used my money for the house you just bought. Even the cut that I get, the small portion of money that I get that's actually mine, you're still cutting into that and using that amount of money when I hardly have anything, and you're taking everything from me. And I'm like, how can someone call me useless? And I ruin their life. But
Yeah, man, talk about hypocritical bullshit. Saying you're useless, but you're making me, God knows, who knows how much money they were making. It must be, I mean, each girl must be making killer money on OnlyFans. But to call him useless, but he's taking their money. And then the fact that they would even be on a joint bank account with him, because he can take the money and there ain't shit you can do about it on a joint bank
I
account.
make them money, and I'm giving them so much. Not only am I giving them, all this money, but I'm also giving them, the satisfaction of, taking my self-confidence away, making me cry. It wasn't a healthy situation in itself. So for him to act like that, take my money, and still act like this, I'm like, how do you not see it from my point of view? But I go to the club. He's obviously flirting with girls like how he always does, saying really mean things to me on camera, ignoring me. I was trying to talk to him for that entire night, and he just was like upset. I don't know. He was in a mood that entire day I got that car. He was just in a horrible mood and was so negative towards me. And I will also insert a clip of me that night. I was really, really sad. I remember saying, I feel like an idiot around you. Like, you've been negative to me all day. It'll play right now. I'm fine.
But you see what I'm talking about. You can actually see her face in this. He had her hooked on Adderall at this time. She's not on it anymore. That's why she looks healthy. But she looked sick, yo. She looked fucking terrible.
Like, nothing happened. I'm not mad at you.
She's been acting all day.
But I have not. No, you're just like,
See her fucking face? Like, she looks like She almost looks like a street whore, like a crack whore. I mean, I know she wasn't, but her being on that Adderall bullshit, she looked terrible.
I have not, McKinley. I'm just live streaming.
It's fine.
It's not like I'm not like acting towards
I know
any way
it's
towards
whatever,
you.
you're trolling whatever.
I'm not even trolling you. I don't
care.
even know what made you like start crying. I didn't
This is
shout
so
at you.
negative.
I have not.
Hey, I'm just like an idiot around you.
No. Stop.
All of this happened because, you know, it was the entire day
That don't even look like the same person. That's crazy.
of him making me feel like shit. But then once the stream ended and after this clip happened, we go home and I'm thinking, you know, everything's fine because as you can see in the clip, he's apologizing and saying everything's okay, nothing is wrong. I go back home and he's so furious at me. He's cursing at me, calling me a whore. Apparently there was a situation, you know, I was crying because of something he had said to me, and I was standing at a wall outside of the club, and he was right across from me, and apparently some guy had came up to me and asked me if I was okay because I was crying and by myself. Jack still has his eyes on me and he's watching this happen. But as soon as this guy asks if I'm okay, the guys step in and apparently start like beating his ass because of him coming up to me and talking to me.
Who steps in?
His friends.
Jack's friends?
Jack's friends. I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused.
That
I
is
was just
so fucked
crying.
up.
I just want to go home. I told Jack I'm over this. I want to go home. So in that moment, I didn't think anything was wrong with this guy coming up to me and saying, "Are you okay?" And then his friends taking care of the situation. I didn't know that he was upset.
Wait, why did they beat his ass?
I don't know. Apparently, they took it as he was coming up to me and flirting with me. I guess no one was next to me when it happened.
I just want to
at
say,
all.
though, even if this guy went up to you and said, "You are absolutely beautiful," and walked away, he did not deserve to get his ass beat.
Right? Yeah.
What? Especially out of fucking nowhere. Like,
Yeah, I felt like he
Yeah,
was
that's
just being nice
crazy,
because I
yo.
was crying and by myself.
obviously.
Yeah.
That's insane. So,
Yeah. So we go back home and basically he calls me disgusting. He was like, "You're fucking disgusting." And I went into the office, the other room, and I was laying in that bed because he told me to get the fuck out. He was disgusted in me. I was a disgusting person because I made him look like a cuck. And I was like, I truly, like, I don't know what to even tell you because I didn't do anything. Like, I'll FaceTime everybody. Everyone was with me. Everyone watched it happen. I'm on the phone with his friends. I'm on the phone with Michelle. I'm saying, can you please explain to Jack, like, what happened? Like, this guy wasn't, like, up on me, like, kissing me or anything. Apparently, Jack had heard that he was leaned up against the wall with me. And when he heard that he was leaned up against the wall, he assumed it was some, like, you know, he was leaned up and, like, we were together and talking when it absolutely wasn't that at all. And that's what people were trying to explain to him. But
Damn,
he had this
that's
narrative in his
crazy.
head that, like, that's what had happened because his cameraman said that's what happened. His cameraman said,
And it's really weird because he has so many girls around him that do the OnlyFans thing. You know, in most relationships, it'd be like the dude is like trying to like control his woman because he doesn't want some other dude to get her. But it's not like he's controlling them for that reason. It's like he's controlling them so they'll keep doing the OnlyFans so he can keep making money. It's a really fucked up situation.
she was leaned up on some wall with a random dude. So, I had anxiety. I was getting.
promise the guy does not get paid enough to say stupid shit. Like
No.
there's no way there's no shot that you are getting paid enough to simply lie so that I'm gonna be honest, there's a common denominator here of Jack and his cameraman.
No, yeah.
It just seems like it's a constant in every story you're telling. It's like, sorry, I just had.
No, yeah, I know. Well, this night, it was, you know, he was screaming at me so loud that everybody and their mother in the house, like Issa and the cameraman, they came out and they were literally like front row watching us go back and forth. And him saying these horrible things, calling me a whore, and like how he should have never given me a chance again.
He's yelling this.
He's yelling this, yeah.
But there's people, Issa, and they were downstairs?
Yeah, they were upstairs. They walked upstairs where we were, and they were literally sitting at the table just like watching like this happen. I don't know why. It started out like just with us, and then like I realized that they were sitting down and like watching the whole thing. And what really ticked him off and made him upset, you know, was me saying, if I'm so fucking useless, then why did you take my money for the house? I said, why did you steal my money? Why did you take my money? And he was like, you stupid fucking slut. He was like, I don't give a fuck. We're done, you crazy ass bitch. He was like, I will never do anything for you ever again. I'll replace you fucking tomorrow. I need some more bad bitches up in here. Like,
oh, wow.
Saying the worst things to me possible. And in that moment, I want to talk about how I felt leading up to this moment, because I can't explain everything that I went through every day, but it was an everyday constant battle. And this night with him going, like saying all these things to me.
Is this the same night you bought your car?
This is same day I bought my car. I remember saying,
Jeez.
I'm just going to myself. And I don't know why I said that. I don't know why that came over me, but in that moment, that's all I felt like doing. I was like, You
don't ever want to kill yourself, guys. That's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You might be going through a problem now, but it ain't gonna last forever. Don't ever kill yourself. That's a bad idea.
no other feeling that I've ever felt in my entire life, how I feel right now with everything that has happened to me. I just want to fucking die. Like I had no hope. And I walked out of the room and I go into the office, I lock the door, and I'm laying down and I'm hearing him, he's like banging on the door. Because I had just said that, and I was at the toilet, about to throw up. I was drinking, and I wasn't going to do anything to myself. I realized that as soon as I said it, I was like, it's not worth it. It's not fucking worth it.
I think you said it yet again. You don't need to defend yourself. I love you, and there's a reason you went through everything. There's a reason you said that. Like, he made you feel like nothing, right? So in that moment, this is my take on it, you wanted to say anything you could to make him feel something. Like, he just keeps shooting and just keeps gunning at you and just shot after shot after shot after shot, just keep.
If you ever watch any of Jack's videos, he's so disrespectful just even to like regular civilians, let alone the girls that he's got working for him. I can only imagine what he would be like off camera. I mean, he's like that on camera. I can only imagine how bad it is off camera.
Pounding you with just negativity and things to just tear you down. Like, you wanted to say something for the shock factor, bitch. Like, fuck. Like, of course, in that moment, you felt that. What else would someone's telling you you're worthless, you're useless. There's no, like, in your head, that there's no point in then. Like, there's a reason as to why you said it. You didn't just say it because you wanted to, like, say it for fun. Like,
right, yeah.
You wanted to make him feel something, but also let him know that everything that he had said to you, it's exactly how he was portraying you to feel, that you didn't deserve to then.
Yeah. And it's exactly how I felt. And before I knew it, I was in the same room as paramedics, and he had called the ambulance because he thought I had taken something. I kept saying, I didn't take anything. I'm okay. They still took me, and they were asking me certain things like, what happened? Why did this happen? Are you okay? Do you want him around you? Like, I was like, I'm okay. I didn't take anything. I just feel really broken right now. Like, that's just how I feel. They took me to the hospital. I was by myself, and I get there, and Jack ends up coming in. They asked me before he came into the room, they were like, do you want him in here? Because we can send him out. Like, I already told him there's no filming, there's none of that. And I was like, yeah, he's fine, whatever. He walks in, the first thing he does is just laugh.
What?
What? Holy shit, dude.
What?
Yeah.
What's funny?
Nothing. Literally, like, nothing. And
What?
when I heard him laugh, I was just like, there's no hope. Like, it's constant validation, you know, like, of how I've been feeling, and the, you know.
Dude, if I had like a scare or I went to the hospital, somebody fucking came in the room and started laughing, maybe I just had a heart attack. I don't know. We're using that as an example. They just come in the fucking laughing at me. Dude, man, I'd be getting up out of that thing. They're gonna be sitting in the hospital room with me. They're gonna be sitting in the bed with me. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna beat shit out of them, and they're gonna have a bed, same room. Laugh at that, bitch.
You know, he didn't give a fuck. And especially in, like, the horrible moments, like me getting robbed, and like me, as his girlfriend, like, feeling that way. Like, I would feel like shit if my significant other felt the need to say that. Like, I'd be like, wow, like, I really need to change something about myself for them to react this way, But it was all just a joke to him, and I was just...
How did you go home that night? What happened?
The security guard picked us up, and I left. I went back home. I went straight to bed. I was exhausted. It was like probably 4 or 5 a.m. It was bright outside when I got back home. And, Issa and Michael, they were all downstairs, and Issa was in tears. She's like, I love you so much. Like, I've been so worried about you. And I was like, I'm good. Like, I'm fine. I wasn't at all. But again, like, I can't explain it to anybody, and I couldn't at the time, especially. I didn't know, in that moment, I'm still dating him. I can't imagine, again, a future without him. Even though I'm dealing with all this stuff, I just was trying to navigate it and understand it for myself. I couldn't explain it to other people. And I also didn't want to look crazy, and I felt crazy, especially, I go in an ambulance, the paramedics have me on a stretcher. Like, I felt crazy.
That's what I wanted you to feel.
I know. That next day, he was really upset at me.
What?
Yeah. He said I did that for attention. And I was like, I want you to know, like, that no. Like, I did not do that for attention. I was like,
Dude, see, if there is such a thing as reincarnation, I don't want to come back as a female, because if this is how they act, I don't fucking want to do. Dude, if somebody came in and started laughing at me or was saying I did that for attention, man, I'd beat the shit out of. No. No, I wouldn't put up with that shit.
I felt like that in that fucking moment, Jack. And, like, I just want you to know, like, what you say fucking hurts. And what you say to me, like, matters. Like, the only person I look for, like, validation from is you. And, like, you don't give that to me. Like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to feel? It was awful. And, he started ignoring me. That whole entire day, he hardly talked to me. I felt like an idiot. I felt stupid for even saying something like that. Even though that, again, like, that's how I felt. I really felt stupid. He made me feel stupid. Again, it's invalidation of my feelings always. It was always me the problem, even though, I was taking everything he said to me that night, not saying anything. And then, me reacting that way was a problem, not what started it. It was never, like, what started the problem. But that happened, and then he has another stream. This was kind of, I guess, the lead up to our breakup. This is within the same week, by the way. Me getting my car was in the same week of us breaking up. I was at a hair appointment, and he took advantage of that day that I was there and said, well, now that you are at a hair appointment, I'm going to go to the club because now I can raise up some bitches.
What do you,
So
where's the just kidding?
there, he wasn't kidding. He did that the entire time I was there. I was
Wow.
like watching it.
Yeah, he's got to go find some more girls to sign. Because he knows he's fixing to lose this one. Got to go get some more, get some replacements.
Yeah.
Oh, McKinley's calling me. Hello?
But I went to get my hair done this day, and he went to the club. And I was watching the entire thing, and I remember my hairstylist was like, who do you think is more, are you more jealous or is he more jealous? And I was like, I don't even know at this point. Like, I'm not even watching this because I'm jealous. I'm just watching this because my whole entire life was him, and I watched everything he did. And to see him flirting with other girls without me there, I was just like, it's normal to me at this point. I didn't feel jealous. I was just like, you know what, this is how it is. I kind of felt like, after everything we had been through, like, maybe that is what he wants, to be happy, is to just be single and living his life and like wanting to do that, and it's more fun for him. So I let him have it. I was like, whatever. My hair was done. I texted him. I said, hey, I can meet you at the club if you're still there. And he told me, I think you should just go home. And I was like, well, I mean, I just got my hair done. Like, I want to see.
Yeah, I done found me some bitches. Don't be coming around here. I don't need you around here. Oh, he's got like 5 girls. Man, I got girls. I'm signing contracts. I can't have you around here.
If you're still there. Like, I don't just want to go home by myself. So I told him, I was like, I'm already on my way. He told me he was leaving, and he was with a group of girls the entire time. And my friend Michelle, she lives in the same area as like that club, and I had asked her, I was like, hey, I think Jack is leaving the club, can I come over? Because I didn't want to just go home. He was still streaming, and I didn't want to be around that. So I ended up going to her house, and her boyfriend were there, and her boyfriend was Jack's manager. So we all worked together. There's no need to be, jealous or confused as to why I'm there. Like, I thought it was very normal for me to be there. But Jack was upset about it. He didn't want me to be there. He wanted me to meet him and come home.
Of course.
But he was still at the club. So I didn't understand that. They asked me if I wanted to go get some food. We end up going to like this outdoor like bar/grill type of thing. We had a few drinks. I ordered food, and Jack is just nonstop texting me. Like, I want to read it. So I told him, I said, we're getting drinks at...
Okay, this is why you don't text, y'all. Don't ever text. Don't ever text. Don't ever leave voice messages. Because that shit will be used against you later.
Marina Village. He said, L. He said, why are you going to a bar without me during spring break? Like, what the fuck? And mind you, he is literally at... Like, he is at a club talking to girls actively during spring break. And I said, I promise this isn't a bar. I'm just with Michelle and... It's food. I will come home soon. Please don't be mad at me. It's not a club at all. I said, babe, are you mad at me? Can you answer, please? And he said, duh, I'm mad my girlfriend's at a bar alone drinking on a Friday night during spring break. I don't know why you think I'm okay with that. If you want to drink and have fun with Michelle, do it at her place.
Talk about some hypocritical bullshit, bro. He's at the club while she's getting her hair done. But he don't want her going to... I mean, come on, man. See, this is some hypocritical bullshit right here. He can go to the club but she can't go to the bar. And it's not even to the bar with like random people. It's people they work with.
You don't need to go out in public without me to drink at a bar to make me look dumb. Just talk to me when you get home. I said, why are you mad at me? I said, bro, why are you mad at me? Jack, hello? He said, I'm not texting with you over this. And I said, Jack. He said, I don't want to talk to you. You're drunk. Leave me alone, please. I said, why are you like this? He said, valid reason for me to be mad at my girlfriend for going to a bar without me in the middle of spring break to drink. Like, when has that ever been okay in our relationship? You're setting me up to make me look dumb as fuck. You have no respect for me. Stop calling me.
Are you
I
kidding
said,
me?
WTF. You were at and I had my hair appointment. It was around the same time, so you were at and I decided to meet up with Michelle and hang with her. Ended up coming to, I'm at her place. When have you ever gone, he said, when have you ever gone to a bar without me to get drunk? Never. So why is it all of a sudden okay? Especially in the middle of spring break. Like, bro, what are you doing? I said, Jack, I promise it's not a bar. I was with Michelle and the entire time. Please love me. And then
It's so
he said,
stupid.
doesn't matter. There's a million people down here for spring break and everyone knows who the fuck we are. It makes me look so stupid if someone takes a video of you out getting drunk at a bar without me. Like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Damn.
He told me I don't want to be on speaker and talk to everyone in the room. I said, I'm by myself. He said, I can't even trust talking to you anymore because you're always making our business everyone else's. This is why, I told what was going on because I felt like he was acting.
Yeah, because he's trying to control the girls because he doesn't want the public to know what he's really doing and how he's getting his millions. You don't want that. Well, I mean, everybody knows now. But I think we all kind of secretly knew that to begin with. But this just like confirms it.
Crazy. Here I am like sitting eating with people that he should trust and works with and like his own good friend. Like, I would never do something not like, why would I be unloyal to him in this situation? Why would I go out of my way and make him look bad during this? Like, I was truly just having fun and like being with friends, and that was the first time I had actually done something without him, which is crazy to think. Like, over that whole 2-year span, that was the first day I left and did something without him, and that was just hang out with my friends who he knew. And we're also his employees. So I felt like I wasn't doing anything wrong.
That's so crazy.
Again, he was at Rock Bar the entire time, at a club, actively flirting with girls and drinking. So I was just like, I don't know. The double standard is crazy. I don't know
Yeah, it's pretty
what I'm doing
hypocritical.
wrong. So I end up going home. I go to bed. I drank a little bit, but I went to bed. It was late. I woke up. And that next day, he was furious with me. Like,
Of
to the
course he
point
was.
of like I actually thought that he was again like trying to break up with me, calling me a whore, talking about my body count and how I'm a disgusting slut, worthless, useless human being. I'm a bitch. I'm a drunk. Just extremely like degrading things. And I distanced myself again. I stayed in the other room. I was laying down. And he came into the room as I was laying down and he was trying to hug me. I was like, well, maybe he's not upset at me anymore. At this point, I'm begging him to not be mad at me. Like, that's all I wanted. I was like, please, just like, I don't know what I can do. I won't do that again. I just want you to like also have trust in me to go and have lunch and food with your friends. And my
That's
friends.
so crazy.
So
If you're at a point in a relationship where you got to do that, it's fucking done. It's over. It's game over. Time to move on.
he comes in the room, he acts like everything's okay, and he asked me if I could give him head.
What?
And
Wait, what?
no, yeah, he was after degrading me.
Fighting. Wait, so he.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Like, hey, you're a bitch, you're a slut, you're a whore. But can you get on your knees for me? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh boy.
After he called you a whore and a slut,
Yeah.
you went where?
Into the office, like the other spare bedroom.
Okay, and then out of nowhere,
He walks in.
he's like, yo. I know, let's not address the fact that I just crashed the fuck out on you, but can you give me head?
Yeah.
He
I
looked you in the
did.
face.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. And she's like, I did. No. No. Where are the boundaries? Where's the boundary lines?
And in that moment, I thought everything was okay. And that was kind of why it was like, I'm okay, well, maybe this is, as sad as it is, I guess, like his way of saying everything's okay, like we're good. I end up doing it. And as soon as, it's over, he gets up and gets on his phone and leaves the room. And I was like, okay, well, that felt like shit. Like, that was weird. And I leave the room, I go into the bedroom, and he was laying in the other bed, in our bedroom. And I was like, hey, and he was ignoring me fully again. I was like, yo, like,
It's so crazy.
what happened? He's like, nothing. And then I was like, are you good? Like, I just sucked your dick. And then he was like, well, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I wanted my dick sucked. He's like, I'm still pissed.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
God dang, dude. This is fucking nuts. Hey, look, I gotta give him credit, man. The balls he has, man. To be it's really weird. If you look at a picture, if you haven't seen Jack Doherty, you need to look at a picture of him. It'd be like, how does somebody like him, as young as he is, able to convince these girls to sign contracts to do OnlyFans and take all their money? Like, this is crazy.
So it all started again. It was he made up for me with me to do that, and that was something, if even though he was my boyfriend, there were times I didn't want to do certain things, and then he would be upset at me for not doing it. And
He can suck my fucking dick. I don't give a damn if he's your boyfriend. I don't give a fuck if you've been married for 30 years. If you don't want to do something, you don't have to. And he can go burn in fucking hell if he wants his dick sucked. Tell the cameraman to go fucking suck it.
it's true, yeah, I know.
Shit. Almost lost my hat. Tell the cameraman to fucking suck dick. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. We're gonna take a quick break, okay? Because we still got a lot. We still got a lot to get into this, and we're like 2.5 hours in, and I got to go to the restroom. So take like a 5-10 minute break, and then we're gonna come back. This is a good. This is a good spot to take a break. Tell the cameraman to go suck your dick. Okay, let's regroup. Let's take a 5-minute break. 5-10 minute break. Grab you something to drink. Get some fucking popcorn. Get some popcorn because this shit's getting good. All right, I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, use the restroom, get you something to drink. We'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, okay? You fucking crazy, dude. Okay, be right back.
Disney Zootopia 2 arrives in theaters just in time for the holidays.
Pops and Wild.
The Dream Team. Are you ready for the phenomenal Thanksgiving movie event?
That's a weird way to ask that.
Yeah, I've got no idea what that means, but let's go!
After you feast.
Bon appetit! If at any point you choose to eat, bon appetit then.
Celebrate the return of Zootopia with the whole family.
We're gonna be the greatest partners of all time!
Togetherness! Never mind, forget I said it.
Disney Zootopia 2, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. November 26th. Tickets available now.
All right, guys, we're back. Let me get pulled up. That was a. I figured that'd be a good place to take a break, man. Since we've been at this for 3 hours, this way everybody get a chance to get a drink. Let's see, activate. There we go. All right, we're back. So, one thing I got to get pulled up though before we get started that I had to close out. But that was a perfect. That was a perfect spot. Tell the cameraman to go suck your dick. Jeez, it's so fucking crazy, yo. All right, let's get back into it. Hopefully everybody's back. Got you some popcorn. Got you something to drink. This is getting crazy.
That is fucking disgusting. He is fucking.
Yeah. And there's a lot.
Tell us how you really
I
feel.
just feel like whenever I was on my period, that was his week of getting head, and like I needed to do that every day, even if I felt like shit. And you know, if I didn't want to do something at a certain point, it was like I kind of had to, because he would say that, you know, if I'm not willing to do that, he would go find it somewhere else. And what's the point of, like, you know, being with me if I'm not able to give and, you know, give him what he needs.
I can't.
But the period thing was like a huge thing. Like, he didn't care at all if I felt like shit. You know, that's something a man like doesn't understand, like how it feels to like be on your period. But it's like you don't really have. I didn't want to do that when I was on my period. I felt like shit. My stomach would hurt, and I would still have to work, and I would still have to, you know, get up and like do things, and you know, be there whenever he needed it to be, and not get sleep. And I don't know. I've so many things, but yeah, that was something he would fake make up with me to get what he wanted, and it was really upsetting. I felt very
what happened
used.
right after that? Right after he was like, I just want my dick sucked.
He told me that I'm becoming extremely lazy and I needed to step it up, or else he's gonna go out and find another better bitch. Okay. I've made him a horrible person. He's lazy now. He's not making as much money. I've made him into this lazy, unhealthy person. Basically projecting everything onto me. What he did to me, he was saying that I was, you know, I was the cause of like the way he was treating me. Like he treated me this way because I was so lazy and I didn't want to work. And in my head, I'm like, every living day of my life, I am working. And working means, you know, waking up and filming, you know, videos until nighttime, and then he'll stream. Content. So like constantly, like I'm on camera and like doing these things. And I did that every day for 2 years of my life until it became almost impossible. There was a really important period of time, I feel like for a month or two, where even my filmer was asking me like, are you okay? Because I couldn't get myself to do anything. I was so exhausted. I didn't want to leave bed. He would fight with me constantly at night, exhaust me at night, and then sleep peacefully and soundly while I'm bawling my eyes out crying, begging him to just talk to me or help me and validate me, reassure me, anything. So while I would stay up all night, like constantly battling these things, I wouldn't get good sleep. So I probably was lazier. I was depressed. I couldn't leave bed. I didn't want to wear makeup. I was so skinny. I would wear sweatpants and hoodies. I hated everything about myself.
She looked like a
I didn't even want to be on camera. So he told me, you know, this can't be happening. I'm extremely lazy. So he told me I needed to wake up at 8 a.m. the next day. And we came to that agreement. He said, if you don't do that, I'm fucking breaking up with you. So we come to that agreement. I said, okay.
Man, see, this is if there is such a thing as reincarnation, I don't want to come back as a female. I just don't. No offense to the females out there, but ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. Tell me I'm gonna wake up at 8 a.m. tomorrow or I'm breaking up with you. Well, you're gonna be mightily disappointed because I'm gonna sleep until 12. Hell, I might even sleep until 1 o'clock. So you might as well start packing your shit.
I will be up at 8 a.m. I'm going to have a big filming day. We're going to get a lot done. I go to bed. Again, we're still bringing things up. So I didn't get good sleep. I had major anxiety. I couldn't go to sleep. And I also knew, you know, I had to wake up tomorrow. And
why 8 a.m.?
I don't even know.
Oh, just cuz? Okay.
Yeah.
Stupid.
So.
And there was nothing planned?
No.
Okay.
Nothing planned. Even for him, like
just
he didn't have anything
planned. Just trying to figure out the fucking logic. So,
right.
Okay.
Let me know when you figure it out.
No,
too.
I just lost.
So I'm
trying to find the just kidding in the room. So.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah.
So we come to that agreement.
So you napped?
Yeah, I fell asleep. I got a few hours of sleep and I woke up. My alarm went off and I looked over. He was still sleeping. I was exhausted.
Nah. Nah. You want me up at 8? And you're not up, bitch, you better be getting up. I'd be throwing them out of the bed. Hey, I'm up at 8. You getting your ass up too.
Decided to sleep a little bit longer and ended up waking around 10 a.m. He was also awake and, you know, I was on my phone about to get my day started. I was fully, you know, down to like film videos and all that stuff. I just kind of felt, you can film a video at any time of the day, and I was just waking up, and so was he. So I didn't think anything of it until he was the one to bring up the fact, it's do you see what time it is?
Really make my life harder. I'm sorry. It's like I have to carry you through life, and it's like you're my girlfriend. I have things I have to do every day. So you're supposed to help me through it. You used to be so helpful with it. You used to make your own videos all day long, and I was able to do my own thing, help everyone else with their stuff.
Man, I don't want to come back as a female. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. I'd be in jail. I am not gonna sit there and just let somebody just ramble off, especially if I was up at 8 o'clock and he wasn't up. So I went back to sleep. Now you're telling me, oh, bullshit.
I have to just help me and you now. It's a me and you game now. It's a full-time job.
I want to do that though.
So why don't you do it? Like what's stopping you? I get my shit done every day. I post every day. I stream every day. I can't rely on you guys every day. That's why I do my own thing.
Damn.
No good morning?
No good morning.
Oh, okay.
No, it was deep.
Basically, what he's saying in a nice way is, you guys aren't making me enough money, so I gotta go post on YouTube and do my own streams because you guys are lazy and aren't making me enough money. That's so crazy.
Do you see what time it is? And I was like, yeah, I'm about to get up. I'm sorry. I just I didn't feel good. I was really tired. He was like, look at you. He's like, you can't even do basic fucking things like wake up at 8 a.m. He's like, I am who I am surrounding myself with, and it's you. And I'm turning into you, and it's horrible. You're a lazy, useless piece of shit. Like, literally, it went from 0 to a fucking 100. And I get up, I'm crying. I'm like, Jack, stop saying these things to me. It's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m.
How are you crying at 10 a.m.? How can he do so? Like, how are you on go at 10 a.m.? Had he popped his Adderall yet?
No.
Oh, wow.
No. But I think what stemmed the fight and like what made him so angry was what led up to that, and that was the day before, and the day before that day was me and him getting angry at me for going to the place with Michelle and so that was another thing he brought back up, and what made it so much worse. Okay. It was like, see, you can't even do this fucking shit. He was like, you're a whore. Try to go find another guy that'll fuck with you. You have a fucking OnlyFans. Like, you're a piece of shit. Like, you're not all that.
Damn.
I'll find another bitch that'll make more money than you.
He's the one that got her hooked into the OnlyFans. She didn't want to do it. So he did end up getting. So she did end up getting an OnlyFans. I thought she got OnlyFans after she left him. I didn't realize she had an OnlyFans while she was still with him. I thought she just did it after she left, just to piss him off. So this is so crazy.
Just saying things, tearing me down. And I remember all I said to him was, if I'm so fucking useless, then why do you take all my money? That's all I said. and that.
Yeah, bitch. If I'm so fucking useless, why are you taking all my money? Jeez.
Enraged him. He was furious. He stormed over to me. He was like, you stupid fucking slut. He's like, you're not grateful for shit. He was like, I should have never given you a fucking chance. And I'm brushing my teeth. I'm crying. There are tears coming down my face. And he comes right here and he's like, you're a stupid fucking whore, you fucking whore, and he's spitting on me. He literally, I could feel the fucking spit come off of his mouth because of how close he was to my face, screaming in my ear. And he pushes me as hard as he can into the wall.
Damn.
And I caught myself in my arm, which I have a picture of the bruise from the day after. He pushes me and I caught myself, and he told me, he was like, oh, you flopped. He's like, stop flopping. I was like, I did not flop. I said, don't you ever fucking put your hands on me, ever. And he was like, I didn't fucking put my hands on you. You flopped. He was like, I don't give a fuck. You flopped. So I walked outside to the outside balcony after that had happened, and I just remember.
Yeah, because that's a smart move. Let's go out to the outside balcony where he can then just push us over the balcony. That's not a good
I was on
move.
my phone. I think I had texted Michelle on Snapchat and I was like, bro, like I need to get the fuck out of here. But before I could even like do anything or text my parents, he had came outside and he was like, you're just so annoying, like to deal with. I'm trying so hard not to fucking punch you in the fucking face. I'm trying so
Oh
fucking
my
hard. It's taking
God.
everything in me not to fucking punch you
Yeah, it's time to get out of there. Time to bail.
in the fucking stupid face. And he's grabbing his fist. He's red as fuck. His eye, it was not the normal Jack I was so used to. It was so like completely different. And I was terrified in that moment. I was so scared. I didn't know if he was about to beat the shit out of me. We had guns. He would always make jokes and say like, I'm like, should we just ourselves? Like, I'll just you, I'll me, like just ourselves.
Fuck
I didn't
that.
know. He was so enraged. I didn't know what he was capable.
Don't say that to me. Be like, no, we ain't killing each other. I'll sit here and watch you kill yourself. But nah, I ain't going with you.
Of. So I just knew I needed to leave the situation. I needed to get out. I when he said that he wished he could punch me in the face or like he was trying so hard not to, I told him, I was like, we're done. I'm done with you. I'm absolutely done. I walk outside to my car and that's when I called my parents and I was sobbing to them. I was like, Mom, Dad, like I'm done. Like he put his hands on me again. This has been so horrible. Like he's not getting better. It's getting fucking worse. I didn't know what to do. And they're like,
You know, I haven't heard her say anything about her telling her parents that she has an OnlyFans. I wonder, I'm sure they probably know now, but I wonder up to this point if they even know that she's doing that.
McKinley, we love you. Like if you want to come to Vegas, like come to Vegas. But I don't want you coming here and then thinking like, oh, I miss him. Like I want to go back. Like I want you to finally be done. They were like, I don't know what you need to do, but you should reach out to Camilla. That's what they told me. They're like, you need a friend like to be with you because nothing we say, we've been saying it and we just feel like you're going to go back. And it's so true. Like every time I've been with them and we would get into horrible fights, I would go to run to my parents. I would always run to them and they were there for me. And they would say certain things, but like, you know, I know myself. And if I would have went to Vegas, I don't know the situation I would have been in if I would have been wrapped back into it. But I texted you. I got off the phone with them and I texted you, I love you. It was like all I wanted to say to you. I didn't want to explain anything else. I just wanted to say like, I love you. And then I called you. And that's when you were involved in everything. And I was like, he did it. Like what you had said, like when you told me, if he ever lays a fucking finger on you, like let me know, like it's done. And like I was like, he did it. And instantly you're like, come to my house, like we'll figure it out as we go. Like you just need to get out of the situation.
Yeah, that's
just
a bad
you told me to
situation
leave
be
everything
in.
behind. I that's what I was.
You know, now I do understand. There's some people like there are some females that play that shit. Okay, like they're really not in an abusive relationship, and they'll say, "Oh, the guy's abusing me," you know, just to even though the guy's really not. There's a lot of instances of that. In this particular case, though, I believe everything she's saying. I mean, it sounds like, I mean, just if you watch any of his videos, you know he's a dickhead, anyways. So this, I believe, 100% everything she's saying about him, and it sounds exactly like what he would do. So in this case, I would say she's probably telling the truth.
Worried about. I was like, I have so much stuff. But I just knew I needed to get out. I walked inside after I had gotten off the phone with you and I grabbed a bag. I had to Instacart a suitcase because he had taken all my suitcases and put them in the new house he had bought. And I was just packing my bag. He was outside on the phone. I don't know who he was talking to at the time, but he was outside in the backyard. I could see him on the phone with somebody. And I was just quickly packing a bag like as fast as I possibly could, just trying to get out of the situation because I've tried to leave many times. There's only so far and so many places I could go. Like when I would threaten to break up with him and we would get into these fights and I would be like, you know what, it's not worth it. I think we should break up. And he would grab onto me and make sure I didn't leave. And, you know, and then he does these things where he'll grab me and then he'll start laughing and making jokes out of everything. When it's so serious, I have tears streaming down my face and then he's starting to laugh and trying to make it into a whole joke. And again, it's like me questioning my own reality. I'm like, it's serious. Like these things are so serious, but you make them into jokes and you mask it into jokes.
He's just trying
but
to
that's
get
what he
content.
started to do. He walked in to the house after he was outside and he was like laughing and he was like, look at you, like, why are you acting like this? Like, why do you have to do all this? And I was like, I wasn't saying anything. I was like, we are done. I'm done with this. Like you constantly degrade me. I don't know what else I can do. I was like, I want the best for me. At this point, I don't know if like it's even possible to fix this. He was still laughing and just I was silent as fuck. I don't even remember our last conversations. But I do remember I was like, you're going to realize one day how fucking useful I was to you and like how much I'm worth when I'm gone. Because I knew that I was done. I knew I was never seeing him ever again. He didn't know that. Like he was like, oh, whatever, like I'll see you in a week. I'll give you a few days and like you'll be back. And I was like, you don't even get it. You don't know. You have no idea. And I was like, you're gonna realize like the people that care about
that sounds like his ego too. That's the kind of ego he's got, man.
you and truly care about you, like you're not gonna have anyone next to you when you treat people like this, Jack. Like I saw it continuously. It wasn't just me. It was every person he had around. It was his employees. It was his cameramen. It was the girls. He was so horrible to these people, and I was like, these people are so supportive of you and they're there for you and they give so much of themselves to you. Their life is your life and you cannot continue to treat people like shit. I remember that was one of my last conversations with him was you're going to realize how many fucking people care about you and you're going to lose all of them. You are. And he was 100%. Just, you know, laughing about the whole situation again, was not taking me seriously. I called the Uber, I left, and he went live on his channel talking about, you know, our fight and, you know, why we got into the fight.
What if she hooks up with another guy? Meanwhile, I will take the hundreds of thousands of dollars of shit that she has in my closet and her Maybach, and I will disintegrate that shit. I will fucking put dynamite. And I'll blow it all fucking up. Everything. And her fucking... I'll blow up everything.
Damn.
Her fucking family doesn't...
He talking about blowing up her car. Blowing up her damn car.
Nah, fuck that shit. If she fucking ever even even looks another guy in the eyes, cooked. Like, I'm kidding, I'm joking, obviously. But like, I would cook her shit. No, I'm kidding. But she knows better. She would never fucking do that.
At this point, he was under the impression I was going to Vegas because that was what I had said. He had no idea that I was going to meet up with you. He didn't know. He thought I was on my way to my parents' house, which was, you know, in his case, probably the best case scenario because he knew when I would go back to my parents, I would, you know, miss him and want to come back. So I met up with you. I told you everything, and that's, I guess, when you were involved in it. If you want to talk about anything. And
yeah, so I I've always had like a really good intuition. I will say I pride myself on that. And the moment I like looked at my phone, I think I was doing my makeup, so I was gonna go film something. And it was a text from you, and I was like, okay, and I opened it. It was my Face ID, but you know how when your Face ID opens a text, and you don't have to like click the message? You said, I love you. And I looked at Owen and I said, something's wrong. I remember I said, I really needed to hear that. And I was like, I love you more. I said, what happened? And then I got a phone call from your dad. And I think very few times in my life have I ever heard a grown-ass man cry like that. Like he was like, I don't know what to do. And I said, Brad, and then your mom starts chiming in, and he was like, I don't know what to do. I told her to call you. I was like, everyone needs to calm down. I was like, I can't panic. No one can panic right now. I was like, she's gonna be safe. I was like, she's gonna come here. She's gonna be safe.
Yeah, I mean, her parents had tried to tell her to get out of that situation, but she kept going back. And, at some point, there's only so much you can do. I mean, her parents can only tell her, but I mean, if she's going to keep doing what she's doing, I mean, what can they do?
I was like, right now, let's stop worrying about how she's gonna leave, her shit, her car. I was like, nothing matters right now. I was like, all that matters is like where she's coming to see me. And so I get off the phone, and you had just called me. Like you, and I didn't even know what happened yet. And he was kind of like spewing words at me, like they got into a fight and this, that, and the third. And I was like, okay. And then you call me, and I'm like, and you're explaining, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, and I sent you the address, and I was like, just come to where I'm at. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
So March 23rd is when I left him. He said, I know you hate me, but I still love you and always will. It breaks my heart fighting with you. I didn't mean anything I said. I just got mad. I'm sorry. But I think we need a few days apart so we can appreciate each other again and not make it worse. I didn't answer. He said, why can't you answer? And then he said, where are you? Can you please turn your location back on so I know you're okay? That's number 2. And you said you would never
turn the location off. Yeah, turn your location on so I can find you, bitch. Damn.
do this to me. Just answer me, please.
He's getting angry.
Then he texted me that night, and he said, good night. I'm sorry about everything that happened today. I wish I could take back everything that was said. I love you. Please call me tomorrow. I didn't answer that. And then this was March 24th. The reason for the huge blow up, because a lot of you are probably wondering, like, okay, if he was acting this way, how did it become even worse?
Yeah, because I remember, I don't know when this happened, but I remember seeing a video where they had cops at his house, and she was there, and I guess she was there just to get her shit or something. I think. I could be wrong.
He changed my passwords on my OnlyFans account, which, that was like, okay, he's trying to take my account from me.
Well, exactly. Like,
right.
In the moment, I think I was there for that. Like,
yeah.
When we were having a conversation about, I don't even know. I was like, well, what are you going to do with your OnlyFans?
Yeah.
And she was like, well, let me look. And then the second she pulled out her phone, her passwords wouldn't work.
I couldn't log in.
Naturally, we both panicked and we're like, fuck, what do we do?
Yeah.
So we immediately switched all the passwords, like immediate. Like, I don't even think there was like a 5-minute period. Like,
it wasn't.
We completely changed the email associated, the bank, the passwords. And obviously, because in her mind, it was like, I'm fucked. Like, everything in the balance is going to be gone if I don't go and switch it. So then this is where everything really started.
He said, I changed your OnlyFans.
Yeah, once they changed that shit, if they got to before he did, I bet you he was pissed.
Password on both your accounts, just so you know. And he said, if you don't answer, your OnlyFans account is going to get shut down. It's an emergency. Why the fuck are you ignoring me, McKinley? I'm so fucking stressed out. I don't know what's happening and you're ignoring me. By the way, this is after I decided to change my password, so he was logged out of my account.
Yeah, this is when he like I think found out like
I changed the passwords
she changed
back.
the password.
Oh, wow.
He said, "Wow, you're insane. I see what you're doing. This is probably your plan all along, you fake ass bitch. Use me to get where you want, then dip. You're the fakest bitch ever. Holy fuck. You fucked up big time. We're done." And then I said, "I'll come get my stuff tonight." He said, "Nah, fuck that. I'm throwing it all away. Haha, fuck you, bitch. Crazy ass, fake ass bitch. Insane. All this started because I wanted."
Like, he didn't. Did he really think? Did he really think that these text messages, that they weren't going to be saved? I mean, come on. You don't. That's why I said you don't want to text and you don't want to leave messages, because that shit will be used against you later on.
You to wake up earlier. Ungrateful, greedy, lazy ass bitch. Can't believe I even dated such a fake ass bitch. I should have known better. I'm throwing your shit outside right now. You're evil as fuck. I can't stop thinking about how much I've done for you these past 2 years and how fucking quickly you just run off, change passwords, emails, everything. You're crazy.
He's just mad because now he don't have access to it. That's money he's not going to be getting.
And you've obviously been planning this behind my back for a minute. Disgusting. I can't believe I let such a fake person into my life only to just fuck me over and stab me in the back. It's sad and unbelievable. Crazy that the first thing you do is change your password and email to your OnlyFans. Mind you, he was the one
He was the one
to
that
do
changed
that.
it, so our automatic response was fuck, we're fucked. Like in my mind, this is how my opinion of it, like he changed it so that you would have to text him.
Right.
Like
He never has done that before. And
he's
I
never in his life done that. Like even when I was working with him, like he would never just be like, yo, change your password. Like he didn't have that kind of.
Right.
But anyways, he did that as a form of control. So anyways, continue.
He said, just shows how fucking fake and in it for the money you were. You lost my trust completely. What a waste of 2 years for me, but you got what you wanted, obviously. That's why you didn't want to put any of your money into the house, because you've been planning this all along. Answer me or I'm going to destroy your car next, bitch.
Answer me or I'm going to destroy your car next, bitch. This dude is off the rails, dude. Dude. She could take him to court for this bullshit. I mean, get a restraining order. I mean, she's got all the evidence right there. That's crazy. He's gonna destroy her car.
I hate you so much. You're evil and you're a fucking liar too. Everyone's shocked that you did that. No one's on your side for fucking me over, stupid. I can't believe the only girl I ever loved turned on me for fucking money. Evil. I don't even know who you are anymore. Your shit's out.
But he was the one taking all the money. Like, what the hell is he talking about?
Outside. I'm done with you. Come get your car off my property before I seriously destroy that shit. Even my mom is shocked that you did that. Greedy, fake ass bitch.
Man, fuck Jack's parents too. Because you know Jack's parents, he buys them Rolexes and shit, and you know they gotta know how he's making his money. His parents know. As a matter of fact, I seen a video where he had his mom introducing one of his new girls on his social media or on YouTube or something. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, he's getting his parents involved. His parents know about this shit. Hell, man, it might be him, Wes Watson, and his parents going to prison.
Never coming back here. I'm never taking you back. I can't trust you ever again. Everyone says you've changed. Deleted all my Instagram pictures with your fake ass. Come get your stuff, please, so I can finally be done with you if this is how you want to do it. I've done more for you than I've done for anyone on this planet, and this is how I get treated. You just ignore me. It's so sad how you're not even trying to talk to me, McKinley. I loved you more than I ever loved anyone, and this hurts me so bad. How is my own girlfriend doing this to me? You're trying to make me go fucking insane and crash out.
He was already crashing out.
So this is all happening. He's calling me between these texts, spam calling my phone. Me, Camilla, and Julia were on our way to that house to get my stuff and to, get all my things from the property. But we left before he started, saying all these crazy things.
Yeah, exactly.
I realized that I needed police to be there, and I didn't call the police on Jack. I called them to be there on standby and to.
Okay, See, that's the video I was talking about. I seen the video where police were there at the house and like she was there to get her stuff. So yeah, I seen that video.
Just make sure everything was done peacefully because I knew how he was, and I knew the last time I saw him was very awful. He had threatened to punch me in the face. He pushed me, gave me a bruise. He's known for not letting me leave. If I had tried to even pack my things and I didn't have someone around me, he would have just grabbed me. I didn't want it to escalate at all, so I decided to call the police. I was terrified to do that. But I did it, and I was like, I just would like an escort. I want you guys to be there on standby in case anything happens, and so it can go smoothly. Also, I wanted to mention he had my social security number, birth certificate, passport, all in a safe, and I didn't know the password to the safe, and he had a camera towards the safe. So I felt like I had so much stuff I needed to get from the house that were so important. And
Boy, he's so freaking manipulative, man. This is crazy.
There was no possible way I could have been able to get that on my own. There's no way. So the police get there. Obviously,
and that's when you guys see the body cam footage.
The body cam footage, which was,
I do want to say, like, I think in his mind, he thinks that I'm the one that, like, well, y'all will find out real quickly. He thinks I'm the one that, like, schemed all of this. And anyways, I knew what would have happened if he saw me and Julia pull up with McKinley to get her shit. Like, he's not scared of me in a sense of, like, an overpower, he's not, like, he would have probably just cussed us all out and probably actually not let us leave. Like, he would have told me to get the fuck off his property, and he probably would have called the cops on us and for trespassing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
She asked me and Julia to be there. She was like, can you just be there? Like, and I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. So we had a mutual friend that he didn't know. And I think that that's the part where you guys see in the body cam footage, McKinley was with a friend of ours, and me and Julia are in the cut. Like, we went up the block and we parked the car, and when we saw the cops, I was like, look, like, it's the house down there. Like, I was just trying to get them to McKinley so that she could get her shit safely, and then that's when you see everything transpire.
Wow.
Real McKinley? Yo, who is this though? I need to know.
Hey, bud. Hey, bud.
Oh, look at him trying to put his arm around her.
Because you're not fucking answering me. Like,
Look, he's already trying to.
Yes, you wouldn't answer me. You called the cops before you fucking talked to your boyfriend? Are you kidding me? How the
Damn,
fuck
see, he's already going off. In front of the fucking cops, yo. I mean, this dude's crazy.
That's it, bro. That's all I did.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I did. I just wanted to talk to you. That's it. Then just talk to me. You wouldn't answer me, bro. Are you fucking kidding me?
Like,
Dude, he's got anger issues.
Obviously sees the cops. He's like, who the fuck is that girl?
Yeah,
He's never seen her
so
before, but that was
confused.
part of the play. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I love the most, is that, yet again, he thinks he's so unpredictable, but I knew what would have happened. Like, so we all agreed, like, okay, let's think of someone that he genuinely doesn't know that we all know, and we figured it out. So then you can say what happened when you crossed the gate.
No, yeah. So obviously the body cam footage was released, but sadly I am trying my absolute hardest to get the full body cam footage because there were a lot of things that happened to me that night while the police were there that were horrible. And I honestly, speaking for myself, I didn't feel like they were really that much of a help. I think that he obviously held himself back, and it would have been a lot worse. I can't imagine how it would have been if that's how he acted with the cops. You guys can see it for yourself. He was extremely disrespectful to the cops.
Yeah, he's fucking going after, I mean, talking to her like that in front of the cops. I mean, that's crazy. Imagine what he does when there ain't no cops there.
cops, telling the cops to get the fuck out of his house. They would give him orders to not be next to me, and he would say, fuck that, you're in my house. And they did nothing. And I just like, I thought that was...
But they probably can't do anything, legally. They are in his house. They're not there with a warrant. They could probably watch. But, now maybe if he starts hitting her, then they could probably jump in. But other than that, there probably isn't a hell of a whole lot they could do.
Quite
legally.
insane. Yeah.
Completely off, like, that's completely insane. And the police department, what is it, Broward Police Department? The Davie Police Department?
Davie,
The Davie Police Department definitely needs to train their fucking officers on how to handle an escort for a situation like this where there's someone who has a history of shoving and putting their hands, regardless of if it's not a full punch, restraining a woman. Like,
especially in front of them. Yeah.
She is in the process of trying to get the body cam footage for the inside of the house where you say, like, he pushed you.
He pushed me in front of the cop.
Oh, wow. Push her in front of the cops. That's why they don't want to release the body cam footage, because that'll make the sheriff's office down there look bad. So that's why they don't want that footage. That's why they're not giving it to her.
He took my phone from me and hid it. He was grabbing onto me from behind, hugging me, trying his absolute best. I don't even know what his goal was, with putting his hands on me and pulling me. But that's, he did that in front of the police, and the police didn't really care to do anything.
You have the blurred version.
I do, and I want to put that up for you guys, and also just point out, certain moments, because I can see what's going on in the police body cam, even the blurred version of it. There's certain things you can see him putting his hands on me, and the police standing right there in front and not doing anything, and me having to get away from him and just trying. I remember that moment. I blacked out so.
But they probably can't do a whole lot legally, though, unless he actually, if they're pushing, unless he actually strikes her, like hits her. I don't know that they could do anything because they are in his house. I don't know
much, because I was just set on, I need to get my stuff and I need to get the hell up out of here. He's in my face. He's this close to me, talking to me. It was the hardest thing I had to do. Yeah.
I do want to add, before we go over this footage, prior to the body cam footage that you guys have seen on the internet being leaked, Jack had zero idea that I was involved. He had called me and Owen multiple times to see if McKinley was staying with us, and he had drove to our place we were living at the time. It was a complex. He had drove to the complex we were living at because I think someone said that they had seen her car. I now know who the person was that told Jack that she was staying there. So Jack had no idea that she was staying with us, and me and Owen made it very clear we had no idea where she was. Obviously, why would I tell him where she was?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Yeah, I just want to add that. So when the body cam footage got leaked and it's just me and Julia standing our happy asses fucking, or not even happy asses, standing our asses outside in our fucking pajamas, and we're the first face you see, like, it was definitely a shock for him when he saw that. So whenever you find the footage, we can go over that. But I just wanted to add, like, he had zero idea that we were involved, and that was, like, the whole point.
Wow.
So this is obviously the redacted version. I'm still in progress of getting, like, the whole entire body cam footage, but this is when I was grabbing my stuff from a different room, a separate room. He was FaceTiming people that worked with him, my friend Michelle, and...
Wait, you can see him, like, hold up the phone right here?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Oh, I think it was over here.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, so you go into her room.
I go into her room. I'm getting the stuff out of my closet, and here you can see him. He's putting his phone up into my face saying like, look at what she's doing. Like, and then they basically said like, don't involve me in this. They had no idea what was going on.
You see him like put up the phone, like look at what she's doing and like filming you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He had a camera out the entire time. His security guard was also filming a different angle, which is why I have some of the footage from inside of that house because he posted it. I mean, you see.
Yeah, you can see him right there and you're like, you leave the room.
He's still right up on me. Again,
he's like following you.
Yeah. I mean, the police. I was hoping, the police would.
The police didn't do anything. They're like standing there, like. I think it's because of they didn't see him as a threat.
That's the thing. They
like,
don't.
Look, he's like right on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think legally, unless he actually strikes her, there's really not a hell of a whole lot they can do. They're in his house. They don't have a warrant. He's not wanted for anything. I mean, there's only so much they could do. Now, if he would have struck her, then I would hope they would jump in.
He's following you into the closet. Look, he's holding you here. He's like, McKinley, dude.
Yeah, and he's still there following me. And all this time, he's just, I don't remember exactly what he's saying to me, but it's just like, him coming at me and confused about the situation, trying to talk to me. He would what I noticed with him is that he would be really, really angry, but then he'd be like, Kelly, what's wrong with you? Like, please, what's wrong? And like, switch up his vibe completely and trying to like, I don't even know, like this even, like, look,
oh yeah, he's like yelling at the officer. And he grabs you. He literally he was holding you right here.
Yeah.
He's holding you.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's holding you. What the fuck are the cops there for?
No
Honestly,
idea.
Genuinely, shame on you, Davy fucking police.
Honestly, yeah.
You guys need to go under some serious training. It doesn't matter what the fuck the person looks like. If in your eyes they don't deem to be a threat, it doesn't mean that they're not a threat or have never been a threat.
Yeah.
In that scenario, Jack should have never even have been this close to her, nor have ever touched her. So you guys can see it here. If we ever do get...
Yeah, but see, it's a fine line, though. What's the legality of it, though? They're in his house. He can go wherever he wants in his house. I mean, sure, he wrapped his arms around her like trying to hold her, but he's not hitting her. I mean... I don't know.
The footage know that, I mean, obviously she'll post it or whatnot.
Yeah.
As you can see, he's the person in the green shorts.
But he did go, he posted his angle because like I said, I don't have like all of the footage, but I do have some of the footage from inside because his security guard was filming him.
Slow down so I can be with you.
You gotta get out of my house. I didn't say you can come in.
She's letting us in.
She doesn't own this house. I didn't say you can come in my house.
Her address is on here. She's a resident here.
I don't care. You guys aren't allowed in my house.
We're not here to have a hard time.
You guys aren't allowed in my house. I'm sorry.
She lives here.
Who gave you?
She did.
She doesn't own this house. Dude. Just because she doesn't mean she gave permission to. Bro, you called the cops on me in my own fucking house after I've done everything for you.
And again, I also think his security guard is absolutely 100%.
After I've done everything for you, after I made you get an OnlyFans and I take all your money.
An enabler. From what I've seen, I just think that, him being a security guard.
He's on his payroll.
And
everyone on his payroll is going to just...
Right. So he had his phone out. He was recording. And I have some of that footage. He went out of his way. I didn't want any of this online. Like, I did not want any of this online. And that's why when I saw the body cam footage on TikTok, I had a panic attack because I'm like, I'm not ready to talk about anything. This is going crazy. Like, people know what's going on.
I do want to add too, though, like the reason the body cam footage got leaked was because the night that it happened, he went live and he recorded it and posted it.
Right.
So people cross-referenced it in the system, knew the night it happened, knew what kind of time, you could guess kind of what time, well, it's live, so you know what time it is. People know what county he lives in, so it's like, At the time, it was just easy to find. So if he didn't go and blast it, it would have probably not have come out as quick because no one would have known to look for it.
Exactly. Right. He was the one that posted, "I'm single now." He actually, as soon as I left, the first thing he did was post on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram Reels.
Yeah, it's
the footage from
content
inside.
Form.
So he was the one that did that, and then he quickly deleted it like soon after. But he was
bothering me.
Thank you. But as soon as I left, he went live and he was saying the most horrendous
insert clip
things. I just want you guys to hear what he said out of his own mouth. And just, and you let me know if this is somebody that, claims to love you and care about you. It's obviously not that.
That bitch better sleep with one eye open. What a fucking fake ass bitch, bro. You guys don't even realize, don't even know the full fucking story. That bitch fucked me the fuck over, bro. After you guys have to realize how fucking lucky any bitch is to be my girlfriend in general. It's like there's no other fucking 20-year-old, 1-year-old trillionaire. No, I'm kidding. None of that matters. It has nothing to do with money. It's like the fact that I can fucking no other bitch gets to live this life that she has. All she has to.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, man, she's so lucky. I got her an OnlyFans. I take all her money.
Do is be grateful, positive, and appreciative. And that's all I fucking ask of her. She spends more of her days being fucking ungrateful, miserable, and fucking just in bed, bro. She sleeps all fucking day, dog. And how does she expect her life to get better? Exactly. It's like there's no other.
He looks so fucked up. He looks strung out. He must be on Adderall right now. Because she said that he takes Adderall to stay up like almost 24/7.
Guy in the world that's gonna fucking treat her better than me? Because we didn't fight for 2 years. Our biggest fights ever were in the past 2 weeks. It's like that's normal, and now she's crashing out, breaking up with me, calling the cops. Like fuck that. Like I don't need to be with a girl. I never wanted to be in a relationship to begin with, bro. This bitch is ignoring me while she's out fucking changing her OnlyFans passwords to steal $500,000 a month. Like the fuck.
And the sad thing is,
he can steal $500,000 a month. Damn, she's making $500,000 a month on OnlyFans. Can you believe that shit? That is crazy.
He wasn't upset that I left because he loves me, but he was just he was angry at the fact that I took my accounts with me, and that was like a major problem. And I was like, that is the least of my worries with you are my social media accounts. It's way deeper than my fucking passwords to my social media that you don't have access to anymore. But as soon as he went live and said all of the most disgusting and vile things he could possibly say about me, he started texting me and love bombing me and telling me things like, I'm
please bring my $500,000 a month back, please.
So sorry, I fucked up. I want to also read.
How am I going to pay for this big house and the $300,000 cars I got in the driveway?
The text messages that he had sent me that night that I had called the police, and just show you guys like the difference and what he was saying to me when he was on live versus literally 10-20 minutes after this live. He said, "Can we still talk, please, McKinley? I love you so much. I can't never speak to you again. You mean the world to me. It can't end like this. You know that. I just want to hug you again. I'm so sad right now. I feel like you never loved me. I just want to be with you again, McKinley. I plan on spending the rest of my life with you. I don't want to be with anyone else."
This is so fucking cringe, yo. No, this is too cringe. I would never be sending texts like that, man. Shit, they wouldn't even have to call the cops on me, man. Come get your shit and get out. That'd be the end of it.
I just wish you talked to me today so none of this happened. Can you please just say something? Please talk to me. I can't go to sleep without speaking to you at least one more time. Please just talk to me. I love you. And the reason I got so mad because I feel so fucking helpless, McKinley. I can't even talk to my own girlfriend no matter how hard I try. It's the worst feeling ever. I can't stop thinking about you, and it's making me go insane.
He didn't want to call her his girlfriend. Now all of a sudden he wants to.
Saying, just please call me. I can't sleep until you do. So I was saying, So I was saying anything I can to make you come over so I can talk to you because I wanted to talk to you so badly, but nothing was working. So I kept going further and further. I didn't mean to. I'm just so emotional right now. You don't understand. I have no one else but you. I'm all alone. And this was my response to Jack after this. I said,
I wouldn't even have responded.
where do I even start? Jack, I poured so much of myself into trying to help you grow, and what makes me so sad is you never noticed how hard I tried. I put your feelings above my own. I gave you my trust, and I stayed. I was so in love with you. For a very long time, I was terrified to lose you, and the thought of not having you by my side made me sick. I never imagined this moment, but I realized holding on to you was slowly killing me, and I ignored my own boundaries to make this work. I hope everything you continuously said to me and made me feel was truly how you felt. I can't look past that, but one day you'll remember the girl who loved you so much that she forgot how to love herself. You lost the girl who did everything for you and who was always there for you when no one else was. I stayed by your side even though you shot me down with your words. I stood by your side even though you didn't appreciate me. I stayed by your side and tried to understand you when I needed you and you weren't there for me. I hope you remember the times I stood by you even when things were falling apart. I would wait around for you and you treated me as if I was replaceable. The only thing I ever wanted was for you to love me, but the same way I loved you. But I realized it didn't matter. You assumed I'd always be around and stick by your side like I always did. I spent so long questioning my worth, doubting who I was, but it was never me that was wrong. It was the situation that was wrong. I'm taking a step back after realizing how I kept letting you disrespect me when all I ever did was love you more than I loved myself. I'm going to start focusing on things that bring me peace instead of things that bring me pain. Maybe my absence will bring me the peace my love can never do for you. I'll insert, the rest of the things he was saying. I want to...
And you can pause and read it.
Yeah. He said, this is one thing I want to say.
I don't even know what to say.
Okay, so he was texting me for, a little bit saying, he couldn't live without me. He was so heartbroken. He just wants to call me and talk to me. So I ended up, this was a weak spot for me. I ended up calling him and answering his phone call. And
no, don't answer the phone call. Don't text. Let it go.
It's not that I was, I saw anything like changing and like how I felt about the whole situation, but I did know like how much it was bothering him, and I still had love for him. Even though he treated me like this, like for some fucking reason, I was like, I want to hear what he has to say. Yeah. It's like I wasn't expecting all of this to happen. I wasn't expecting, this to be the time that I'm like finally done with everything. And, I decided to talk to him. And soon as I was talking to him, like he was very nice at first, but then it started to become a lot more
bipolar.
Again, just angry and mad at me. And he asked me, he was like, well, just give me your OnlyFans password. That's all I ask. And I said, do not.
That's all he cares about. He don't give a shit about her. He wants the OnlyFans. He wants control of her OnlyFans. That's $500,000 a month that's going bye-bye.
Ask me that question. I'm not sending you anything. And he would crash out and say, why? He's like, this was your plan all along. Like, you used me. And then I hung up, crashed out. I hung up and he said, no, please don't do this. One more second, please. McKinley, I'm going to do something terrible to myself if you don't. Please, Lord. I can't.
Yeah, then that's when they pull, I'm going to kill myself. Hey, don't play that bullshit with me. Go ahead and kill yourself. I'll watch. Don't play that bullshit with me.
No way this is happening. Please, I'm begging you. McKinley, please, I'm about to drive down there. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Please don't do this to me. He said, deadass about to take all my I don't give a fuck anymore. And you don't care enough about me to talk, so there's no point. I said, I'm going to call the police then. And he said, just call me, please, McKinley, please don't do this to me. Otherwise, I'm doing it. Fuck this shit. I can't live like this. I can't believe I'm doing this over a girl. I just loved you so much. One last call. If you don't answer, I'm done.
He ain't got the balls to kill himself, for one. And for two, he don't care about her. He just cares about the OnlyFans account. That's why he changed the password, and luckily they were able to get it changed back. They're lucky. Because otherwise he'd still have control of that shit.
When you try to...
But see, what I don't understand, though, is he makes these girls sign contracts. So how I don't understand how he wouldn't still be getting the money.
Yourself last week, it was the scariest and worst day of my life. Now I feel the same way and you don't give a fuck. You never loved me. Oh my God, there's no way. And I said, you can't say that. I'm going to call the police. He said, just call me. That's all I ask. Don't make me myself. All you have to do is call me. Yeah, he said, please don't call the cops on me. After I got off the phone with him and I basically, I told him, I was like, we're done. And I hung up the phone. He was, threatening. And when I wasn't reacting to that and, wasn't giving him what he wanted, he kind of flipped it and he was like, when you try to do that, I cared, but like you don't. Which like I was worried about that, but I also knew, like he's only saying that for me to go and see him.
He loves himself too much.
He does, and I knew that.
That's one thing I just kept telling you. I was like, he's not.
He loves himself too much to kill himself. Exactly. He ain't got the balls, man.
McKinley was like freaking out. She's like, is he gonna do it? I said, no, he's not.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, if you feel like he's going to do something like that, you need to call the police for his own safety.
Right.
Because you can't save him.
I know. Yeah.
No.
Well, after this, he decided to just come down to where Camilla was living, which is where I was staying. Someone had told him, like what Camilla was saying, he knew where I was, but he didn't know the apartment I was in. He didn't know like exactly where I was, but he knew like the area. And at the time we were renting a place at the SLS, which is like not super far from where I was at. And he was staying there in hopes that I would meet him there and talk to him. I told him that, I would be down to meet up with him just for him to leave me alone. I was like, listen, Jack, we both need space. Regardless, if we talk, if we don't, I need you to just leave me alone and not talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I was like, nothing will come out of that. That's good. Like absolutely nothing, especially after everything that had happened, after everything that he had said. It wasn't even what I had been dealing with for the past 2 years, but on top of that, with what he said to me and about me online.
I mean, the fact that she would even put up with that shit for 2 years. Man, that shit would go on for a couple of days. I'd be out of there. Yeah, I wouldn't put up with that shit.
Dragging my name through the mud as soon as I left with the police without even getting an opportunity to just like even talk to him without everyone knowing. I was like, there's no saving us, Jack. You fully.
Also, what do you expect to just come back from your girlfriend calling the cops on you? Like, that's embarrassing for your relationship in general.
Yeah.
Like, oh, she'll be back in a week, but fuck this fucking bitch. Da-da-da-da-da. It's like, bro.
Dude, if the cops get involved, that relationship's been done. Get out of there.
What? That just makes you look even worse. Like, why would you yourself post that?
I know. I don't know. He was apologizing. I kind of sent him like a clip that I had seen, and it was of him saying, he's excited to be single. He was sick of fucking the same pussy, and he's excited to go get 1,000 bodies and all this stuff. Mind you, this is literally like 20 minutes.
That's not something I'd be bragging about, yo. I don't care if you're male or female, man. Having a high body count is not a good thing. I think that's very unattractive to both sides. No dude wants a woman that's been with like 100 dudes. They might have sex with you, but they're not going to marry you. That's for damn sure. And vice versa. I think most women don't want a dude that's been with a bunch of women. I don't think having a high body count is what I would be floating about, saying I'm going to go get me 1,000 bodies. Jesus Christ.
Before he starts texting me that he loves me and like doesn't want me to leave him. So anyways, I end up going to bed. We're talking here and there. I'm going to insert like all the screenshots so you guys can pause to read just the stuff that's kind of like in the middle of it. And again, I did have weak points where I was like, I do love you. Like I love you. I thought it was love. In his mind, I don't think it was love. I think, if
his money
I was a different person, he probably would have treated me the same way. I think he had love for me to, like, I guess the extent of how he could love.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he's capable of it, but I don't know. I did have weak moments. But I ended up texting him, and I was just like, all I do is like try to hear him out, and it's always him and how he's feeling, and he needs me right now. But what he wasn't realizing was what I needed was to just be away. And I was like, I just wish you would take in consideration, like, in order to save anything, you have to like validate my feelings and just know that this is what I need in order to make anything work if you want it to.
Right.
I knew space and leaving each other and like just not seeing each other would help in all angles, and I felt like that was.
But if you ever get to the point where you got to separate for a while anyways, it's over. It's done.
Needed. So he said, I didn't mean that at all. I say the stupidest shit ever when I'm mad. I regret saying that to you more than anything. Please don't feel like I wish I never dated you. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. There's no other girl I want in my life besides you. You truly mean the world to me, and it hurts me so much knowing how bad I hurt you. I never meant to hurt you like this. All I ever want to do is to make you happy. I love seeing your smile on your face. You're the most beautiful girl in the world, and I don't want anyone else. You're my other half, and I can't live without.
What did I say earlier, guys? Women fall in love with so men fall in love with what they see. Women fall in love with what they hear. He's just saying shit that he knows that she wants to hear.
You. And I said, I don't think you meant to hurt me, Jack. I just wish you took me more seriously. He said, I will take you more seriously. I'll stop making all my stupid jokes. I'll never call you a bad name, and I'll never hurt you again. I promise.
Yeah,
I'll never
okay.
hurt you again.
Yeah.
But you flopped.
I flopped. Yeah, I
That's
knew.
just admission. He just admitted it. He was like, I'll never hurt you again. Like, I know I did, but I'll never do it again. So you're admitting you did.
Yeah. You know, and people are in those situations, obviously, like me saying I flopped. It's like, that's him gaslighting me. It's like, I know what you just did. I can see it on my arm. You know, I even get in mindsets. I'm like, did it happen? I'm like, yes, it did absolutely fucking
You start
happen.
to think, like,
am I
crazy?
Am I
crazy?
overthinking it?
Did I just make that up? Yeah.
So, you know, we're talking back
This
and
is so
forth
crazy,
again.
yo.
My last text to him was him saying, hey, the maid told me your parents are coming by tomorrow to pick up your stuff. Do you think you can come with them so we can have one last conversation? I said, I'm not comfortable talking right now.
Oh, now he wants to have a conversation with her parents there. And he didn't care for her parents. He even made a fool out of her dad at their fake wedding. I'm surprised her dad didn't beat the shit out of him right there.
Now, he said, what do you mean not comfortable? We spent every day of the last 2 years together, and I'm just asking for a simple conversation for closure. This is so not you, McKinley. It's breaking my heart. I really loved and cared for you more than anyone on this planet. You're the only one that really saw that, because I never like to show my emotions to people, especially my loving side.
This is so not you. What? Submissive?
Right.
Like submitting to your false promises?
Mm-hmm.
Not running back. This is so not like you. Not running back to me when I cry wolf. Like, this is so not like you to not believe me. This is so not like you to not fall under my spell and into being controlled again. This is so not like you, McKinley. No, it's just that you never knew me.
Yeah. He never did. He never did.
I do want to add here, like, given that the first response when he did get the, like, police escort was to put a camera in her face and just humiliate her online, this is where, like, I guess we can segue into, like, the legal stuff, like, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
McKinley's parents were really worried about, like, him clearly he was showing that he was going to defame her online. He was going to show up to where she was allegedly at. Like, so we had a conversation where we were like, well, they brought it up to McKinley. Like, I think you need to get a restraining order on him just so he doesn't keep showing up to where you are and trying to talk to you and trying to put a camera in your face and look how fucking stupid she is, or look at her at the club. She's not heartbroken over me. Like, his actions are so predictable because it's like, it's happened before. He showed us he's going to put a camera in your face. He showed us he's going to show up to where you're at. He showed us he's going to say crazy things to you. So it's like, the next step would be if we just decided to, not we, if you just decided to move on and never speak to him again. Like, he was going inevitably to try and show up to where you are.
Yeah.
So
I'm still dealing with that to this day, even with the restraining order, sadly. Yeah. So I am glad that
she did get a restraining order. Holy shit.
Ended up doing that. It was very important.
I was there. I was like, you should do it. Like, I didn't force you to do it, but I really advised you to, because I know how much worse it could be when you're just trying to live your life and we're out and about and just pulls up, put a camera in your face. Like, that shouldn't be your healing journey. That shouldn't be a part of your healing journey, regardless of, now we are in the process. I say we because we're in it together.
For real. For real.
Like, I am your support system. Like, you have so many people that have your back, and like we are currently dealing with it in court. And I think by the time you see this, like,
it's either granted,
the permanent restraining order is either granted or not. But regardless of that, I don't believe a judge dictates your story. I don't think, regardless of what one judge says, it doesn't dictate your truth. You know?
Yeah,
so
I agree.
In the
I am
process,
at peace with it. I am.
Yeah, and I'm glad, and that's the biggest part. Is like, after the breakup, I think there were so, regardless of him like love bombing you and then the restraining order, like, there were so many things that happened. And one of the first things that happened, it's not funny, I just gotten back from a trip. Where were we at?
Yeah.
Where did we go? Was that LA? We came back from a trip and we got a knock on the door. I don't know, regardless. I had just got back from a trip, and this was like, I'd say, New York. I would say McKinley stayed, let's backtrack. You stayed with me for like a week or two, maybe 2 weeks. Her parents flew down, and she ended up making her own decision and getting her own place. And it's a absolutely beautiful place, and something that you were proud of, which was such an amazing achievement. And I love your place. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
So her parents came down. She ended up moving out, and I don't know, I kind of liked having you there. It was like,
I loved it.
You know what I mean? Like, I could just go and like,
and we were like
take
spilling
naps
some tea. Like,
yeah, facts. We had to debrief everything that happened.
Yeah, it was craziness.
So, in the midst of that, she got her own place. I ended up going to New York for the Met, and I came back like the same night, and it was like kind of late. I don't know. It was kind of late at night, and I get a knock on my door, and it's late as fuck. So I'm like, who? And mind you, every time someone was let up to our apartment, we would get a call, and we didn't get a call. So we open the door, and it's this guy, really just normal looking guy, like not in a uniform, nothing. Like maybe has like a badge, like I don't even see it. He goes, is Camilla here? And Owen's like, yeah. And I'm like, I go over there, I'm like, hello? I'm like in my pajamas. And he's like, yeah, you've been served. Oh wait, can I see the video?
Been served.
So I have this civil action summons for you. I have to serve you.
Wait, what is this?
Yeah, it's the information is here. That's the plaintiff, and then that's you, Camila.
Okay.
You have 20 calendar days to respond.
Okay, thank you.
And then the rest of the information is in there. You can read it. I'm sorry.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Jeez.
It's not funny. It's really not funny.
No, it's just actually insane.
Served for what?
It's actually kind of it's comically fucking insane.
No,
like, it's so
actually
fucking
insane.
funny, but not. I don't know. So we get a knock on the door. This guy's like, "Yo, are you Camilla?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "You have been served." And I think my exact words were,
served for what?
Are you serious? And I'm like half laughing, half about to cry, because I'm like, I can't. Bro was not in uniform. Right. If I remember correctly, bro was not in uniform. And I go, "Oh, you're serious?" He goes, "Yeah." Like, bro's smiling, like it was not for real. He's like, "Yeah, I just need you to sign here." I was like, wait a damn minute.
Yeah.
What
My
was she
first
getting served for?
lawsuit? Stop.
You're like, for what?
I'm like, for what? Right. So, anyways, look at, he's happy as hell to be there. Cheesing like a motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
I shook his hand. He says, I'm sorry, walks away. So
Oh my gosh.
I'm sitting there and I'm like, wait a damn fucking minute.
Yeah.
This is.
What did she get served for?
Anyways, so I get this lawsuit and I'm like fucking staring at him like, wait, what's going on?
Probably gets a lawsuit from Jack, like you're interfering with you took my money maker.
Lo and behold, Jack Doherty sues me, right? And I can actually read you exactly what it was for, and this is where shit gets fucking nuts. Like, I am in just utter. I don't think I even called you first. All right. I don't have the original lawsuit, but he sued me. The lawsuit was for tortious interference. He basically had sued me for taking McKinley as his client.
What?
So you can.
What? Oh my gosh, that's fucking crazy. See, I told you that's exactly what it was going to be. You took my cash cow.
You can even look up the lawsuit online. It has been dismissed as that is not what the fuck I did. Shout out Perry Law in New York, an amazing firm. He was suing me because he believed that the time he saw the body cam footage, in his mind he goes, okay, Camilla did all of this.
Yeah, she's behind it. She's the reason why
She's the reason McKinley left, because clearly Camilla wanted to manage her OnlyFans. This is the and he was like, now I get it. So he sued me. And it's hilarious because it just further, like, I don't think he understands how it further proves our point of how he views women.
Yeah.
And how he projected how he would react on me.
And it also goes to show what he thought of me. He thinks I'm too dumb and I'm not able to do this by myself.
Like, he really belittled what he was like, my McKinley would never. Like, she's too stupid.
Right.
She's too fucking
She's
dumb
too stupid.
to ever, like, which is disgusting. Like, I hope you know that that's not true at all. So he basically sues me saying that I am now managing McKinley and taking her a percentage of her income, which is
not
fucking
true.
disgusting, because in a moment of such trauma and vulnerability, to know that that's something that he would have done is gross. It just further proves my point. You see her as a client. You saw her as a client, not as a girlfriend. You saw her as a money opportunity,
Exactly.
not as an opportunity to fall in love and build an empire with the love of your life.
And that was from the beginning. It was all
So
that.
the lawsuit just goes to show, like, it proves everything in a way. Like, it proves exactly the way he thinks, and the people around him and the attorneys and that he's hired that enable his bullying, like a frivolous fucking lawsuit. Like, it's just a bullshit suit that I had to fight. And
Wow.
I wrote a very beautiful, or my attorneys wrote a very beautiful letter in which, I don't know if it's public record or not, but we sent the letter to his attorneys, and we never really got a response back.
Oh, wow.
The only ever notice I ever got was from my attorneys let me know, like, hey, we sent the letter. It's a 30-page letter, fucking beautifully written. And we get a call like maybe 10 days later, and he filed for a motion to dismiss. So,
Right.
easy win.
W.
W's in the chat.
There you go.
As you can see here, he didn't even bother letting his attorneys to let us know that the motion to dismiss has been placed or whatever. So that was
because he knew he was
an
going to get
awkward
wrecked.
month of my life to kind of have to fight that. And then he did try and come after me for it's called the demand of arbitration, right? That was called, which is because I exited my business with him and I did my own business with Owen. he felt entitled to the money that I was making on my OnlyFans, given that I previously worked with him. So he was demanding, I think his demand was like 500,000. What was it? Anyways, he demanded for a percentage of my OnlyFans back because he felt it was unjust the way that I left things. Mind you, I hadn't been working with him for like a year.
So you had your whole thing going by, like, the Bop House had no involvement in him.
So
like,
it made absolutely no sense. So he dismissed that as well. During this process of fighting the lawsuit and things like that, you received your demand of arbitration, and you were also fighting the restraining order currently.
Yes, ongoing.
Which, wishing you the best. I appreciate you have our support, and I love you so much. And in the midst of all of this, I want to give you an opportunity to talk about kind of the new people involved. I feel like there's a reason we've been so quiet, and this is that exact reason. And I've been. We obviously are your best friends, like me, Julia, Andy, Owen. We're your best friends, and we see everything. So every time you hurt, we hurt. And I think that it's important to touch on the fact that even after the breakup, the bullying and harassing didn't stop.
Yeah, it got a lot. It got bad online, and with him, not as much, just because I do have that, pending restraining order on him, but his employees and the girls he works with just harassing me and bullying me online continuously, even after 6 months of me leaving the situation.
Wow.
There are a lot of clips that I want to insert.
A lot.
So you can, really... Yeah, we're going to insert some clips here of just the most vile shit that these women who, in my opinion, are judging a situation off of one side, and I don't think it's fair for them to have an opinion on you or anything.
Yeah, it's going to be them girls
met
next.
them, so I don't know.
Insert the clips here of just the most disgusting things you've ever heard.
Who says I only been with him for a month? Maybe I was a side chick. Maybe he was cheating on McKinley with me. The world will never know. No, stop. Can't expose ourselves. Up on McKinley so quick because she's a fake ass bitch, bro. She wants to lie about Jack, bro. How about you speak the fucking truth?
She also said that she had a restraining order on him. She claims false abuse.
I never went through because it's everything you said about me was cap.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I never went through.
Lied under oath. You lied under oath.
She literally seeks attention. This girl literally seeks attention. It's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah. I also would like to talk about the fact that, not even within a month of us, breaking up, he did find a new girlfriend for his online, I guess, persona. I don't know if it was anywhere close to what, him and I went through. I do believe there was a certain point in time where Jack and I did love each other, and it was good, and I fell in love with him. But I felt like it was, again, for him,
it was just too toxic.
Just outside looking in and just knowing how he operates, I knew that whoever he had after was just kind of like a mess. Used as a placeholder, and also me leaving. Okay, it's very obvious. We have the same exact hair. He called her Timu McKinley.
I brought you to Dubai was because I wanted to ask you a really important question.
Are you serious?
Timu McKinley? Really? Is he really getting married to her? I don't think so. That's probably just for content.
Yeah. And she just got out of surgery, and she has another surgery tomorrow, so hey, stay tuned to see what happens.
And named her that. I was after everything that he had put me through, which is so serious, it's still a joke to you. And that, I had to deal with that, and all these things in my comments of this girl talking about me and not knowing who I am.
He would never treat me the way he treated that girl. She's a liar. She's a liar. She just, there's a lot of stuff that you guys don't know that we all know. So whatever she's saying on her little podcast, he made me do this.
You do OnlyFans.
You made me do OnlyFans. is.
Oh,
McKinley is
boy.
a liar. She did. Watch her podcast. She's a liar.
Chat saying that McKinley kissed Oblivion. I bet they're just trolling.
Oblivion kissed a hoe? Oh my god, that's a fucking shock.
I bet you if I see her in person, like she would literally run the opposite direction.
She doesn't own this hairstyle. I'm sorry. Like, she literally does not own this hairstyle.
Guys, drop your galaxy, please.
What the fuck?
And him using the fact that we had the same hair to say, you know, McKinley 2.0 or, oh, like I found a new McKinley. Like it made me so uncomfortable.
Also, it's like you can't heal.
And I couldn't heal.
I mean, it's
really.
like so many people, like,
yeah.
You know, the new girlfriend, and then like she paired up with people who also hated you, and it's like, okay, now it's Christy and Claire against you, and it's like at some point though, it's like let her go, like let her heal. But I also want to insert clips here too on the repetitive cycle that he also puts Christy through.
Stop! Hey, stop! Yo! Stop!
Oh, just close. Dude,
Oh wow, it's the same bullshit.
She doesn't f me after I spent a ban on her. Let's go.
Because you're being rude. Like, I
Chrissy, Jack told me this shit whack. McKinney's shit was better.
That's definitely cap.
That's why he didn't want your ass. Your ass got kicked to the curb.
Oh my god, Chrissy let me
Damn.
first night on this boat right here. Thank you. I'm kidding.
Oh my god, wait, that was a crazy call out.
I'm left with a baby in my stomach.
Whoa, you better pause on that. So that's time 2 hit, so you can't get pregnant again.
No, you were very nice and respectful in the beginning. We did dinners. You held the doors open. We still leave the doors sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. You're about to fall for it again, bro. Another
Oh,
guy.
wow.
You think I'm disrespectful?
Same
Another
exact
guy meets
cycle.
you, like, he's so nice because he just wants to hit. Like that's it. Oh God. We all are. You meet up, then you meet the real us after you've tapped enough. We're ready for the next. Why is she crying?
Yeah, it looks familiar.
Everything is just so oddly familiar, and that's something that I also called. I literally told you, did I not?
You did. You're like, listen. You're like, he's very predictable. I know what he's gonna do when you break up and he realizes it's over. He's going to move on, try to get you jealous with a new girl. He's gonna do all these things that he did like with you in the beginning, and then it's all gonna but it'll be faster. You told me it would be faster. It wouldn't be as like a slow burn, like 2 years of us dating. It wasn't that. It was
I
very,
told you that.
very
I was like,
quick.
it's gonna be like literally a month of just fucking chaos. Like like super fast romance,
Yeah,
and
it
you're
just
gonna watch
keeps
him
repeating,
like
cycle
the
over.
Clippers clip them falling in love, and it's like, I know it hurt. I know
It
that.
did,
I know,
absolutely.
like, but that's meant like if you didn't hurt, you'd be weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and I think it just shows exactly the intention behind why he brought in Christy. And I'm gonna be very honest with you. I feel awful. I feel awful for this girl. Like, I don't think she even knows the full capacity of
Not yet, but
how
she
she's
will.
being treated and how it's so similar to what, not the extent, but like in the beginning of, there's a clip of her, she's like, you were so sweet in the beginning, Jack. Like you took me to dinners and you opened the door for me. And I literally watched that and my throat, I got a
chills.
lump in my throat and I was like, fuck. Like, I really
same
hope
thing over
that
and
she
over.
gets out before it gets any worse.
Yeah.
Before the financial dominance, before all of that. Because at the end of the day, the people who are just doing all the talking and all the chirping, like, they want to be heard the most.
Yeah.
Like, these people are just seeking to be validated by him. They're bullying you because they want to make him laugh. They want to make him like, oh yeah, get her. Like, yeah,
Right,
like, you know,
yeah.
like, she's on my side. There's loyalty, there's loyalty, there's loyalty. And it's like,
Right.
I don't think these girls truly feel that way. Like, I know what they've said about you, and I know I've seen it, but it's like, I don't think they truly
mean
even
it
know,
either. I know
what they're saying, and I don't think they truly, I think they might feel hurt. I think Claire specifically might feel hurt that, like, you left so abruptly. And like, it was such a sudden break. And I think she feels hurt by the fact that you guys probably weren't as close of friends, but you couldn't even be a friend to yourself, let alone a friend to anyone else, let alone a friend, you know what I'm saying? So I think her
Exactly.
way of showing you she's hurt is, fuck McKinley. McKinley was never a good friend to me. She's this, she's that. But I think it gets to a point where I think she took it like a little too far. And like,
she did. And now it's
Yeah.
like, she kind of just hates me to hate me, but I do know that she's not happy. And if, you know, you're watching this right now and I'll talk directly to you, I think, you know, the conversations you would have with me about how unhappy you are in this situation and how much he makes you feel like shit and mistreats you, degrades you, disrespects you on camera, you can get out of it. And I never in a million years like want anyone to go through that ever, even if you have a negative opinion on me, if you think I was a bad friend. You always bring up, you know, she brings up all the time that I texted her and Michelle about apologizing about being a bad friend. But what she's not talking about is when I said that, I said, I'm so sorry I haven't been a good friend to you because of what I'm dealing with and what I'm going through. How can I be a good daughter? How can I be a good friend? How can I be good to myself when I'm dealing with such horrible things? Like, I wasn't an amazing friend. I couldn't just go hang out and go to the mall with her. That's kind of what I was talking about. But like, there was never any bad blood with any of those people. It was just like they decided to take this stand when I wasn't ready to talk about it with anybody, you know? And I guess I don't want her to feel like she's, you know, in this situation forever. You might think that there's no way to get out of a situation. You feel stuck, but I know how you felt when you would talk to me, and I stand by that. I know that's how she feels deep down. So that's why I don't take anything she says personally, because I know it's not true. I know that she's dealing with a lot of shit and she's still involved in it.
Yeah.
She's still involved in it.
Just the way you guys show it is differently. Like, she's, you know what I mean? Like,
but
hurt people.
They do. And they talked about, you know, really
That's
hard
very
things.
True. Hurt people.
You know, about the whole pregnancy thing, and insert that clip as well. Which
this clip that is about to play, actually let it play right now.
Isn't she pregnant? Probably.
I mean, I know something about that. Let me not talk. Should I talk about, if we want to talk about pregnancies?
Wait, I know something. Milkmaid told me.
Yeah.
What happened?
That girl's nothing on me. No, we are not friends with McKinley Richardson. Should I say it, guys? Should we talk about pregnancies?
This clip is so fucked up.
I know.
Like,
no, I was a mess for days.
For that to be a joke, for it to be a laughing matter is that is disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And since
That
they
is
won't
so
do
crazy.
it, I am so sorry. And I know I've apologized. I am so unbelievably sorry that these two women don't understand how fucked that can be to a woman. How it completely changes the brain, like your brain chemistry when you go through something like that. It's not a fucking joke.
It's not, yeah.
Like, that clip right there, absolutely just, that broke my heart, like, as your friend. Like, that I was like, what in the fucking hell do you have to, how hurt do you have to be inside to say that on live?
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
To out someone's very personal trauma.
Yeah.
And you know what's, I find a little, it's fucked up but almost ironic in this situation. Like, when Logan and Claire were dating, Jack also exploited the trauma that Claire went through and Logan went through for abuse.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think that it just also shows a repetitive cycle of, like, the streaming, and anyone that was in a relationship or anything that could have went south, it was turn the cameras on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So
everything's content.
Claire, you've dealt with it before. You know how it feels, and it just sucks to see you do it to someone else. But
yeah, I also do want to talk about his family and like the
please, yeah,
horrible text messages I received from his mother.
I know that. Dang, you know his parents are involved in all that bullshit too. I guarantee it. 100%.
His one major thing that I feel like I wanted to add, and why I stayed in this situation too, is it wasn't just, you know, dealing with him, but his enabling family. You know,
That's kind of sick that his family knows what he's doing, but they don't want to say anything because they're getting all that money too.
Constantly would talk to me about how I bring out the best in Jack. They've never seen him act this way. They love seeing his manly side. They would always text me, and I'll insert a few screenshots that his dad had sent me, just trying to get Jack off of the Adderall. That was something they were very, very worried about. They would also come to me and be like, I know Jack is this way, but like, trust me, like he's an amazing guy, like good heart. So that was another reason why I had stayed. But when I broke up with him, I got really bad text messages from his mom.
Oh, wow.
His family has been through the craziest shit. It's not a healthy household. It never was a healthy household, from what I was told by all parties. Like the mom and the dad and Jack even would talk to me about certain things. But I got a text message on April 2nd. Trigger warning. This is just like disgusting. I can't even believe a human being could like possibly say these things to somebody. She said, "I'm against abortions. How could you kill the baby in your body? You're sick."
That's crazy. That's crazy. The mom's probably mad because she was getting the money she was making, Jack was getting, which was his mom was also getting. That's
I
so
was
fucked
your
up.
age and I'm poor, not having any money like you, and brought my daughter into this world. You're disgusting. Trust me, I will bring you to the world who you are. And you're going to go down. You killed that life. You killed life. That's a crime. You always want to be a whore. You always want to be. You're a fucking you're a piece of shit. Fucking to kill the baby. And I said, "Why are you saying these things to me?" She said, "Because you killed the life in your body. I don't respect people like that. I was your age, 24, with no money, and brought my daughter to our life. Jack treats you like gold. I see all the TikToks. You're always drunk when you fight with him. Trust me, I will go after you. No one will disrespect my son. How could you call the police and say Jack is violent? How could you? You're an unstable, sick person. Trust me, I will get you down." Maybe he said on a text message, "I'm going to smash your car. I'm going to punch you in the face." He was upset, and I don't blame him to say that. Whatever you've done to him, I'll protect him from now on. And trust me, if you get closer to Jack, I'll arrest you. I said, "Please stop texting me." And he said, "You got that." She said, "You got that 100%. So I just want you all to know, like, that is the woman that he came from, a disgusting human.
Yeah,
And
fuck her.
throughout the entire relationship, I tried to take care of her because I would witness her chugging alcohol in our house, and I know that was a huge problem for her, and why I felt for the whole family also, because I knew what he had came from. And those text messages are just so fucking nasty. Like, I couldn't believe that came out of a grown woman's mouth, especially a woman. So
that's crazy.
Again,
dude.
it's I'm not just dealing with Jack. I'm dealing with his enablers. I'm dealing with his family members, the people that he works with. It's been hard. I'm 6 months. It's been 6 months since I broke up with him. I'm still healing. I'm in therapy. I'm learning a lot about myself, and things that I never knew about myself either, and like why I was put in this situation. I'm just trying to, obviously this will never happen to me ever again, but I just trying to understand like why I was able, to, put myself in this situation, why I was able to see at all times like the positive in things when it was so bad. Like, I'm trying to figure those things out, and it's a work in progress. Like, I'm still not fully healed. It'll take a while, but this is like my first step, and into closure and healing is just talking about it, and it means the world to me that I'm able to, and like you gave me this opportunity, Camilla. I don't know what the fuck I would do without you, bitch. Like I like truly, you you were my savior, like in a time I like needed it, and it sounds so dramatic, but it's just like I've never felt that low in my fucking life. Like my self-confidence was gone. I was insecure about everything. I felt like shit constantly, but you were like the only fucking person I could see, and just like you'd make everything feel like it went away. And I don't know, like you and I, like you said, like we would see each other from time to time, but that's how you always were for me. No matter if I knew what you were doing yesterday or last week, like I was like, I just felt that connection towards you, and words can't describe. Like I know God works in mysterious ways, and I just remember meeting you for the very first time and just loving you and talking to you about our futures and saying like, you know, I'm so excited for your future. I'm so excited to like see how everything plays out. I feel like you and I were in both situations where like we were still trying to figure life out, like at that age especially, and just looking back and seeing how things have played out, I couldn't be more happy with how it ended. But yeah, I love you so much.
I love you. I want you to know, like, you saved yourself. I want you to know, like, a lot of women, unfortunately, it breaks my heart. And, like, I obviously have, like, my own story, but like, I'm just not ready to, it's been years, and I'm not ready to share it. But, like, I'm so unbelievably proud of you, and I don't think you hear that enough. Like, I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of the way it takes a strong-ass woman to go up against someone, especially on social media. It takes someone who's resilient and determined and confident. Like, I want you to know, he didn't take that from you. He just dimmed you, but it never went away. Yeah. You are incredibly bright. You have such a beautiful soul. You inspire so many people that you don't even know. You inspire me. You are so strong. And regardless of what the judge says, I know this is going to release after the court date, but like regardless of what that judge says, like she or he does not define you, and it does not define your truth, and it doesn't define the woman you're going to be, and it doesn't define what happened to you. She cannot tell you, or he cannot tell you what did and did not happen to you. You are so strong, and so many women don't make it out. They don't.
I know.
They don't. And that just goes to show, like, that is the reason, like, I want to not make a single dollar off of this episode. I am not going to monetize off of someone's trauma. I've never wanted to monetize off of your story. It is your story to tell. And from the beginning.
Well, that's good. We're at the end here, but yeah, man, this is crazy, dude. I always knew that Jack Doherty was a piece of shit, you know, and that he had these OnlyFans girls, and that's how he was getting his money. But he didn't really care for her. He was just mad that she left because that was $500,000 a month he lost. So yeah, man, he didn't care. But man, this was crazy, man. Damn, dude, it doesn't seem like it's been that long. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Damn. Well, I appreciate y'all tuning in with me tonight, man. This was definitely it was interesting as hell, man. Grab drinks and popcorn, man. But I appreciate y'all tuning in with me tonight, man. This is Gangster Jeweler. I'll try to be here tomorrow, between 5 and 9 Eastern time, hopefully tomorrow. But I appreciate y'all tuning in with me tonight, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care, y'all.